Chapter 1, Prologue. Amidst the aftermath of devastation, a scene of desolation unfolded. Wreckage lay strewn across the landscape, a grim testimony to the chaos that had erupted. Lifeless forms were scattered indiscriminately, their presence a haunting reminder of the violence that had transpired. In the midst of this bleak tableau, a figure defied the ruinous surroundings. A man, his hair as white as freshly fallen snow, floated suspended in the air, encased in a sleek black exosuit that exuded an air of formidable power. In his grasp, a katana gleamed with an otherworldly light, its blade a testament to the untamed power that coursed through him. The remnants of destruction seemed to bow before him, an acknowledgement of his dominance over the elements themselves. With an almost ethereal grace, the elements converged around him, dancing in harmonious synchrony, as if welcoming back a prodigal kin. In stark contrast to the devastation he had wrought, an enigmatic figure stood before him. The being, unmistakably non-human, possessed an otherworldly allure. Complexions kissed by moonlight, skin shimmering with opalescent luminosity, and eyes resembling liquid pools of silver, held an uncanny allure that seemed to pierce through the very fabric of reality. A cascade of moonbeam-like tresses framed the enigmatic figure's form, imbuing an air of regal elegance. Yet, beneath the exterior of serene tranquility, an aura of ancient knowledge pulsed. It was an intriguing juxtaposition, an embodiment of serenity amidst the chaos. Though the aftermath spoke of destruction, his very presence encapsulated the duality that lay within him, a guardian of both devastation and enlightenment. A voice pierced through the midst of destruction. "Human, look at all the destruction you've caused. Innocent lives lost. How can you be so heartless?" The alien said angrily. The white-haired man replied, his tone cold. "Are you dumb? Your pathetic race dared to attack our planet, and you're angry we killed you? Your hypocrisy is palpable, alien. We only wanted to help you. We've been watching Elderolf for a long time. Too many people killed because you people couldn't accept your differences and live together in peace." The alien tried to reason with him. The white-haired man retorted, "So your answer to that is to attack and kill even more people? Did I perhaps hit your head too hard? It seems your brain isn't working properly." The alien was enraged and shouted, "How dare you? You will die here, human." The man coolly replied, "Well, I'm getting tired of this. I guess it's about time you died." As soon as he said that, he muttered, "Stellar fusion eruption." A palpable aura seemed to envelop him. The air quaked at the power he was about to release. His body became a conduit for the very essence of earth, fire, water, air, light, and darkness. A radiant aura enveloped him, each element swirling in perfect harmony. With resolute focus, he channeled this overwhelming energy into his weapon, the katana that had become an extension of his very being. The blade ignited with an ethereal luminescence, a mesmerizing dance of elemental hues intertwining in a symphony of power. As the man struck, the katana's blade cleaved through the air, leaving behind a trail of elemental essence. The ground trembled beneath him as the earth quaked. Flames leapt from his blade in a fiery cascade. Water spiraled in graceful arcs. Gales whipped with the force of a tempest, and the very fabric of space seemed to ripple with his presence. Simultaneously, the alien muttered, "Mystic mana convergence," with a gesture that resonates with arcane precision. The alien drew the very essence of mana that courses through the world around us. With a focused intention, the alien directs this gathered mana into his outstretched palm. The energy ripples and morphs, coalescing into a radiant sphere of pulsating power. Threads of mana weave through the atmosphere, forming intricate patterns that dance around the alien's extended hand. In a culmination of his command over mana, the alien hurls the sphere toward his target with an effortless motion. In a breathtaking climax, the attacks met in the air. There was no explosion, no cataclysmic destruction. The katana simply sliced through it effortlessly. "Ah, how can you be so strong?" The alien's cry echoed, its tone laced with disbelief. Continuing, as if foreseeing its own demise, it declared, "Know this. You might defeat me, human, but more will come. You have no idea what's coming. Your world will fall, ha ha ha." "Shut up," the man said, and simply sheathed his katana. As soon as he did that, the alien split into two, the ground beneath his feet splitting for 1,000 kilometers. The man, however, averted his gaze with an air of detachment, as if disassociating himself from the cataclysmic aftermath that unfolded. His demeanor remained seemingly unaffected by the profound destruction that had just been unleashed. With an almost casual poise, he shifted his attention away from the spectacle of division and chaos. His eyes shifted to the swirling portal that remained undamaged even in this level of destruction, a gateway that led to another world. "Well, Katara, looks like it's just you and me." The katana seemed to vibrate with excitement. All right, we'll fight a lot of people soon." "I really should have chosen a better name," the man said with a chuckle. Then he entered the portal, leaving all the destruction behind. "And hi, this is my first book and I need reviews to grow. Please drop some, and also add to your library if you like this book. Thank you." Chapter 2, Atticus. A piece of chalk zipped through the air, striking a young boy squarely on the head, causing him to stumble. "Pay attention and stop staring at the clock, Atticus." A deep and stern voice echoed through the classroom, eliciting laughter from the other students in the classroom. Atticus, rubbing his head in pain, turned his gaze toward a middle-aged man with a rotund figure. "Sorry, Mr. Sauter," he offered an awkward smile as he scratched his head. "It better not happen again." Mr. Sauter scolded, then resumed teaching the class. "Damn, that hurts," Atticus muttered irritably. His annoyance grew when he heard a chuckle beside him, and he turned to find his friend, Max, struggling to stifle his laughter. Yeah, laugh at my pain, you bastard," Atticus grumbled, which only seemed to amuse Max even more. "What's wrong with you today?" Max inquired after his laughter subsided. However, Atticus simply smiled and faced forward, not offering a response. Being friends with Atticus since childhood, Max could easily sense when something was up. Suddenly, a look of realization crossed his face. "Oh, you're finally getting some action today." Max's voice was meant to be a whisper but carried throughout the entire classroom, earning him a few smirks and giggles from their classmates. "Is there something you'd like to share, Walker?" Mr. Sauter asked with a stern expression. Realizing his blunder, Max immediately covered his mouth with his hand and shook his head. "Maybe detention will change your mind then, Mr. Sauter remarked, causing Max's expression to turn somber. Atticus couldn't help but chuckle, but his amusement quickly faded when Mr. Sauter continued, "You too, Atticus." But before he could complain, a stern glance from Mr. Sauter silenced him. He shot Max glare, who turned his face away in embarrassment. Atticus sighed, and he resumed his impatient watch of the clock. "Since I already have detention, I might as well do as I like." After one excruciating hour, the bell rang, signaling the start of the break. Atticus wasted no time. He leaped from his seat and bolted out of the classroom, leaving behind a furious Mr. Sauter. "Atticus!" His voice echoed in the hallway, but Atticus didn't slow down or even glance back. He moved swiftly through the corridor, wearing a broad grin on his face. Atticus passed by fellow students, ignoring their greetings entirely. His sole focus was on reaching his destination as quickly as possible. Today was a special day for Atticus, the day he had been eagerly waiting for, the day he would finally kiss his girlfriend, Kira. But how had their story begun? It was in a very classic way. In one of the most frequently used romantic plots, they bumped into each other, and their hands brushed while retrieving her scattered books from the floor. Atticus was generally laid back, approaching life with logic and straightforwardness. As a senior in high school, he held popularity among his peers, but he had never been drawn to having a girlfriend due to his lack of interest in anyone. However, when he laid eyes on Kira, something within him stirred. It was an unfamiliar sensation, causing his heart to race. He couldn't help but wonder, is this because it's the first time I've held a girl's hand? Gathering his composure, he mustered the courage to ask her out. Surprisingly, she agreed, setting into motion a relationship that had continued to thrive. Although Atticus had made attempts to progress their relationship physically, Kira's shyness and reluctance had often put a pause on their romantic advances. Yesterday, they had made a wager that, if Atticus won, she would have to kiss him. As fate had it, he emerged victorious. And today, he anticipated that the promise would be fulfilled. He would make sure of that. He and Kira had separate class schedules, so they planned to meet during break, and he was moving towards their meeting point as if his life depends on it. After a minute of brisk walking, Atticus finally arrived at the location, beneath the chairs in the football stadium. He wasted no time and pulled a breath spray from his pocket, administering it 5 times into his mouth. Cough, cough. "Damn, that was too much," he muttered, taking a moment to regain his composure. He then tried to position himself in the most attractive way he knew. He leaned against a pole with both hands in his pockets, attempting to give what he deemed a hot look with his face. "Damn, I look good," he muttered. He chuckled a bit, and decided to wait for Kira. However, despite waiting for a good 20 minutes, Kira was nowhere to be seen. Atticus had been maintaining that position for the entire time, and was beginning to grow tired. "Where is she?" Atticus wondered aloud, growing increasingly impatient. Determined to break his lips' virginity today, he resolved to search for her. He headed to her classroom, but she was nowhere to be seen. He approached one of her classmates, inquiring if they had seen her. The classmate mentioned having spotted her near the lab earlier. "Thanks," Atticus replied before hurrying in the direction of the lab. Drawing closer to the lab, hushed voices reached his ears, and curiosity got the better of him. He peered through a window, only to witness his beloved girlfriend, Kira, locked in a passionate kiss with another guy, Jackson, the notorious delinquent of their year, known for his charm. "Damn, so feisty. Is this how you kiss your lovely boyfriend?" Jackson asked jokingly, grabbing her beady. Kira chuckled and replied, "You mean that nerd? I'm just using him to gain a little popularity. I didn't even allow him to kiss me. He's probably waiting for me now, thinking I'd come and give him a kiss. I'll just tell him I had to do an assignment or something." Jackson then pulled her close for another kiss. Atticus stood there, his head blank, watching them for a good minute. Then he just left. He walked back to class and sat down. Max noticed that something was wrong and approached him. But Atticus forced a fake laugh and said, "I'm fine," his voice sounding hoarse. Max could sense that something was off but respected his response and left him alone. The teacher walked in and continued the lesson, but Atticus was lost in his thoughts, barely registering anything being said. As the school bell rang, signaling the end of the day, Max walked over to Atticus with a concerned expression. "Hey," he began softly, "I know something is wrong, and I understand if you don't want to talk about it, but cheer up, okay?" Atticus simply nodded in response, his eyes still vacant. Max's concern deepened, his brow furrowing as he wondered about the source of Atticus's distress. The two of them proceeded toward the detention classroom, where Atticus continued to wear a distant expression throughout the duration of their punishment. After an hour had passed, signaling the end of their punishment, Max approached Atticus and spoke softly, "I have something important to attend to today. You'll have to go home alone, buddy." He placed a reassuring hand on Atticus's shoulder and added, "Cheer up," before giving him a gentle pat and then walking away. Carrying his bag, Atticus started his journey. As if in sync with his feelings, the sky above began to weep, raindrops falling in a gentle cadence, the rain matching the desolation he felt. Unperturbed by the rain, he continued to walk, his mind consumed by his own thoughts. He didn't know how, but his legs carried him to Kira's house. He knocked at the door, and she answered. Conveniently, she was the only one at home. He entered the house, rain soaked and lost in thought. Kira greeted him with fake concern. "Hey babe, are you okay? What are you doing in the rain?" Kira noticed Atticus's distant expression and felt a hint of unease. "Wait, why are you here?" she asked, her voice tinged with worry. Atticus stared at her for a moment. Sensing his unease, Kira took a step back, feeling a mixture of confusion and apprehension. Atticus took a step toward her, and he suddenly threw a punch that connected with Kira's lips, causing them to split. She fell on the floor. "Atticus, what the hell? Help!" she screamed. But Atticus didn't listen. He punched her a few times, then rose to his feet, his expression stony and his voice devoid of warmth as he addressed Kira. "We're through." The words hung in the air, heavy with finality, as he turned and left the house. Atticus continued walking through the rain, lost in his thoughts, as the heavy raindrops fell around him. The area was deserted due to the downpour, creating a sense of isolation. After an hour of walking, Atticus finally arrived home. He stepped inside, completely drenched from the rain. Despite his broken heart, Atticus couldn't help but notice the unusual quietness that hung in the air. Right, Mom had that double shift today, he reminded himself, a hint of concern in his voice. "I should make something for her before she gets back." With that in mind, Atticus headed to his room to change his clothes. His home was modest, a two-bedroom apartment with an open layout that combined the kitchen, dining area, and living room. While his mother wasn't wealthy, she provided Atticus with everything he needed, working tirelessly after his father had left when she became pregnant. After drying himself off and changing into dry clothes, Atticus headed to the kitchen to prepare a meal for his mother. Atticus was undeniably a family guy. His love for his mother was unwavering. As he contemplated what to cook, he settled on making stir-fry. Atticus opened the fridge to retrieve some vegetables and reached for a knife to start cutting. "I'd love some," a voice suddenly spoke from behind him. A chill ran down Atticus's spine, and his body tensed. The voice was calm and composed, as serene as a tranquil lake, giving off an air of nonchalance as if this were an ordinary occurrence. The knife he had been holding froze in midair. "Who?" Atticus's mind raced as he attempted to identify the source of the voice. He prided himself on having a sharp memory, and being able to recall even the smallest details about people he had met. Yet, despite his best efforts, he couldn't place the voice or remember anyone he knew who sounded like that. His grip on the knife tightened, and he swiftly turned to confront the source of the voice. There, sitting at the head of the dining table just a few steps from the kitchen, was a man. The man appeared to be in his 40s, and was impeccably groomed. He had a cleanly shaven beard that emphasized his chiseled jawline, and his attire exuded sophistication. He wore a well-fitted jacket that draped elegantly over his frame. Although Atticus had no idea how to fight, he knew one thing for certain. The knife in his hand was sharp. With a cautious and guarded look, he raised the knife a bit higher and slightly bent down. He asked, "What do you want?" Atticus was under no illusion that this man had broken into his home with good intentions. He wasn't foolish enough to think that reasoning with him was an option. His heart raced as he wondered how he had failed to notice his presence earlier. A chilling smile spread across the man's face, a smile that sent shivers down Atticus's spine. He suddenly stood up, causing Atticus to instinctively back away. The man continued to approach, each step sending shockwaves of fear through Atticus's body. Despite the tense situation, the man's voice remained oddly calm and peaceful as he replied, "As much as I would love to answer your questions, I'm a bit pressed for time." He continued to speak, and his words sent another shockwave through Atticus's mind. Honestly, I was a little bit reluctant when Master chose you. But after seeing what you did to that girl, I understood why. Although, I'd never hit a woman, watching you take your revenge was a bit thrilling. Atticus's thoughts were in disarray. He was following me, he wondered, unable to comprehend how it was possible. While it had been raining, and he had been lost in thought, what he had done to Kira had taken place inside her house. How had this man seen it all? As the man closed in, Atticus realized he had no room to back away any further. He tightened his grip on the knife. I'll attack if he gets closer, he decided. The man simply chuckled, as if reading his mind. He stopped a few feet from Atticus, and from his jacket, he retrieved a gun and aimed it at him, causing his heart to race. His words followed. Be sure you entertain us, he uttered. While before Atticus could react, the man pulled the trigger. The bullet sliced through the air and pierced Atticus's head without mercy. Unhurriedly, the man coolly blew on the gun's muzzle and returned the weapon to his jacket before walking away with a contented smile. This should be good, he murmured to himself. Only silence pervaded the house, and the sole remaining presence was the lifeless body of a high school boy. Atticus was dead. And, hi Jeep Reeve Wyam Lout. I truly hope you enjoyed this chapter. It's my first attempt at writing. If you did, while giving golden tickets might not be possible, I would truly appreciate power stones or comments. They'll motivate me and also help this story reach more readers. Thank you for reading Jabriv Wyam Lao Trade Jabrivia 3. Chapter 3, Rebirth. Reincarnation. The concept of reincarnation is an absurd notion, with some believing in it fervently while others dismiss it entirely. Atticus did not believe in rebirth, thought that death was the end. However, as if trying to laugh at his face, congratulations, it's a baby boy. He looks like Evelyn. Atticus watched as the doctor wrapped him gently in soft blanket and passed him to a woman sighting weakly on a lavish hospital bed. The woman possessed an ethereal beauty that captivated all who laid eyes upon her. Her hair, a cascade of flowing golden strands, shimmered like sunlight, framing a face that radiated warmth and grace. Her sparkling cerulean eyes held depth that seemed to whisper secrets of thousand stories. Her features were delicate and perfectly proportioned, with high cheekbones that accentuated her flawless complexion. Her rosy lips curved into a captivating smile, revealing a row of pearly white teeth that gleamed with a joyful expression. He is not crying. Why, Xiomara? Anastasia's voice was laced with concern as she leaned closer, her brows furrowing in worry. Her maternal instincts were on high alert, and she couldn't help but wonder why her little one was unusually quiet. Is something wrong? She muttered softly, her gaze fixed on her baby. Xiomara, the experienced doctor, met Anastasia's gaze with a thoughtful expression. There are instances where infants may not cry immediately after birth, she explained gently, her professional demeanor helping to soothe the worried mother. Please continue to rest for a couple of days, and if you notice any unusual changes or concerns, do not hesitate to inform me. Xiomara's own curiosity was piqued by the rare occurrence. Despite her medical knowledge, encountering such a situation firsthand still managed to be a perplexing anomaly. Are you sure? Asked Anastasia, while staring at her little sunshine with genuine affection, still not convinced. Xiomara maintained her composed demeanor, offering another comforting nod. I truly believe he will be just fine, she reiterated, her tone soothing and reassuring. Anastasia finally relented, albeit with a lingering trace of worry. All right. Thank you for your help, Zio, she said gratefully, her eyes never leaving the bundle in her arms. Anytime, Anna, Xiomara responded with an affectionate smile, her own concern masked by her professionalism. She turned to leave the room, her steps gentle and purposeful. Let me go inform the others that everything is all right. They must be quite worried, she added, her smile widening. A few minutes passed, and Anastasia's heart warmed as she observed the entrance of two women and a man into the room, their smiles exuding warmth and care. Zelda, with her radiant presence, looked down at Anastasia and the newborn with a mix of worry and affection. Her golden locks framed her face elegantly, and her concerned eyes held a reassuring gaze. Oh baby, are you okay? She inquired, her voice full of maternal concern. Anastasia managed a tired but content smile. I'm okay, Mom, she reassured, her voice soft but heartfelt. Bringing a new life into the world had left her weary yet exhilarated. Ethan, beaming with pride, chimed in playfully. Ha ha ha, he looks handsome just like me. His grin was infectious, and his distinguished presence was evident in every word and gesture. His hair, a seasoned shade of black, held a lifetime of experiences and wisdom. Gently lifting his grandson, he made silly faces in a determined effort to elicit a laugh from the infant. Anastasia's gaze shifted to Freya, her mother-in-law, who wore a more somber expression. He is not here, is he? Anastasia's voice held a tinge of sadness as she inquired. Sorry, honey, Freya replied, her tone sympathetic as she shook her head. Her aura radiated undeniable power and strength, and her flowing blue hair symbolized the wisdom that came with age. Anastasia's heart sank, her worry about her husband's safety evident in her eyes. The absence weighed heavily on her mind. I'm sure he'll come back once he hears that you've given birth to a son. Zelda's attempt to uplift Anastasia's spirits was met with a muted response. Anastasia replied softly, her thoughts still clouded with concern. Ethan shifted the conversation to a happier topic. So, what have you decided to name our grandson? He asked, hoping to bring a smile to her face. Anastasia's eyes lit up with joy as she seized the opportunity to share her decision. I want his name to be... She paused, her mind racing to find the perfect name. Suddenly, a name emerged, carrying a sense of strength and significance. Atticus. His name will be Atticus Ravenstein. Atticus, what a beautiful name. It suits him perfectly, Zelda exclaimed, her voice filled with admiration. Anastasia agreed wholeheartedly, her smile radiant as she reveled in finding the ideal name for her son. Before long, Zamara entered the room, bearing a bottle of deep blue liquid. All right, I think you better let her rest. Giving birth clearly drained her, she gently suggested, her expertise apparent. Here, drink this and rest a little, Anna. Zamara's words were accompanied by a comforting smile. I think Atticus is a great name, she added warmly. Thank you. I'm a bit tired, Anastasia replied appreciatively, accepting the bottle and sipping its contents. As her weariness began to lift, she entrusted her newborn son to Zelda's gentle care. Zelda cradled Atticus with tender care, placing him in a meticulously crafted crib adorned with ornate carvings and a regal canopy. The crib exuded an air of majesty, a fitting resting place for the newly named Atticus. As they left the room, wishes and hopes for Anastasia's swift recovery echoed in their wake. Meanwhile, young Atticus found himself grappling with an existential whirlwind. What the heck is going on? He pondered, bewildered by the unfolding events and the weight of his newfound existence. And hi, this is my first attempt at writing and I need reviews to grow. Please drop some, and also add to your library if you like this book. Thank you. Chapter 4. Growing Up. It had been 3 days since the whole reincarnation fiasco happened and Atticus was still in denial. It seemed so absurd to him. I guess Buddhism has some truths to it, Atticus reasoned. He had never really been a religion person. He thought there was only nothingness after life. Atticus's approach to matters of faith and spirituality had always been grounded in rationality. He had regarded himself as a skeptic, placing his trust in empirical evidence, critical thinking and reason. Even though his mother on earth had insisted on attending church every Sunday, Atticus had maintained a stance of detachment from religious beliefs. And yet, as he grappled with the aftermath of his inexplicable experience, he found himself at a crossroads where the boundaries of rationality seemed to blur with the enigmatic forces at play. It's been 3 days. I guess it's about time I accept my situation, Atticus thought, his realization accompanied by a gentle poke on his cheek from a blonde woman. Boo, wah, Atticus responded, hoping his simple utterance would discourage further attention. They're really persistent, Atticus observed, feeling slightly exasperated by the attention he was receiving. Amidst the interactions, Atticus couldn't help but form impressions of the people around him. New mother, Anastasia. She seems happy, he noted as his gaze shifted to the blonde woman. Look, Era, he grabbed my finger, Anastasia exclaimed, her joy evident. Yes, my lady, replied Arya, while giving Atticus a warm smile. She was Anastasia's raven blide, her bodyguard. Here, Atticus, grab Mama's finger, Anastasia exclaimed excitedly. She's beautiful. Atticus gave a little smile and reached out for her finger. Yes, grab it, Anastasia, excited to see Atticus grabbing her finger again. Damn, this is tiring. Atticus wondered why he felt so tired when he didn't really do anything. I suppose this is how a baby feels. No wonder all they do is poop, eat, and sleep, Atticus mused. I'm glad they're at least speaking English, he added with a sense of relief. I won't have to learn a language from scratch. My lady, it looks like young master is tired. Arya noticed Atticus's wearied expression. Yeah, you're right, Arya, replied Anastasia, a hint of disappointment in her voice as she realized they should let him rest. She carefully covered Atticus with a snug blanket and quietly left him to enjoy his sleep. I'm left to my thoughts now, Atticus realized, feeling a mix of emotions. Atticus couldn't help but contemplate about his premature death and the subsequent rebirth. As Atticus pondered his own death, he couldn't help but question why he had been killed. The man's last words, entertain us, echoed in his mind, leaving him baffled. Entertain him. Go to a fucking circus if you want entertainment, he thought bitterly, his thoughts a maelstrom of confusion and anger. After a brief pause, a surge of rationality prevailed. Calm down, Atticus. There's nothing you can do about it now. Taking cute measured breaths, he continued his thoughts. There must be a reason for my reincarnation. Is this new world a playground or something? Atticus had always been a logical person. He never considered himself to be someone so exceptional that he would merit being singled out for reincarnation. I'll figure that out eventually. For now, there's only one way forward living, he resolved. Concern for his mother crept into his thoughts. I hope Mom will be all right, he reflected, a pang of worry threading through his emotions. No matter how long it takes, I will make you regret this. Determination fueled Atticus's promise to hunt down his killer and make him pay. Atticus was driven by a strong sense of vengeance, ensuring that he reciprocates any actions directed towards him. Even though Kira had shattered his heart with her actions, Atticus wasn't the type to let her betrayal shape his interactions with others or dictate how he would move forward in life. He had always followed one mantra throughout his life: an eye for an eye. After what he did to her, the matter was basically forgotten. For now, this is my new reality, and I'll make the most of it, Atticus declared, determination igniting his spirit. I'll ensure I make him regret doing this to me, he added. As sleep overtook him, Atticus's last thoughts were filled with determination to seek revenge. 6 months passed since Atticus was born. His life has been closely monitored and observed with unwavering vigilance by Anastasia or Arya. Life as an infant was hard on Atticus. He couldn't move much nor talk basically. There was nothing to do but eat, sleep and poop. This would have been the life if not for this accursed woman, he thought. Come here, my little Anastasia's excited voice resonated. They were currently in a lavish room filled with toys and playthings. Every single inch of the room was padded, and the floor was covered with a soft material. Anastasia had spared no effort to ensure that Atticus had a very safe place to play in. Baba, Atticus cooed and gurgled in response, his communication limited to these innocent sounds. Being a child is tougher than I thought, he contemplated as he tried to use his tiny baby hands to crawl towards Anastasia. Anastasia's attempts to engage him continued as she introduced a rattle for him to play with. Look, Atticus, a fun rattle. Can you shake it too? Oh no, not again, Atticus sighed, and responded by shaking the rattle, eliciting joy from Anastasia. That's a good boy, she praised. Good little Dada will be coming soon. Are you excited? Anastasia asked Atticus while lifting him up tenderly. Am a father? That's a new twist, Atticus mused, contemplating the presence of a father figure in this life. Atticus never met his dad back on Earth. He ran away before he was born, but his mother had always been the only thing he needed, so he didn't care. Well, let's see how this unfolds. Oh, you're also excited, little You want to see Dada? Let's just ignore her and get some sleep. A father, huh? Atticus thought with a smile on his face before closing his eyes. Chapter 5. Avalon Ravenstein. Avalon Ravenstein, a demon on the battlefield, returned from the battlefield in his sleek hover car. As he stepped out, his presence commanded attention. His tall and imposing figure radiated the power of a grandmaster rank. Dressed impeccably in a tailored suit, Avalon embodied elegance and refinement. His strong jawline and piercing eyes conveyed determination, while his neatly styled white hair added a touch of suave to his overall appearance. He looked up to see his butler standing tall and proud, a figure of strength and wisdom. The butler, Bauman, an old war veteran with a face weathered by years of experience, exuded an aura of resilience, also showcasing his grandmaster rank. His eyes filled with a deep understanding of the horrors of war. With a respectful bow, Bauman greeted Avalon, his voice carrying the weight of countless battles fought and won. Welcome home, Master Avalon, he said, his words laced with a sense of admiration. It is good to see you return safely. Avalon, a bit impatient to see his son and wife. Thank you, Bauman, he replied, using the butler's name with familiarity and respect. Bauman had been with the Ravenstein family since he was little. It's good to be back. Where are they? Avalon asked. Bauman smiled, clearly expecting the question. They're in young master's room, sir, he replied respectfully. Avalon smiled, then he started walking briskly into the mansion. Before he left, he and Anastasia had decided a room for their newborn. After one long year of being away, Avalon's heart swelled with anticipation as he made his way towards his wife and their precious 7-month-old son. The doors swung open, revealing the opulence within. Avalon's footsteps echoed through the marble foyer as he strode towards the room where his newborn should be with his lovely wife. The air was filled with a mixture of nervous anticipation and unspoken joy. Entering the room, Avalon's eyes immediately sought out the small bundle of life nestled in his wife Anastasia's arms. His strong presence softened as he approached them, his battle-hardened exterior giving way to tenderness. Gently, Avalon kissed his wife on her forehead and muttered a gentle sorry, I'm late in her ears. He reached out to take his son into his arms. As he cradled his son against his chest, a surge of warmth coursed through Avalon's fingertips. What name did you choose? Avalon asked his wife. Atticus. Atticus Ravenstein, Anastasia replied with a smile, happy seeing her husband finally back home in one piece. Although she had communicated with him a lot, it was still better to see him in person. Atticus, he muttered. It's a powerful name. I love it, Avalon exclaimed, happy with the name his wife chose. She had refused to tell him, asking him to come home first. I wonder, Avalon thought. He then tried to sneakily check how Atticus would react to Mana. The better a child responded to Mana, the higher their talent. This way of checking how talented a child wasn't completely accurate, but it would give an estimation of the child's talent. He closed his eyes and focused his mana, delicately probing the depths of Atticus' being. A vibrant aura enveloped Atticus, creating an ethereal connection between them. Like a gentle breeze, the warmth of the mana permeated Atticus' body, spreading through his veins and pulsating with a soothing energy. Atticus, initially taken aback by the sensation, soon found himself surrendering to the enchanting warmth. He could sense the energy traversing his body, its magical essence intertwining with his own essence. The sensation of the mana moving all around Atticus was both exhilarating and comforting. It was as if the very fabric of his existence was being gently caressed by the mystical energy, leaving no stone unturned. What is this sensation? Atticus exclaimed inwardly. He heard his father had finally arrived, and was looking forward to meeting him. He was initially taken aback by Avalon's strong presence, but he relaxed when his expression softened. He was a little confused when he saw Avalon closing his eyes, not expected this to happen. Is this magic? Please say yes. He hoped whatever Avalon was doing was magic. Anastasia, who noticed Avalon, suddenly hit him on the back of his head, breaking his concentration. Honey, what the hell are you doing? Said Anastasia. Her face contorts into an angry smile. Avalon, who noticed this, suddenly becomes visibly nervous. He was feared on the battlefield, but he knows he's nothing compared to when his wife got angry. She's the embodiment of evil, a devil, a beautiful devil. Sorry, Anna. I got carried away. I only wanted to check his potential, said Avalon meekly. If people outside got word that Avalon Ravenstein, the infernal warlord, was speaking like this, they would deny it with everything they had. He's still too young, honey. He'll go through his awakening when he grows up, just like every other children, replied Anastasia. She grabbed Atticus and placed him gently in his bed. We should let him rest. I think he's had enough for today, Anastasia said while giving Atticus a kiss on his forehead. All right, Anna. Avalon also gave Atticus a kiss on his forehead. They left the room, leaving a bewildered Atticus to ponder what he just discovered. In the dead of the night, the moon hung high in the sky, casting a silvery glow through Atticus' bedroom window. As the world around him slumbered, Atticus slowly stirred from his sleep. A deep yearning to explore the realms of magic had awakened him. That had to be magic, he thought inwardly. How do I go about this? I didn't hear him say anything before he used it. Atticus pondered. Maybe it's something internal? He reasoned. I guess it won't hurt to try. He decided. Atticus suddenly closed his eyes in deep concentration. With every breath, he inhales deeply, feeling the air fill his lungs, swirling and dancing within him. He exhales slowly, releasing any distractions or doubts that threaten to disrupt his focus. His mind becomes a canvas, blank and receptive, ready to be painted with vibrant colors. After a few minutes without any changes, Atticus opened his eyes, frustration written all over his face. What am I doing wrong? He asked himself. If it's not internal, then it's from the air? Yeah, let's try that, he surmised. With a heart full of determination, he closed his eyes and took deep breaths, allowing the air to fill his lungs. With each inhale, he imagined the air carrying traces of the energy Avalon used, swirling and dancing within him. It was easy because he could remember how the energy felt. Atticus soon discovered that the air held the key to understanding the energy he felt. He could sense traces of the energy in the air. He delved deeper into this practice, learning to control the flow of his breath and directing it to different parts of his body. With each breath, he visualized the energy, coursing through his veins like a river of energy. As the days turned into weeks, and then months, Atticus' connection with the energy grew stronger. He could feel the subtle shifts in the wind, sensing the presence of the energy in the surrounding environment. Atticus's journey was not without challenges. There were times when he wouldn't be given the chance to focus. He only had a few hours at night, after Anastasia went to bed, before his tiny body begs him to sleep. But he persevered. After 3 months of his unwavering determination, Atticus slowly began to feel the energy within him. He could feel the energy entering his body and going to tiny core in his navel. Though small, he could feel it held the potential to unlock unimaginable abilities. As he delves deeper into his meditation, he begins to feel a subtle tingling sensation, like tiny electric sparks dancing beneath his skin. It started at the base of his spine, slowly ascending, as though awakening dormant energy centers within him. He visualizes this sensation as a glowing ball of light, growing brighter and more vibrant with each passing moment. Then a jolt of pain suddenly breaks his concentration, and he came face to face with Anastasia, looking extremely concerned. And hi, this is my first attempt at writing and I need reviews to grow. Please drop some, and also add to your library if you like this book. Thank you. Chapter 6, Awakening. Anastasia was meditating in a room. The room was white and a marvel of advanced technology. It exudes a sense of modernity and innovation, with its sleek design and amazing features. Its pristine walls and polished floors create an atmosphere of purity and focus, while the room itself is bathed in a soft, ethereal light, giving it an otherworldly ambience. Only the Ravenstein family, and a few others who, due to their immense wealth and influence, can afford such a remarkable training room, serving as a testament to their status and power. As she sat cross-legged, her breathing steady and her face serene, trying to channel mana and increase her power, suddenly, amidst the tranquility of the night, Anastasia felt a surge of mana emanating from her son's room. Without wasting any moment, Anastasia sprang into action, propelled by a mother's unwavering love and protective instincts. As she approached the door to his room, a sense of foreboding gripped her, intensifying her urgency. What could have caused this sudden surge of mana? Is Atticus in danger? Anastasia's heart pounded in her chest, her mind racing with countless scenarios. With a swift motion, she pushed open the door and stepped into the room. The once serene and tidy room had been transformed into a scene of chaos and destruction. Anastasia's heart skipped a beat, fearing the worst for her son. However, her worries were instantly alleviated when she spotted him, safe and sound, in the midst of the wreckage. With a mixture of relief and bewilderment, Anastasia rushed over to her son, scooping him up in her arms. She examined him carefully, ensuring he was unharmed despite the destruction that surrounded them. A few seconds later, Avalon burst into the room, ready to face any enemy threatening his son's life. He became calm when he saw his wife hugging his boy in the middle of a wreckage, both unharmed. "What the heck happened?" Avalon asked, wondering what caused the surge of mana. He noticed a ton of mana emanating from Atticus, but he just couldn't believe his 1-year-old son caused it. It sounded so absurd that he killed the thought in his mind. As if mocking his stupidity, Anastasia replied Atticus awakened his core. She still couldn't believe it. The other families heard that a 1-year-old awakened his core. They would use every resources they have at their disposal to make sure he doesn't live to the next day. Especially the Obsidian Order, she thought gravely. The Obsidian Order, this dark group, shrouded in secrecy and fueled by a fanatical devotion. Its members deny their humanity and instead worship the enigmatic Zorvens. They firmly believe that these alien entities have been sent to bestow salvation upon the realm of Elderolf. Driven by their zealous convictions, the Obsidian Order has infiltrated not only the human race but other races as well. Their insidious reach extends across the globe. I have to make sure this doesn't get out, she thought. Arya, Anastasia called her Raven Blade immediately. Yes, my lady, Arya replied, bowing. Make sure no one finds out about this. Create a rumor, make it seem like Atticus was attacked by assassins. They weren't the sole individuals within the estate. Anyone possessing even a modicum of strength would have sensed the powerful surge of mana. If left unaddressed, they might formulate various interpretations, all of which would eventually attribute uniqueness to Atticus. To preempt this, it was wiser to divert their thought processes from the outset. As you wish, my lady, Arya replied, vanishing into the shadows. She was just as bewildered as Anastasia, not expecting a 1-year-old to awaken. She had always noticed mana surround him, but had assumed he just was talented and was absorbing it subconsciously. She never thought that Atticus would awaken. To awaken, you either have to absorb mana in a sealed room, with a high mana density as most children from big families who can afford it do. And even then, it takes a month or two to awaken. Or wait to awaken naturally at around 10-12, as their core would have absorbed enough mana naturally. As she didn't think he'd be so talented to have absorbed enough to awaken so soon. I'll protect him no matter what, she muttered, determined to protect Atticus. He had been Anastasia's Ravenblade for 2 years when she married into the Ravenstein family. From a young age, Arya displayed exceptional talent for combat and stealth, making her a perfect candidate for the role of a personal bodyguard and protector. Ravenblades were raised as assassins from a young age, and act as the bodyguards of a privileged few in the Ravenstein family. Arya's loyalty and dedication to Anastasia are unwavering. She has sworn to protect her lady at all costs, and is willing to go to great lengths to ensure her safety. The first day she saw Atticus, something within her stirred, and she felt an overwhelming desire to protect and care for this innocent life. Despite her ruthless upbringing, Arya's heart was touched, and she made a solemn promise to shield Atticus from harm. After Arya left, Anastasia turned to her husband, her face etched with concern. We have to keep this under wraps, honey. His life will be in danger if anyone finds out, she said. Don't worry, Anna. No one will find out, Avalon assured affectionately and kissed his wife on her forehead. He couldn't help but worry about their son too. After a few minutes, they left the wrecked room with Atticus, each in serious thought. After tucking Atticus to sleep, Anastasia stood by his side, her gaze fixed upon him, lost in deep contemplation. In that moment, she exuded an air of unwavering determination and strength, a testament to her formidable presence on the battlefield. Once a force to be reckoned with, she had left her life of warfare behind after becoming pregnant with Atticus. I won't let anything happen to you, Anastasia muttered, face filled with affection. Then she kissed Atticus on his forehead and left the room. A few minutes after Anastasia left the room, Atticus opened his eyes, as though he wasn't sleeping in the first place. I thought she'd never leave, he thought. It felt like she was going through some kind of inner monologue or something. He pretended to fall asleep when Anastasia was around so she would leave quickly, but got frustrated when she just stood there staring at him. I remember seeing some kind of system interface before Mom came into my room, he pondered. Reminds me of those novels I read on Earth. Suddenly, a memory surfaced in his mind, prompting a thought. Status. Atticus called out within his thoughts. He suddenly noticed a flicker of light out of the corner of his eye. Intrigued, he thought about how easy it would be if it appeared in front of him, and was astonished to find a holographic system interface materializing in front of his face. Character profile. Username. Atticus Ravenstein. Age. 1. Gender. Male. Race. Human attributes. Strength. 1. Agility. 1. Endurance. 1. Vitality. 3. Intelligence. 5. Charm. 3. Rank. Novice. Talent. Mythical bloodline. Locked. Abilities. Innate skills. Conceal grade. Mythical, the ability to conceal your power from anyone regardless of rank. You may choose what level you want to be shown. Shit, how did I not think to check if I had a system? Atticus berated himself, frustration bubbling within. It's basically reincarnation 101. You get reborn, you get a supercharged system. It's like the standard package. Damn it, I've wasted a whole year. Regret gnawed at him as he realized he had overlooked what seemed like a fundamental aspect of his new existence. It took Atticus a few minutes to recover and get his thoughts in order. After that, he started checking out his system. The first thing he noticed was the skill and locked attribute. Locked, huh? Maybe I'll awaken my bloodline later? I hope, he reasoned, his mind processing the information. Oh, I got a free skill. Nice, and it's pretty useful too. His thoughts then shifted to the absence of guidance. Hey, where's my quirky A? Am I supposed to figure out this system myself? He recalled the tropes from novels he had read, where protagonists often had an artificial intelligence to assist them with their newfound abilities. He probably thought I wouldn't need one, the bastard. It does seem pretty straightforward, I guess, he surmised. Well, at least it's better than nothing. It'll certainly help me track any progress I make easily. Atticus focused on his attribute, and was surprised to see the display explaining the meaning of the attributes he focused on. Strength. This attribute measures the physical power and muscle capacity of an individual. It determines the ability to exert force, lift heavy objects, and engage in physically demanding tasks. Agility. This attribute represents the speed, nimbleness, and coordination of an individual. It determines the ability to move quickly, react swiftly, and maintain balance in various situations. Endurance. This attribute measures the stamina, resilience, and ability to sustain prolonged physical or mental effort. It determines the capacity to withstand fatigue, endure challenging conditions, and maintain performance over extended periods. Vitality. This attribute reflects the overall health, energy, and vigor of an individual or system. It encompasses physical and mental well-being, including factors such as vitality, longevity, and overall vitality. Intelligence. This attribute represents the cognitive abilities, problem-solving skills, and knowledge of an individual or system. It determines the capacity to learn, reason, analyze information, and make informed decisions. Charm. This attribute measures the ability to attract, influence, and persuade others. It encompasses charisma, likability, and the power to captivate and engage people through interpersonal skills and magnetic personality. Rank. This represents your rank on the power scale. Abilities. This encompasses the abilities you learn, such as combat techniques, craftsmanship, or specialized knowledge. Bloodline. This attribute that denotes the host's heritage or lineage, often associated with unique traits, powers, or abilities passed down through generations. Yep, pretty straightforward. The novice rank must be the first rank, Atticus concluded. Good, now I know I can get stronger. I'll focus on increasing the quantity of energy contained in this core for now. I know nothing about how people in this world train, but what I do know is, more is always good. Determination burning inside him, he tried to gather the energy. I wonder what my bloodline would be, he thought while letting out a cute yawn. Damn this infant's body. I guess I'll continue tomorrow. His eyes and drifted to sleep. Unbeknownst to Atticus, Arya, ever vigilant, observed his every move from the darkness. She noticed a subtle change in his aura, as if he was gathering mana into his mana core. This sight only fueled her determination to protect him from any potential harm. Arya's eyes remained fixed on Atticus, unwavering and filled with a mix of concern and determination. She knew that her role was to shield him from any danger that might arise, and she was prepared to do whatever it took to fulfill that duty. With a sense of purpose, Arya seamlessly blended into the shadows, her movements swift and graceful. She became one with the darkness, her determination shining through her eyes. Hey, fellow traveler of tales. Do you breathe? Why, I am loud. A half your presence here is a journey filled with surprises like finding hidden treasures. Gibrevie. A half I am loud. A half Gibreve why am louts. Heck, isn't it fascinating how a little gold and something can change everything? Chapter 7. Getting Stronger. In a dimly lit room, the faint glow coming from a man casts eerie shadows on the walls. The room is adorned with ancient tapestries and mysterious artifacts, creating an atmosphere of intrigue and mystery. Amongst the room's enigmatic ambience, a middle-aged man approached the man seated on a cushion, deep in meditation. The man's presence, commanding, his demeanor exuding an air of authority. Yet, a sense of trepidation lingers, for the man meditating emits an unsettling aura that sends shivers down the spines of those around him. His head is adorned with a crown of lustrous black hair, neatly styled and cascading down to his broad shoulders. A well-groomed goatee frames his serene face. Draped around his body was a traditional Chinese robe, its fabric flowing gracefully as he sat cross-legged. This man is the head of the Obsidian Order branch in Sector 3. As the middle-aged man drew nearer, he bowed. He could feel the weight of the man's Grandmaster rank aura pressing down on him. "Speak," the man said, his voice deep and commanding. The middle-aged man knew better than to keep him waiting. The last person that offended him didn't live to tell the tale. I heard he simply brought him the wrong coffee, he thought. Sir Alvis, the Ravensteins claimed that their 1-year-old son was attacked. With a voice laced with respect, he spoke. Were we involved? The man inquired, casting a look at the middle-aged man that sent shivers down his spine. No, Sir Alvis. I've investigated everyone and I can assure you that it was not from us. He replied immediately, trying not to get on his bad side. Maybe one of the Tier 1 families tried to assassinate their heir? He said. Perhaps. Alvis replied, or maybe the Ravensteins are hiding something. Alvis felt it was strange. Why would they want to kill a 1-year-old boy? Sure, the Ravensteins had a lot of enemies, but would they really go out of their way to kill an infant? He didn't think so. Hugo, watch over the boy. Let me know immediately if anything happens, Alvis commanded. Yes, sir, the middle-aged man, Hugo replied. Good. You may leave. Alvis dismissed Hugo, who turned and left the room quickly. Atticus, oblivious to all the trouble he had caused, was trying hard to increase his rank. It had been a week since the incident, and he was having trouble finding the time to train. His progress was hindered by the constant presence of Anastasia, who refused to leave his side. He overheard Anastasia and Avalon when they came into his room, discovering that what he awakened was his mana core, and the energy he was absorbing was mana. Undeterred by the lack of time, Atticus persisted every day, only absorbing mana whenever Anastasia had to attend to her duties. Luckily, she had duties as the lady of the Ravenstein family, or it would have been harder for Atticus to find a chance to train. With unwavering determination, he dedicated himself to focusing solely on harnessing and absorbing mana into his mana core. And just like that, a year passed. After diligently training all this time, Atticus finally experienced a transformative change. The constant infusion of mana had caused his mana core to grow by a few milliliters, indicating a significant progress. He felt a powerful surge of mana coursing through his body. I feel healthy. Atticus felt some changes in his body after the breakthrough, as if his body became more healthy. I'm glad it wasn't like the day I awakened. He was glad that this breakthrough was low-key. Atticus was currently in his cradle inside his room. It was late at night, and Anastasia had gone to sleep, leaving him alone in the room. Wanting to examine what changed, he attempted to sit up. To his surprise, it was much easier than before. He raised his tiny arms and clenched his fists. Although minuscule, he could feel that his strength had increased. Finally, progress. I've been absorbing mana like a hungry beast for a year now. Let's see what changed. Status. A holographic system interface materialized in front of his face. Equals. Character profile. Username. Atticus Ravenstein. Age. 2. Gender. Male. Race. Human attributes. Strength. 2. Agility. 1. Endurance. 2. Vitality. 5. Intelligence. 6. Charm. 4. Rank. Novice. New. Talent. Mythical bloodline. Locked. Abilities. Innate skills. Conceal grade. Mythical. The ability to conceal your powers from anyone regardless of rank. You may choose what level you want to be shown. Atticus had ranked up 1 sub-level. Chapter 8. 5 years. As Atticus stood before a mirror, he couldn't help but reflect on the past 3 years of his life. It had been a whirlwind of experiences and memories, all etched into his mind. He remembered the times when his grandparents, Zelda and Ethan, came to visit him. Although it was hard pretending to be a child, their presence brought warmth into his life, and he enjoyed the moments they spent together. He also played with Freya a few times and enjoyed her showering him with gifts. But it was meeting his cousins that truly left an impression on Atticus. Meeting them for the first time was interesting, to say the least, as he had never had siblings or cousins before, even in his past life. They had been away when Atticus was born. The siblings possessed distinct personalities that Atticus found fascinating. Ember, though cold at times, intrigued him. She had an air of mystery around her, often keeping to herself and speaking very little. Her reserved nature made Atticus wonder what thoughts and emotions were hidden beneath her quiet exterior. On the other hand, the boy, Caldor, was a bundle of energy and cheerfulness. He had a contagious laughter that filled the room, and his constant chatter brought a liveliness to any gathering. He enjoyed hanging out with them, but was disheartened when he found out that their mother had died giving birth to Ember. Caldor was currently 9 and Ember 7. As Atticus continued to gaze at his reflection, he was happy that he was going to find out more about this world today. After weeks of constant pestering and relentless baby faces, Anastasia finally gave in to Atticus' persistent requests and allowed him to have a personal teacher. She knew her son was far from normal, but she still wanted him to have a normal childhood. She didn't want him to find out about the world's precarious situation for now, so they agreed that he'll only learn how other subjects, and not history for now. Atticus had been longing to find out more about the world he was reincarnated into. He didn't need to learn how to read from scratch, as the language was conveniently English. He tried to search online to find out more about Elderelf, but it was hard as Anastasia was constantly monitoring him and everything he watches online, claiming that she wanted him to grow up without worrying. All he found out was that the Ravenstein family was among the most powerful and richest families within the human domain, and there was a huge war going on. Anastasia had first thought he was too young to start taking lessons. But one day, as Anastasia was engrossed in a book, Atticus approached her and began reading aloud from a nearby book. Astonished, she watched in awe as he effortlessly deciphered complex words and comprehended their meanings. Anastasia was already happy that her 3-year-old could speak fluently, but was shocked when he started reading easily at 4. In that moment, she decided to get him a teacher. It had been a year since then, and his teacher finally promised to tell him about Elderelf. Back to the present. Atticus was excited to see his progress. He had been absorbing mana into his mana core anytime he was alone for 3 years, and was excited to know how far he had gone. Status, he thought excitedly. A holographic system interface materialized in front of his face. Character profile. Username, Atticus Ravenstein. Age, 5. Gender, male. Race, human. Attributes, strength, 7. Agility, 9. Endurance, 4. Vitality, 10. Intelligence, 8. Charm, 10. Rank, novice plus new. Talent, mythical. Bloodline, locked abilities, conceal. Grade, mythical. The ability to conceal your power from anyone regardless of rank. You may choose what level you want to be shown. Atticus examined his progress, feeling exhilarated about it. Although it wasn't as astounding as he had hoped, he could only blame Anastasia and her relentless attention for that. His eyes couldn't help but gaze at his intelligence stats. He had thought it was a normal stat like the rest, but oh boy, was he wrong. Atticus had always been smart, even in his past life, but it wasn't as pronounced as it was now. Each increase in his intelligence stats brought about a huge change in the way he viewed the world. Back on Earth, Atticus was smart, and had a vivid memory. He could remember subtle details about things, and the people he met. However, after reincarnating and awakening, Atticus found that he could comprehend complex things very easily, and each rise in his intelligence stats increased this ability. He removed his gaze from his stats and stared at his reflection in the mirror. I truly have some great genes. I am pretty handsome, he said, smiling. The first thing that caught his attention was his physique. Despite his young age, he possessed a good shape, evident in his well-proportioned body. His white hair added a unique touch to his appearance, standing out against his young, smooth skin. As he observed his reflection, he couldn't help but notice his handsome features. His eyes, blue framed by long lashes that fluttered with each blink. His nose, small and button-like, perfectly complemented his cherubic face. A mischievous smile adorned his lips, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. Atticus couldn't help but feel a sense of pride as he admired his own reflection, appreciating his unique qualities. He was wearing a golden bracelet on his left arm. It was an artifact Anastasia had given to him to conceal his mana core from others. I'll have to learn how to fight soon. Having strength without knowing how to use it is pretty useless, he thought. During the years, he tried exercising and joining the guards' training session every morning. But Anastasia always interfered, saying he should take it easy as he was still a child. What an overprotective woman. After a few seconds of staring at his reflection, Atticus entered the bathroom to prepare for his lesson. Let's see what deep shit I got reincarnated into. Greetings, reader with a taste for the extraordinary. Debrief, why I'm loud, I am loud. A half just like an icicle. Your insights add a refreshing twist to my writing journey. Debrief, why I'm loud. Debrief, why I'm loud. Yen, currency ready for a virtual toast to keep the creativity flowing. G, breathe, why I'm loud. Shy. I am loud, I am loud. A half. Chapter 9, Lesson. Atticus strolled leisurely towards his lesson, taking in the morning air and enjoying the peacefulness. As he made his way through, his attention was captivated by the majestic sight of the Ravenstein mansion that he just came out of. The grandeur of the mansion's architecture caught his eye, its towering presence exuding an aura of elegance and history. The mansion stood proudly, its intricate details and ornate design showcasing the craftsmanship of the modern era. As he continued his walk, Atticus found himself drawn to the mansion's expansive gardens. The manicured lawns, bursting with vibrant flowers and meticulously trimmed hedges, added a burst of color to the surroundings. Atticus couldn't resist stopping for a moment to take in the breathtaking view, appreciating the careful planning and dedication that went into maintaining such a stunning landscape. The sunlight danced off the mansion's windows, casting a warm glow that seemed to invite Atticus closer. With a sense of awe and appreciation, Atticus reluctantly tore his gaze away from the beautiful scene and continued on his way to the lesson. As Atticus entered the room with a confident stride, his gaze landed on a woman with lustrous brown hair cascading down her shoulders, adding a touch of warmth to her appearance. Her hair framed a face that exuded intelligence and kindness, inviting anyone who crossed her path to feel at ease. She was the teacher Anastasia got for Atticus. As Atticus approached, she greeted him with a bow. "Good morning, young master. Hope you slept well." "My night was great, thank you, Miss Erin," Atticus replied calmly, with a smile. He enjoys his lesson with Erin and couldn't help but admire her looks. "You promised you'd tell me about Elderalf's history today. I hope you don't plan on going back on your word," he continued. "Of course not, young master. I've gotten permission from Lady Anastasia. You don't have to worry," Erin replied. She had been a little skeptical when they called her to teach a 4-year-old, but despite his tender age, Atticus seemed to possess an uncanny ability to absorb knowledge like a sponge, leaving her in awe. She couldn't help but acknowledge that Atticus was not at all inferior to adults in his capacity to grasp and retain various information. In various subjects, Atticus displayed an astonishing aptitude. Concepts that typically baffle older students were effortlessly grasped by him. Whether it was basic addition or complex problem solving, Atticus absorbed every lesson with an astounding ease. His ability to comprehend and apply these concepts far surpassed what she had ever witnessed in a child his age. "What a little monster," she thought. She couldn't help but be excited about what he'll become when he grows up. "That's great. Let's get started," said Atticus, while sitting down, a bit impatient to learn about his new world. "All right, young master," replied Erin. "Firstly, what do you know about our world?" she asked while looking at Atticus, curious to see what he knows. "Nothing much. Just that there are other races out there, and we're at war against an alien race," answered Atticus. "Oh, you know about the war? I'm surprised Lady Anastasia allowed," Erin replied. A little surprised Anastasia had allowed Atticus know about the war. Erin had always known Atticus' mother to be a fiercely protective woman, shielding Atticus from the harsh realities of the world. "All right, you're right about that. You see, a century in Elderalf, humans coexisted with various other races, each with their own unique characteristics and cultures. However, tensions often ran high due to our differences, leading to a few wars throughout history. But one day everything changed. An alien race attacked, the Zorvans. They possess advanced technology and strong bodies, posing a significant threat to us and other inhabitants of Elderalf." Erin paused to check if Atticus was paying attention, and smiled when she saw him listening attentively. She continued, "Humanity realized that we had to ally with the other races if we want to have a chance at defeating them. We initiated communication with other races, eventually forming a powerful alliance known as the Alliance of Eldorium. With the alliance in place, we gained access to invaluable knowledge and technologies, plus the technology we got from some defeated Zorvans. We advanced technologically during the war, which allowed us to start counterattacking." Erin stopped to take a sip of water from the cup on the table, and continued. "The aliens were innately more powerful than us. Coupled with their advanced technology, they were a force to be reckoned with. Even though we were winning some battles, we were slowly losing the war. Desperation sets in as our leaders realized that they would lose the war. Fortunately, one day, in a secret meeting, the Alliance's top scientists present a revolutionary technology, a planetary shield capable of shielding the entire planet from the Zorvans." Chapter 10, Dinner. Atticus walked down the hall, lost in thought. He pondered over what Erin had told him. After the scientists had presented the revolutionary technology, they scrambled to construct the shield. But unfortunately, rumors of the project reached the Zorvans. Realizing the potential threat, they launched a desperate attack to prevent the completion of the shield. The Alliance fought tooth and nail to defend their scientists and the shield's construction site. The battle becomes a race against time, with the scientists working tirelessly to complete the shield before the Zorvans breached their defenses. But unbeknownst to the Alliance, the Zorvans were building a portal secretly in an uninhabited continent, a portal that would connect their world to Elderalf. The Alliance scientists eventually finished and successfully activated the planetary shield. As the shield got activated, The whole of Elderoth rejoiced, thinking that they were now safe from the ruthless Zorvans. The Alliance rallied a formidable force to get rid of the remaining Zorvan strongholds still on the planet. As the campaign was ongoing, they discover an unusually large settlement of Zorvans on an uninhabited continent, concealed from detection, making it nearly impossible for the Alliance satellites to locate their whereabouts. Upon discovering the settlement, the Alliance launched an attack, hoping to neutralize the threat once and for all. However, to their surprise, no matter how many Zorvans they killed, more seemed to keep coming. Through careful analysis and observation, the Alliance eventually realized that the Zorvans had created a portal to their homeworld. Upon realizing that, they launched a full-scale attack, determined to close the portal. After several attempts and millions of lives lost, the Alliance was unfortunately not able to get past their defenses, and Zorvans were able to establish themselves on this new continent. Damn, it's worse than I thought. He didn't think that the Alliance would be backed up to a corner like this. If they don't do anything soon, we'll eventually be fuked. As Atticus entered his room, he told the maids not to disturb him until dinner time. This new world is dangerous. I'm worried. After his reincarnation, even though he had anticipated a world brimming with dangers, he hadn't imagined it would be quite this dire. Aliens invading the planet. What are the odds? Relax, Atticus, he told himself, taking a deep breath. What's the best course of action from here? He pondered. Right, strength. Just as it's always been. If I had possessed wealth and power on Earth, I wouldn't have met such an end. It's unfortunate that this system is quite useless. All it does is display what I already possess. It's as if I don't even have it at all. He had attempted countless times to determine if there were any hidden features within his system, but each attempt had ended in failure. It merely presented him with his statistics and nothing more. Sitting down cross-legged on his bed, he began to absorb mana into his core. To be honest, I'm getting tired of only doing this. For the time being, this is all I can do. I must quickly acquire the skills to defend myself. After a few hours, a maid came to inform him that it was time for dinner. Atticus reluctantly stopped training and went to have dinner with his family. The dining room was adorned with elegant furniture, a long mahogany table, and a chandelier hanging from the ceiling, casting a warm glow over the room. Avalon sat at the head, with Anastasia seated close to him on his left and Freya on his right. Kaldor and Ember sat beside Freya on the right side of the table. Anastasia looked at Avalon, concern etched on her face. Avalon, I've been thinking. Do you think it's too early for Atticus to find out about the war? Avalon paused, his eyes meeting Anastasia's worried gaze. I understand your concerns, Anna, but the earlier he finds out the better. It's important that we guide him, ensuring he understands the gravity of the situation and where his responsibilities lays. I understand. But he's just 5, honey. I just want him to enjoy a few years of his childhood. I heard from the maids that he locked himself inside his room after his lesson was over, Anastasia replied, concerned about Atticus. Well, it's pretty late for that, Anastasia. Aaron already told him. We can only assure him that we'll always be here for him, chimed Freya, trying to assure her. Yeah, Anastasia muttered, still worried about Atticus. Uncle, when is father coming back? I miss him, Kaldor interjected. Ember also turned to Avalon, curious about why her father hadn't arrived yet. I'm not sure, Kaldor. I wonder what's delaying Ariel. He should have arrived by now. Avalon replied, wondering why his brother hasn't arrived. I hope he's okay. It was then that Atticus entered the dining room. A smile tugged at the corners of his lips as he spotted everyone already seated at the table. After being showered with love from Anastasia and Freya, sharing bonding moments with Avalon, and spending quality time with Ember and Kaldor, Atticus found himself growing deeply attached to his new family. Their presence had woven its way into his heart. It's simply difficult not to reciprocate affection for those who offer their love unconditionally, without any expectations in return. Anastasia smiled, happy that her little sunshine was already grown up. He's going to be a lady killer, damn that smile. So cutie. While Anastasia was lost in thought, Atticus greeted his cousins. Yo guys, what's up? Said Atticus. I'm great. How are you? Kaldor replied cheerfully. Hey, said Ember in a barely audible tone. Atticus couldn't help but smile wryly at his cousins' different personalities. Atticus, how are you feeling? Avalon asked. What do you mean, Dad? I'm fine. Atticus replied, a little confused at why Avalon was asking him that. Is this because of the things I found out today? They're probably worried that I'd be scared, he reasoned. Are you sure? Anastasia asked worriedly. Yes, Mom. You don't have to worry, Atticus assured them. He felt a little warm inside that he had people who cared for him this much. All right, just know that we'll always be here for you, said Anastasia, her hand resting on Atticus. Don't worry, Anna, my grandson isn't a wuss. There's no way he gets scared this easily, Freya reassured with a confident tone. Then the maids brought in the food, and they started eating while engaging in light conversation. After dinner, Atticus suddenly declared, Dad, I want to learn how to fight. A hushed silence fell upon the room as Atticus's words hung in the air. Chapter 11. Ariel Ravenstein. Then, I wanted to take a moment to address a narrative shift that you'll notice from this chapter through to the 20th. During this period, Atticus will make only occasional appearances. This part plays a pivotal role in shaping the story's development. Once we pass this phase, get ready to dive into a whirlwind of training growth and becoming OP. Your support means the world to me, and I'm grateful for each and every one of you. Thank you for choosing to be a part of this exciting tale. Without further ado, let's continue this action-packed, blood-pumping journey together. With sincere gratitude, Realm Weaver Ariel Ravenstein sat in the backseat of a luxurious hovercar, heading back to the Ravenstein estate after a few years of being away. Ariel was a genius, already Master Plus rank at a young age of 30. One of his most distinctive features was the Ravenstein signature white hair, which sets him apart from others. He had a subtle presence and can easily go unnoticed if one was not attentive enough. His expertise lay in assassination and information gathering, but he was still a force to be reckoned with in a direct battle. "I can't wait to see Caldor and Ember," Ariel said while gazing out the car window. "We'll be at the teleportation station soon, Sir. Said Davin, who was currently driving. He was a burly man, possessing a thick and muscular physique that hints at his strength and power. Davin's physical appearance exudes an aura of dominance and authority, showcasing his master rank presence. You should also meet young Master Atticus. Master Evelyn would be angry you haven't seen him since his birth," said Luna, sitting at the passenger seat. She was a striking red-haired woman who possesses exceptional abilities, and also master rank. She had been Ariel's Raven Blade since his childhood. "Well, he can't blame me. We've been busy these past few years." "I'm glad they finally gave me a break," Ariel replied, happy to finally be able to get a break. They were just coming back from a long, arduous mission given by the Sentinel Guardians, the equivalent of the police force in the human domain. Ariel's mission was to destroy an Obsidian Order base that was recently discovered in Sector 4. The mission had taken a while, and had not been without its challenges, but Ariel and his team had skillfully completed the mission, leaving a trail of incapacitated enemies in their wake. As they were driving on a road devoid of other cars and people, suddenly, without warning, hellblaze! A man's voice pierced through the air like a reaper. Reacting swiftly, Ariel's survival instincts kicked in. "Get out of the car now!" With a voice filled with urgency, he shouted. Without hesitation, they all kicked the door open and jumped out of the car. A second later, flames engulfed the vehicle, blasting it to oblivion. Ariel, Luna, and Davin found themselves surrounded by multiple master ranks individuals emanating powerful energies. "The Obsidian Order?" Ariel asked. The trio released their aura and Ariel and Luna deployed their exosuits. The suit was a symphony of black fabric interwoven with intricate blue lines that traced a mesmerizing pattern across its surface. The deep black material seemed to absorb and radiate light in an almost hypnotic dance, giving the suit an enigmatic aura. The supple fabric clung to the wearer's form, offering a snug yet comfortable fit that moved with the grace of a second skin. The intricate blue lines that adorned the suit's surface weren't mere decoration. They served as conduits, channels through which mana flowed like a river of energy. Every child in the human domain gets their exosuit when they enter the academy at 15. "Ariel Ravenstein, right? We finally meet." A man exuding an even greater aura than those present walked slowly to the scene. His jet black hair cascaded in a raven-hued waterfall, framing his sharp features with an almost regal allure. Each strand seemed to carry a hint of the wind's whisper, an indicator of the element he wielded with mastery. His green eyes burned with an intensity that spoke of hidden depths, a gaze that could be both alluring and unnerving, depending on the beholder's perspective. "The other master rank present bowed, Master Ronad." They greeted simultaneously with a voice laced with respect. "Grandmaster rank!" Ariel, Luna, and Davin exclaimed inwardly. They had thought the assailants were master ranks and were confident of escaping even if their lives were threatened. With a very powerful and complementary bloodline, a intermediate plus rank, with high mana control and fighting experience, could defeat an advanced rank individual with a weak bloodline. The fight would be insanely tough for the intermediate plus rank, but it is within the realm of possibilities. The difference in power levels become pronounced as one advances. A master rank couldn't hope to defeat a grandmaster rank regardless of how powerful your bloodline is. The difference in power is just that great. "Communications have been cut off," Luna whispered. "Get ready to run," Ariel muttered immediately to Luna and Davin, his voice carrying an edge of grim anticipation. "I'm going to use that." They both nodded. Ronad, who clearly heard Ariel, stood unfazed by Ariel's declaration. His gaze was sharp, his mind a step ahead, already anticipated this move. A knowing smirk played at the corners of his lips as he spoke, his words cutting through the tension like a blade. "Domain." The very air seemed to quiver in response, a subtle shift that heralded the impending manifestation of his power. As his voice reverberated, a surge of energy erupted from Ronad's core, radiating outward in a shockwave of palpable force. A palpable aura began to unfurl from him, expanding like ripples on a tranquil pond. It swept through the surrounding area, engulfing everything in its path. Within mere seconds, the aura had spread like a gentle wave, encompassing a vast expanse of 500 meters, with Ronad in the middle. It was as if a protective cocoon had descended, bathing the landscape in a serene and comforting embrace. The air itself seemed to shimmer with a newfound clarity, a profound calm settling over the previously ordinary scene. Ronad stood at the center of this newfound realm, his gaze steady and unwavering. The world within his domain seemed to come alive, imbued with an otherworldly essence that whispered of his mastery over this realm of influence. "No need to worry," Ronad retorted coolly, his voice dripping with confidence. "I made sure we get to fight uninterrupted. Domain. A remarkable manifestation of power, an expression of mastery that only those who have attained a deep and profound understanding of their abilities can bring forth. Within this domain, the laws of reality bend and conform to the individual's will. The heart of a domain mirrors the theme of the person's abilities, a magnificent tapestry woven from the threads of their power. For example, for an individual whose affinity lies with the earth, the domain becomes a symphony of rock and soil, with landscapes of towering cliffs, sprawling valleys, and labyrinthine caverns. The element dance to their command, painting the canvas of their domain in vivid shades of their elemental prowess. The attainment of a domain is a pivotal step towards ascending to Grandmaster rank. It signifies a fusion of self and power, an acknowledgement of one's true potential. Entering a domain is akin to stepping into a parallel reality, a space where the individual's power reigns supreme. It is a place of limitless potential, where imagination and mastery intertwine to create a world shaped entirely by the individual's intent. Within this realm, barriers are shattered, and possibilities becomes boundless. Chapter 12, Domain. The deployment of Ronad domain settled over the trio like a heavy shroud. Ariel, Divan, and Luna found themselves on an island made of air, suspended high above the earth. The winds that swept across the floating island were nothing short of formidable, carrying an unyielding force that threatened to sweep them off their feet. Gusts howled with a fury, and the air itself seemed to vibrate with the power of the tempest. Every step they took required deliberate effort, a testament to the unrelenting strength of the winds that surrounded them. "Welcome to my domain," Ronad said, spreading his arms. "Shit!" Ariel exclaimed. With this domain deployed, his trump card became obsolete. The only thing that can fight a domain is another domain. There's no escape when you get caught in one. The trio exchanged a silent glance, their expressions a solemn acceptance. The reality of the situation hung in the air, a palpable understanding that the outcome of this battle was far from certain, yet they were willing to fight till the end. Ariel moved with the fluid grace of a shadow as he reached for the pair of daggers that hung on his waist. With a swift and practiced motion, he drew the daggers from their sheaths, the blades gleaming like slivers of moonlight in the darkness. The daggers seemed to come alive in Ariel's hands, an extension of his very being. Then suddenly, Ariel's form seemed to melt into the shadows, a testament to his mastery of stealth. Divan, a behemoth of power, reached into his space storage. Anticipation crackled in the atmosphere. With a swift and practiced motion, he withdrew a massive hammer, its imposing weight and intricate design a testament to both craftsmanship and might. The hammer gleamed with an otherworldly energy, its surface etched with ancient symbols that seemed to pulse with a faint, luminescent glow. Divan's fingers tightened around the weapon's handle, and an immediate connection hummed between them. He hefted the colossal hammer effortlessly, its sheer size and weight held in check by his formidable strength. As Divan's grip on the hammer tightened, an undeniable surge of power radiated from him, a tangible force that sent ripples through the air. His very being seemed to resonate with energy, a harmonious symphony of strength and purpose. The ground beneath him seemed to tremble in response to his presence, a testament to the raw might he wielded. And then, in a breathtaking display, Divan's clothes strained and tore, unable to contain the sheer muscle that lay beneath. Fabric gave way to sinew and muscle, revealing a physique honed through dedication and training. His bulging muscles flexed as he adjusted his stance, a living embodiment of power and determination. He then charged forth with unyielding determination, wielding a massive hammer that seemed to defy the laws of physics. The weapon bore down upon Ronad with a force that promised devastation. Ronad's face remained unchanged, as though a giant hammer wasn't threatening to turn him into mush. With uncanny agility, he raised a single hand, intercepting the colossal blow with an almost casual nonchalance. The impact resonated through the air, an explosive collision that sent shockwaves rippling outward. Before Divan could recover, a fist shot through the air like a thunderbolt, striking Divan with an explosive force that sent shockwaves rippling through the atmosphere. The impact was like a cannon blast, a collision of raw power and unyielding determination. Divan's body was propelled backward, his limbs flung out as he hurtled through the air with astonishing speed. Luna's fingers closed around the pair of bracelets on her wrists, channeling mana into them. The bracelets responded to her, elongating and reshaping, its form adapting seamlessly to the contours of her fingers and wrists. Her breath caught as the gauntlets encased her hands in a perfect fit, their design pulsating with a soft, ethereal glow. Luna flexed her fingers, and her aura, once a subtle presence, surged outward, enveloping her in a radiant, almost tangible energy. It was as if the gauntlets had unlocked a hidden reservoir of strength within her, amplifying her very essence. With a newfound confidence, Luna clenched her fists and entered the fray with a flurry of blows, her movements a whirlwind of grace and speed. But Ronad simply seized Luna's arms, a vice-like grip that crushed her resistance, before slamming her onto the unforgiving floor. The force of the impact reverberated through her form, sending shockwaves of sensation radiating outward. Ariel seized the opportunity, striking with the deadly precision of a predator. His daggers arced through the air, one aimed for Ronad's heart, the other his eyes. Yet, Ronad's defenses remained impenetrable. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned an air barrier. It shimmered to life, deflecting the lethal strike. Ariel's attack was met with a swift counter, a powerful kick in the stomach that sent him reeling. He hit the floor, coughing out blood. Ronad's voice cut through the chaos, dripping with condescension. "Let me show you why Master Ranks can't compare to Grandmaster Ranks," he taunted. In surge of movement, a blur of speed, he closed the distance with impossible swiftness. Devon's throat was seized in Ronad's grip, a cold smile playing on his lips as he twisted with a sickening crack. Ariel's cry of anguish reverberated through the air, a symphony of grief and rage. Luna suddenly lunged forward, fury plastered on her face. She unleashed her strongest move, Ether Strike Fist, she muttered. In an explosive burst of motion, the gauntlet's surface rippled with a surge of energy. A mana-infused punch was unleashed with blinding speed, the air crackling with the sheer force of the blow. The gauntlet seemed to extend its reach, the punch becoming an extension of the Luna's will. Ronad responded with an air barrier, made twice as strong as the one used to deflect Ariel's strike. The impact was as awe-inspiring as it was devastating, but the air barrier held firm. Ronad sent her a brutal kick to the chest, the impact sending her hurtling backward. She landed with a bone, jarring thud, unmoving. Fury surged through Ariel, a tempest of emotion that fueled his recklessness. He charged at Ronad with a ferocity born of desperation, his attacks a whirlwind of strikes and says. But Ronad was unfazed, his movements a blend of preternatural grace and calculated precision. Ariel suddenly stopped, deciding to unleash his ultimate move. Lowering his stance with his daggers raised. "Shadow Strike," he muttered. In that instant, his form seemed to dissolve into nothingness, his very essence becoming one with the elusive realm of shadows. Ronad's gaze sharpened as he detected a flicker of movement. Before he could fully react, a sudden chill raced down his spine. Out of nowhere, a dagger materialized with blinding speed, its gleaming edge mere inches from Ronad's eyes. Ronad's instincts kicked in, and with an almost uncanny reflex, he surged forward, his hand snapping out to catch Ariel's wrist. He seized Ariel's hand with a grip of iron, yanking it free with a sickening snap. Pain and shock were etched across Ariel's features as Ronad's voice resonated with a chilling finality. "This is for my son," Ronad declared, his tone a venomous whisper. "In case you still haven't figured it out, your last mission was bait," Ronad whispered in Ariel's ears. The realization hit Ariel like a physical blow, the devastation evident in his eyes. There was a traitor in the Sentinel Guardians. Ember Caldor. "I'm sorry," Ariel muttered with grief. Ronad's laughter echoed through the air, and with a swift, brutal motion, he ended Ariel's life, breaking his neck with cold finality. His body fell down lifeless. Ariel Ravenstein was dead. Chapter 13. Ariel Ravenstein's Death. The next day, Atticus sat on his bed meditating. With a subtle shift in focus, he extended his senses, reaching out to the ambient mana that permeated the air. Drawing in the mana, Atticus felt it cascade through his being like a gentle waterfall, a shimmering current that resonated with the essence of the world. As the mana flowed within him, he began to manipulate it, guiding it into his mana core. After a while, he opened his eyes and released a soft sigh. "Nothing's changed. I've been training like this for years now, but I don't know anything about the power system of this world," Atticus pondered. "Mom said she'll allow me to start training when I turn 6. I can only continue absorbing mana for now." The day before, Atticus had mentioned that he wanted to learn how to fight after dinner. Of course, Anastasia vehemently refused, claiming that Atticus was too young. Atticus then brought out his secret weapon, his cute puppy face. However, even the adorable expression couldn't sway Anastasia. After a few minutes of Atticus' persistent begging, Freya and Evelyn intervened, supporting his request. It took a while, but Anastasia reluctantly agreed to let him start training when he turned 6. "That woman is so protective, damn," Atticus uttered, annoyed. "You would think in a world riddled with wars and deaths, parents would want their children to learn how to fight and defend themselves early. I have to be patient. I'll keep absorbing mana for now, and then next year, I'll focus on understanding this world's power system and learning how to fight." Bauman strode purposefully down the corridor, leading to Avalon's training room. His steps were brisk and determined, a sense of urgency driving his movements. The sleek, metallic surface of the door gleamed under the ambient light, its design a blend of elegant simplicity and advanced technology. As he reached its proximity, sensors embedded within the door recognized his presence, and with a barely audible hum, the door's smooth surface began to part, revealing Avalon in the midst of an intense training session, sitting cross-legged with lava surrounding him. Bauman cleared his throat, calling his attention. "Master Avalon," he began, his tone tinged with trepidation. "There is bad news." Avalon opened his eyes, surprised to see Bauman here. "It must be pretty serious. He never disturbs me when I'm training." He disabled the stimulation and allowed Bauman to approach him. "What is it?" Avalon's voice was low and controlled, but an undercurrent of tension vibrated through the air. Bauman swallowed nervously before delivering the devastating news. "Master Ariel, he has been killed." Bauman's words hung in the air, heavy with the weight of their meaning. As he delivered the news of Ariel's untimely demise, it was as if the world around Avalon shifted, morphing into a surreal tableau. The sounds of the bustling mansion, the distant hum of activity, all faded away into a muted symphony, leaving only a hollow echo. Avalon's gaze locked onto Bauman's lips as they moved, shaping the words that had shattered his reality. But despite the motion, the words themselves seemed to dissolve before they reached his ears. A numbness settled over him, a cocoon of disbelief that shielded him from the full impact of the news. Sensing the disconnect, Bauman's voice trailed off into silence. His concerned gaze met Avalon's distant eyes, recognizing the shock that had enveloped him. He took a step back, allowing the space for Avalon to process the devastating truth. Time seemed to stretch as Avalon's mind grappled with the enormity of the loss. Images of Ariel, his brother, his confidant, flashed through his thoughts. Laughter shared, battles fought side by side, and now, a void that would never be filled again. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, a voice managed to penetrate the fog of numbness that enveloped Avalon's senses. It was a faint whisper, his own voice fragmented and distant. "Ariel, gone?" The sound of his own voice seemed to shatter the illusion, allowing reality to seep back in. The world regained its sound, the mansion's life resuming its rhythm. Bauman's concerned eyes met Avalon's, a mixture of sympathy and empathy etched on his face. Bauman's voice, when it came, was gentle, as if recognizing the fragility of the moment. "Yes." Avalon's chest tightened, a mix of grief, anger, and disbelief welling up within him. He drew in a deep, shuddering breath, his hands clenching involuntarily at his sides. "How?" His voice wavered, betraying the emotions he struggled to contain. "They left no trace, but we suspect the Obsidian Order," Bauman answered. Avalon's jaw tightened, a fierce determination replacing the initial shock. The anger surged forth, igniting a fire within him. "The Obsidian Order," he repeated, his voice now edged with resolve. "They will pay for this. Find them." Avalon's voice was like steel, his command unwavering. "Use every resource at our disposal. Lock down the entire human domain if you must. I want those responsible located." Bauman nodded, his resolve firming as he absorbed Avalon's orders. "Yes, Master Avalon. We will leave no stone unturned." Avalon's aura pulsed once more, the air charged with an almost palpable tension. "Make sure of it. They will pay for this." As Bauman hastily retreated to carry out his orders, Avalon's gaze remained fixed on the horizon, his thoughts a maelstrom of anger and in grief. Chapter 14. Resolve. Anastasia and Freya stood before Ember and Caldor, their hearts heavy with the burden they were about to bear. Anastasia cleared her throat, her voice trembling as she braced herself for the heartbreaking task ahead. "Darlings," she began, her voice soft yet unsteady, "I have something very difficult to tell you." Ember and Caldor fixed their eyes on her, sensing the gravity of the moment. Their gazes shifted from Anastasia to each other, a silent exchange of apprehension. "Your father, Ariel," Anastasia's voice faltered, a tear escaping her eye. He died." The room seemed to hold its breath as the weight of those words settled in. Devastation etched across their faces. They exchanged a disbelieving glance before their composure crumbled, and they began to cry. Caldor, who was always all smiles and laughs, broke down. Even Ember, the usually reserved and stoic one, couldn't contain her grief and cried. They had become orphans. Anastasia and Freya rushed forward, enveloping them in a tight embrace. Their sobs echoing in the room, grief shared and burdens shouldered together. "I promise," Anastasia whispered, her voice trembling but resolute. "I will be here for you always." Ember, her tears staining Freya's shoulder, looked up with reddened eyes. Her voice was barely above a whisper, filled with a mix of sorrow and anger. "Who did this?" Freya met Ember's gaze, saddened. She didn't want her to live her life for the sake of revenge. "We're still investigating, but I promise you, we will find out, and whoever is responsible will pay for what they've done. Let the grown-ups handle this, honey." Freya held Ember tighter. Even though Ember was always cold and indifferent, she loves her family dearly. She would do anything to protect them, but the world just took away a man she cared about most in the world. "I'm too weak." she thought, soaking Freya's clothes in tears. I need strength. I'll make those who killed him pay, she thought, her determination palpable. Atticus was absorbing mana inside his room when Arya materialized from the shadows. Fuck. His surprise evident. He quickly realizes that he made a mistake and corrects himself. What brings you here? Arya paid no heed to his antics. Her gaze held a somber weight, and she met his eyes with a solemn expression. Young Master, young Miss Ember and young Master Caldor's father was killed yesterday night. Arya's words were like a dagger to his heart, each syllable cutting deeper than the last. How? He asked, baffled that Ariel was killed just like that. If there was anything he had learned, it was that the Ravenstein family was one of the strongest in the human domain. It was surprising that anyone dared to kill Ariel. They're still investigating, young Master. You should go meet young Master Caldor and young Miss Ember. My lady is breaking the news to them now without wasting another moment. Atticus set off towards Ember and Caldor, his heart heavy with grief for his cousins. He never met Ariel, and he'd be lying if he said he felt anything about his death. Although they might be related by blood, it was hard to care about a person he never met. The only thing he was worried about was how Ember and Caldor would feel. He found Ember and Caldor, their faces etched with sorrow, crying their eyes out, and his eyes fell upon Anastasia and Freya as they embraced them. As he stood behind them, his thoughts were a whirlwind of introspection. Ariel was strong, and yet he died. Without absolute strength in this world, you can't survive. It's even worse for me, as I am practically an heir of the Ravenstein family. I need strength. Atticus had died without being able to do anything in his past life. He refused to let that happen again. A fierce resolve settled within him, a fire ignited by loss and determination. Atticus's jaw clenched, his hands balling into fists. He watched as Anastasia and Freya comforted them, his heart aching for their pain. I need strength, he repeated to himself, the words a silent vow. He would train harder, push himself further, and become a force to be reckoned with. Meanwhile, deep within the Ravenstein estate, nestled within the embrace of a towering mountain, lay a secluded training facility crafted with unparalleled precision and fortified to withstand the might of even the most formidable of entities, a paragon. As Avalon stood before the entrance of this formidable facility, his emotions churned like a tempest within him. Deep breaths steadied his resolve, his hands trembling ever so slightly. He gazed up at the entrance, and with resolute determination, Avalon stepped forward, his heart pounding in his chest. Chapter 15. Magnus Ravenstein. Avalon strode purposefully into the training facility. His gaze was unwavering as he approached a door, the seamless metal surface sliding open soundlessly before him. Inside, his eyes settled upon a figure meditating at its center. This figure sat in a meditating position, his posture exuding an air of effortless confidence. His presence seemed to radiate an otherworldly energy, an aura that pulsed with a resonance that transcended the mundane. It was as if the very air around him hummed with an electric charge, a palpable force that set him apart from the ordinary. Broad shoulders and muscular frame exude an aura of raw power, commanding attention and respect. With a chiseled jawline and piercing steel, gray eyes, his gaze holds an unwavering intensity that can send shivers down the spines of even the boldest adversaries. A scar, earned in a battle long past, cuts across his cheek, a badge of honor that adds to his rugged and battle-hardened appearance. This man was Magnus Ravenstein, the Ravenstein's paragon, a powerhouse of humanity. With a quiet determination, Avalon closed the distance, his steps echoing softly against the chamber's walls. As he drew near, he greeted the man with a respectful bow. Father Magnus' eyes, though still closed, seemed to acknowledge Avalon's presence. His response was tinged with a hint of warning. I hope you better have something good for you to disturb me, Avalon. Avalon's expression grew more somber, his jaw clenching as he steeled himself for the weight of the words he was about to utter. Ariel was killed, he said. Magnus's eyes snapped open, his gaze sharp and piercing. Repeat what you just said, he demanded, his tone cold and unyielding. Avalon's heart raced as he repeated the devastating news. Ariel died. In an instant, the air seemed to fracture around them, a blur of motion and sound that was almost imperceptible. A supersonic punch landed with bone-crushing force, striking Avalon with an impact that left him reeling. The power behind the blow was incomprehensible, a testament to the depths of Magnus' power. Avalon's body was sent hurtling through the air, crashing into the wall. The runes etched into the walls simply flickered, their intricate designs momentarily disturbed by the shockwave. The room was created to withstand paragons, the force of the punch not nearly enough to damage it. Avalon lay against the wall, his breath labored, pain searing through his body. His eyes widened, his mind struggling to comprehend the swiftness and sheer power of the strike. He had faced battles as a Grandmaster rank individual, a power earned through blood and sweat, but before his father, he felt like a novice. Magnus remained unmoved, still seated in a meditating position. His very presence radiated an aura of dominance, an embodiment of the power that a paragon wielded. Avalon, a feared demon of the battlefield, lay humbled by a single strike. Such was the power of a paragon. Moving from Grandmaster rank to paragon is a monumental leap in the realm of power, a transformation that defies the very limits of human potential. It's a metamorphosis that grants an individual access to an unprecedented wellspring of strength, propelling them into the echelons of the extraordinary. At this rank, the augmentation of mana and stats is nothing short of awe-inspiring. It's as if the floodgates of an untapped reservoir have been thrust open, releasing a torrent of energy that courses through the very core of one's being. This surge in power is unparalleled, with mana levels skyrocketing to a staggering magnitude, dwarfing what was once considered exceptional. But the shift is not solely quantitative. The transition from Grandmaster rank to Paragon rank carries a qualitative transformation as well. To attain Grandmaster rank, one must master the intricate art of forming a domain, a sphere of influence that encompasses their power and bends the fabric of reality itself. It's a feat that requires a profound understanding of one's abilities and the world around them. However, to become a paragon, one must go beyond the mere establishment of a domain. They must embody their power in a way that goes beyond mastery, becoming a living vessel of their capabilities. Every facet of their being, every thought, every action, is imbued with the essence of their power. It's a fusion of self and ability, a harmonious convergence that transcends mere technique. The difference between Grandmaster rank and Paragon was just too great. That's why it wasn't a surprise to see Avalon lose without being able to put up a fight. Avalon knelt before Magnus, silent acknowledgement of the weight of his failures. "You mean to tell me you couldn't even protect the family?" Magnus' voice was a seething torrent of anger, each word dripping with disappointment. "Did I make a mistake giving you the position of family head?" His words hung in the air, a bitter accusation that cut to the core. Avalon's frustration and grief were etched upon his face, a mixture of sorrow and determination. His hands clenched into fists at his sides, his teeth gritted in a display of raw emotion. "I'm sorry," he admitted, his voice laced with regret. Magnus's eyes bore into him, a silent challenge that demanded answers. "Who killed him?" His voice was a thunderous command, a demand for accountability. "We're still searching," Avalon responded in an instant. Magnus' aura surged forward, an overwhelming force that slammed into Avalon with bone-crushing impact. The force was so immense that he was sent sprawling to the ground, his body pinned by the sheer weight of Magnus' power. He gasped for breath, the pressure of the aura almost suffocating. After a few agonizing seconds, the pressure lifted, and Avalon struggled to push himself upright. His heart pounded in his chest, his body aching from the onslaught. Avalon's voice cut through the aftermath, his words carrying a renewed edge. "But we suspect the Obsidian Order," he continued, with blood oozing out of his mouth. "I think it's about time I make my reappearance," Magnus declared, his tone laced with anger. "It seems people no longer fear the Ravensteins anymore." "Call a family meeting," Magnus demanded, his voice resolute. "Attendance is mandatory." In the Ravenstein family, numerous branch families interwove to create a complex and harmonious whole. Each branch played a vital role in upholding the family's legacy, their unique responsibilities contributing to the formidable reputation that the Ravensteins held. There were those who dedicated themselves to the intricate web of trade and commerce. These shrewd Ravensteins navigated the ever-shifting currents of markets and economies, ensuring that the Ravensteins maintained their prosperity and influence. With a keen eye for opportunity and an understanding of global dynamics, they forged connections that spanned across different sectors and secured the family's financial stability. They managed the Ravencrest Consortium, a hegemon in the human domain, and report directly to the main family. On another front, warriors of unparalleled skill and discipline honed their craft within the branch family dedicated to martial prowess. Through rigorous training and relentless dedication, they transformed into formidable guardians, protecting the family's interests with unwavering loyalty. These warriors were the embodiment of the family's strength, embodying the legacy of centuries of martial tradition. They are called Raven Vanguard, and they also report directly to the main family. In the shadows, a branch family focused on intelligence and information manipulation worked tirelessly to gather secrets, decipher cryptic messages, and uncover hidden truths. Their expertise in espionage and intrigue allowed the Ravensteins to wield information as a potent weapon, ensuring they remained ahead of their rivals and adversaries. They are known as the Silent Nexus and only report to the family head. While there were other branches that existed, these families stood as the primary force within the Ravenstein lineage. Through their united endeavors, the Ravensteins upheld their esteemed legacy, a force of unparalleled influence and revered strength. "Yes, Father," Avalon replied. Then he stood up and left the room limply. After witnessing Avalon's departure, Magnus' gaze shifted to the ground, his eyes closing in a moment of solemn reflection. A tinge of sadness creased his features, etching lines of sorrow onto his face. A heavy sigh escaped his lips, his breath mingling with the atmosphere of melancholy that surrounded him. With a sense of empathy, he acknowledged the depth of Avalon's burden. "It wasn't your fault, Evelyn," he murmured, his words laced with a quiet reassurance. "You didn't fail him." A surge of determination coursed through Magnus's veins, a fierce resolve to seek justice and avenge the fallen. In an instant, his aura flared to life, an ethereal energy that radiated power and authority. The room itself seemed to quiver in response, the very air trembling, as if acknowledging the force that Magnus had unleashed. "The Obsidian Order," he uttered, his voice laced with anger. Runes etched into the walls shimmered, their symbols glowing with an inner light as if stirred by Magnus's potent energy. The air crackled with an electrifying energy, a testament to the depths of Magnus's strength. Chapter 16. Undercurrent. In a dimly lit chamber, a scene of torment unfolded. A man was bound to a chair, his anguished cries echoing off the cold metallic walls as the woman before him subjected him to unspeakable suffering. With a cascade of white hair cascading down her shoulders, she exuded an aura of ethereal beauty, juxtaposed by the malevolence that danced within her gaze. Her form was well proportioned, a stark contrast to the malevolence that her actions conveyed. Into this disturbing tableau entered another figure, a man whose demeanor was marked by respect and deference. "Mistress Lyanna," he addressed her, his words careful and measured. "Master Magnus has called a family meeting and attendance is mandatory." As the man spoke, Lyanna's focus shifted from her victim to the newcomer. Her gaze bore into him with a chilling intensity, causing an involuntary shiver to crawl down his spine. A palpable sense of unease settled upon him as he realized the extent of her power and the icy aura she radiated. "Scary," he thought, his inner voice tinged with a mix of apprehension and awe. The woman's gaze held him captive, her presence overwhelming. Lyanna, the enigmatic head of the silent nexus, had always been a figure shrouded in an aura of cold calculation. Her every move was deliberate, her actions a reflection of her meticulous planning and strategic foresight. Yet, the torment she had inflicted seemed to have unearthed a side of her that was both chilling and captivating. With a dismissive gesture, Lyanna instructed the man to leave, her attention drawn back to her sinister work. Time passed, and eventually, Lyanna emerged from the chamber, a sinister smile playing upon her lips. Her earlier coldness had transformed into an almost giddy anticipation. Finally, she muttered to herself, her voice carrying a note of excitement. "It's going to get interesting around here." Amidst an elegant dining room, the soft chatter of family conversations filled the air as Nathan, a man with a gentle roundness and a crown of white hair, engaged in lunch with his loved ones. In the midst of this idyllic scene, a shadow fell across his face as his butler discreetly leaned in, whispering news of a family meeting. Nathan's expression shifted imperceptibly, a fleeting glimpse of concern that he quickly masked behind a polite smile. "Thank you, Ren," he murmured, his tone a careful blend of gratitude and composure. With a graceful bow, the butler withdrew, leaving Nathan to navigate the sudden shift in atmosphere with poise. As his family members turned their gazes upon him, curiosity etched into their features. Nathan's wife voiced her concern. "Is everything all right, dear?" she inquired, a note of worry lacing her voice. Nathan's smile remained fixed as he reassured her, his eyes meeting hers with a reassuring gaze. "It's nothing to worry about, my love," he replied, his voice carrying a soothing undertone. "Things are about to become troublesome." A more somber thought echoed in his head. As the head of the Ravencrest Consortium, Nathan's foresight allowed him to recognize the ripples of change that this unexpected family meeting would undoubtedly bring. With a final sip of his wine, Nathan took a moment to compose himself, his thoughts a whirlwind of preparation and contemplation. Amidst the grim aftermath of a battlefield, a lone figure stood as a beacon of power and devastation. The lifeless bodies scattered around him were a haunting testament to his prowess. His burly frame exuded an air of authority, and his white hair contrasted sharply against his impeccably clean attire, a stark contradiction to the carnage that surrounded him. A man materialized before him, an occurrence that the Grandmaster Rank acknowledged with a nonchalant air. The Grandmaster Rank's voice resonated with power as he spoke, a reflection of his exalted status. "Echo, I hope no one escaped." His inquiry was met with a succinct response. "No, Master Sirius," the man replied, his tone neutral and efficient. "There's a message from home, Master," Echo stated, with serious curiosity piqued. "Oh, what's that?" he inquired. As Echo conveyed the news of Ariel's death, and the family meeting called by Magnus, Sirius' reaction was visceral. A surge of anger rippled through him, his features contorting in outrage. "Ariel was killed?" he seethed, his voice laced with a potent mix of disbelief and fury. The thought of anyone daring to challenge the Ravenstein family incited a burning wrath within him. His next words were decisive, resonating with a chilling finality. "We're pulling out," he declared, his tone dripping with venom. The implication was clear. Those responsible for Ariel's death would face the wrath of the Ravensteins. His word carries weight, as this man is the head of the Raven Vanguard, Sirius Ravenstein. Simultaneously, the ripple of consequences spread across other locations, mirroring Sirius's decision. The very foundation of power and influence trembled as different Ravensteins emerged from wherever they were. The landscape of their world was poised to shift, and the lives of countless individuals would be irrevocably altered by the decisions made within that fateful family meeting. Chapter 17. Funeral. The grandeur of the Ravenstein estate took on a somber hue as the day of the funeral arrived. Dark clouds hung low in the sky, their weight mirroring the heaviness that had settled upon the hearts of those in attendance. The air was thick with a sense of reverence, as if nature itself paid homage to the solemn occasion. Nestled within the heart of the Ravenstein estate, the burial ground of the Ravenstein stands as a solemn testament to the legacy and power of this formidable family. Monuments of marble and stone rise gracefully from the ground, each bearing the mark of a distinguished Ravenstein. Elaborate sculptures and intricate engravings capture the essence of these illustrious individuals, immortalizing their achievements and contributions to the family's legacy. A marble dais, adorned with flickering candles and wreaths of midnight-hued flowers, held the empty casket that symbolized Ariel Ravenstein's final resting place. The Ravenstein family, their distinctive white hair, stood together at the forefront. Their expressions were a mosaic, each face etched with the weight of their lineage. Atticus, Ember, and Caldor stood together at the front. Ember and Caldor's eyes were completely red from crying all night. Atticus couldn't help but clench his fist as he watched them in this state. He had always cared deeply for his family, and seeing them like this pained him. In the silence of the morning, a single word echoed in his mind: strength. As the service began, a hush fell over the assembled multitude. A soft dirge, carried by mournful strings, intertwined with the rustle of leaves and the distant echo of a mourning dove. The head of the Ravenstein family, Avalon, stepped forward to address the gathering. Standing amidst a gathering of somber faces, Avalon's voice carried a weight of both sorrow and reverence as he spoke about his fallen brother. He was a good man, a good brother, a good father. Avalon's words seemed to hang in the air, a testament to the depth of his feelings. Talented beyond measure, Ariel had a spirit that burned with determination and a heart that knew no bounds. A faint smile tugged at the corner of Avalon's lips as he reminisced, a bittersweet contrast to the heavy atmosphere. Avalon's gaze turned downward for a moment, his expression clouded by a veil of sorrow. He didn't deserve to go like this, he murmured, his voice a mere whisper carried by the wind. To have his light extinguished so abruptly, it's a loss that will forever linger in our hearts. As his voice wavered with emotion, Avalon's resolve remained unshaken. But even in the face of this death, we must remember his legacy, he declared, his words a rallying cry. Ariel's spirit lives on in the ideals he embodied, and the impact he made on all of us. Avalon's voice grew stronger, his eyes shimmering with a mix of pride and sadness. Let us honor Ariel by carrying forward his values, by continuing the work he started, and by standing united as a family. For even in death, his presence remains a guiding light that will forever inspire us. A poignant silence settled over the courtyard as the empty casket was slowly lowered into the ground. The absence of Ariel's physical form was a poignant reminder of the uncertainties of fate. Yet, the air was infused with a sense of unity, a shared understanding that Ariel's spirit would forever be intertwined with the legacy of the Ravenstein name. Atticus, Ember, Caldor, and the other family members, their expressions a mixture of sorrow and resolve, each took turns placing a single white rose upon the casket. The petals seemed to carry a whisper of their emotions, a silent tribute to the fallen. Following the solemn burial of Ariel Ravenstein, the grand estate bore witness to a procession of families who had come to pay their respects. The Tier 1 families sent representatives, as they deem it beneath them to come all the way for such. In the grand hall that had been transformed into a gathering place for the mourning and the families paying their respects, Atticus moved with purpose. His eyes swept over the somber crowd. He saw Freya and Caldor talking with some people, but no Ember. Finally he found her standing alone in a corner, concealed by shadows, her demeanor a reflection of the grief that weighed heavily upon the room. Approaching her with a sense of empathy, Atticus offered a gentle smile. Ember, he began, his tone soft and reassuring. I know this is a stupid question, but how are you holding up? Ember's gaze shifted toward Atticus. Her face was a portrait of anguish, her once bright eyes now red and puffy. Her sleeves were soaked from the constant wiping of tears. He didn't deserve this, she said, her voice barely above a whisper, her words carrying a raw vulnerability. Atticus nodded, his eyes reflecting understanding. No, he didn't, he agreed. Sometimes life deals us painful hands that we can't control. But remember, you have a family that cares deeply for you, and will support each other no matter what. Ember's silence lingered, her eyes fixed on a distant point. Atticus continued, his voice gentle yet resolute. You have to get past this, Ember. It's what Ariel would have wanted. For a moment, Ember's facade seemed to waver, a fleeting glimpse of vulnerability in her eyes. It hurts, she admitted, her voice finally revealing a hint of the emotions she held within. Atticus reached out, gently placing a hand on her shoulder. It's okay to hurt, he assured her. But don't let that pain consume you. Lean on those who care about you, and together, we'll find a way to honor Ariel's memory. Ember's gaze met his, tears streaming from her eyes. She wrapped her arms around him in a tight embrace and whispered, her voice barely audible, "Thank you." Atticus held her close, gently patting her head. "You're never alone, Ember," he reassured her, his words a promise. Chapter 18, Family Meeting. In the tranquil expanse of the Ravenstein estate, a hush fell over the burial grounds as Magnus stood in somber contemplation before Ariel's ornate tomb. His gaze was fixed upon the intricate engravings that adorned the monument, lost in a labyrinth of memories and regrets. A gentle footfall, barely a whisper against the backdrop of his thoughts, pulled his attention away from the memorial. Freya, a woman of strength and grace, approached from behind, her presence a soothing balm against the ache of grief. Magnus, her voice was a soft caress, carrying a blend of affection and reproach. Turning with a hint of a smile, Magnus met her gaze. "My lovely wife," he greeted her, his words infused with genuine warmth. Freya responded with a delicate arch of her eyebrow. "So now I'm your wife." Her words held a subtle undercurrent of humor, a playful jab at the complexity of their relationship. Magnus extended his arms in an unspoken invitation, his expression earnest. "Come on, honey," he entreated, his voice a soothing melody that hung in the air. "You know why I had to do it. We need strength if we want to survive in this world. Avalon isn't prepared to bear the weight of the family just yet." A sigh escaped Freya, carrying with it a weight of frustration. "You disappeared into seclusion for years," she reproached, her voice laced with a mixture of hurt and exasperation. "Not a single visit. And now, all of a sudden, you decide to play the caring husband?" Magnus's arms encircled her, a gentle attempt to bridge the emotional chasm that had grown between them. "I did it for us, Freya," he asserted, his voice a steady reassurance. "Every bit of strength counts. Avalon has much to learn before he's ready to carry the mantle." A spark of frustration ignited within Freya, her voice taking on a sharper edge. "Avalon returned from seeing you, all bloodied," she accused, her gaze a tempest of conflicting emotions. "Did you blame it on him?" Magnus's demeanor turned serious. "I had to be firm with him, Freya," he explained, his words measured and resolute. "He must understand the gravity of leading the family. If he can't protect his own flesh and blood, how can we entrust the family to him?" The anger in Freya's eyes softened, it gave way to a profound sadness. Her voice trembled as she spoke, her words weighed down by the sorrow that clung to her heart. "Ariel was too young," she whispered, "too young." Magnus held her tightly, his embrace a silent offering of solace amidst the storm of emotions that raged within her. "I know, Freya," he murmured, his voice a gentle reassurance. "Whoever is responsible for this, they will face the consequences tenfold." A tear slipped down Freya's cheek, and he whispered once more, his voice a fervent pledge that echoed in the stillness, "tenfold." On the day following the funeral, the Ravenstein estate buzzed with a palpable sense of anticipation. The Raven Hall, now adorned with a blend of somber elegance and underlying power, was a gathering point for the formidable members of the family. Over 100 individuals, each exuding an aura of undeniable strength, at least master rank, had assembled. They shared a common feature, a cascade of white hair that marked their lineage and strength. The Ravenstein genes carried an unyielding strength, an almost unbreakable legacy that manifested in a remarkable trait. An overwhelming majority of Ravenstein members, nearly 99%, boasted a mane of striking white hair. It was as if the very essence of their lineage had imprinted itself upon their appearance, a testament to the enduring power of their bloodline. This unmistakable feature transcended generations, demonstrating a dominance that overcame the genes of others attempting to intertwine with the Ravenstein legacy. These were the powerhouses of the Ravenstein family, a collective force that managed the diverse aspects of their legacy. The hall reverberated with the gravity of their presence, a testament to the authority they held. Among them were members who held key military positions, temporarily granted leave to honor the memory of Ariel. They shared the common purpose of serving the main family and upholding its ideals. Arranged in a precise formation, their seats faced one another, creating a path from the entrance to the grand thrones at the end of the hall. An even more imposing presence awaited there. Two larger thrones elevated above their assembly, a symbol of authority that resonated through the generations. The front row of this assembly was reserved for those whose influence and responsibilities bore the heaviest weight. Among them Lyanna, Nathan and Sirius were seated. "I see you haven't lost weight, Nathan," Sirius quipped, a knowing grin dancing on his lips. Nathan chuckled heartily, his eyes crinkling at the corners as he offered a good-natured shrug. "Ah, well, Sirius, there are some battles that one simply decides not to fight," he replied, his tone carrying a hint of amusement. "Besides, who needs a slim figure when you can have the pleasure of enjoying a hearty feast?" True. You've always had a way of living life on your own terms, Nathan. Just don't overdo it. We wouldn't a Ravenstein to die of a heart attack now, would we? Before Nathan could launch a witty comeback, would you two stop bickering? Lyanna chimed in, her voice carrying a note of exasperated amusement. We have more pressing matters to attend to. They'll be here soon. Nathan's playful grin transformed into a mild pout as he turned to face the side, feigning mock offense. Sirius chuckled, acknowledging Lyanna's point. You're right, Lyanna. There'll be time for our playful jabs later. Amidst the hum of conversations that filled the grand hall, the mood shifted as the massive double doors swung open, revealing the figures of Magnus, Freya, Avalon, and Anastasia, who entered with an aura of commanding authority. Their presence was like a sudden gust of wind, silencing the room and demanding attention. As Magnus and Freya stepped forward, an overwhelming pressure seemed to cascade outward, a force that rippled through the air and reached every corner of the hall. It was as though the weight of Magnus' power bore down upon them, prompting a collective response that was both instinctual and reverent. One by one, those gathered rose to their feet, their postures straightening as a mark of respect. Heads bowed and gazes averted, their actions were a tangible acknowledgement of the awe-inspiring presence that Magnus personified. The atmosphere had shifted, transformed by an undeniable recognition of authority that transcended rank and lineage. Magnus's steady stride carried them to the imposing, elevated throne at the end of the hall. As he settled upon the seat, the room seemed to hold its breath, as if even the very air recognized the weight of his presence. Freya also sat down on her seat beside him. On a lower elevation, Avalon and Anastasia took their places on the smaller thrones, each embodying the collective strength and unity of the Ravenstein family. A hushed tension lingered in the room, the silence amplifying the moment's significance. Then, with a voice that resonated with undeniable command, Magnus spoke, each word bearing the weight of his authority. Let the meeting begin. Chapter 19, Speech. As Magnus began to speak, his voice resonated through the hall, a deep timbre that seemed to reverberate in the very bones of those who listened. His words cut through the silence, carrying the weight of his emotions and the urgency of the moment. Our family has suffered a grievous loss, Magnus intoned, his voice tinged with a mix of sorrow and steely resolve. Ariel Ravenstein, a pillar of our legacy, was targeted and taken from us. A collective murmur of agreement rippled through the assembly, the pain of their loss etched onto each face. A sense of simmering anger permeated the air, an emotion shared by all present. Magnus' words struck a chord, reminding them of the vulnerability that had been exposed, the loss of the fear and respect that had once been synonymous with the Ravenstein name. But let it be known, Magnus declared, his voice growing stronger, that we will not stand idly by. The Obsidian Order has dared to challenge us, to undermine our power and threaten our family. This affront will not go unanswered. His words hung heavy in the air, a promise of action and retribution. The very room seemed to vibrate with the intensity of their collective determination. The Ravenstein family, known for their formidable strength and indomitable will, the madmen of the human domain, were prepared to go to war. Magnus' gaze swept over the assembly, his eyes meeting each pair with an unwavering intensity. We are not to be trifled with, he proclaimed, his voice carrying the weight of centuries of history. The room fell into a hushed silence, the gravity of his words sinking in. With his voice infused with unshakable resolve, Magnus concluded, I, Magnus Ravenstein, hereby wage war against the Obsidian Order. Let the human domain bear witness once more to the might of the Ravenstein family. The room remained still, the air heavy with anticipation. The path forward was clear, revenge. Following the family meeting, a palpable determination hung in the air as the Ravensteins dispersed. Among them Avalon walked alongside Nathan, Lyanna, and Sirius. Amidst their solemn stride, Lyanna's voice sliced through the charged atmosphere, relaying important information. Her words held a steely edge as she reported on a recent breakthrough. We caught and interrogated a man at Sentinel Guardians, she began. He was the one who orchestrated Ariel's mission, a spy of the Obsidian Order. Avalon's jaw tightened, his anger simmering beneath the surface. And what did he reveal? He demanded, his voice a low growl. Lyanna's gaze didn't waver as she continued. He disclosed that the mastermind behind Ariel's targeting is a man named Ronad. He's the head of the Obsidian Order's branch in Sector 4. It appears, she continued, that Ronad's motive was personal. Ariel had killed his son during one of his missions, driving him to seek revenge. Avalon's fists clenched at his sides, his anger intensifying. Ronad, he seethed, the name dripping with venom. I want him found. Every resource at our disposal, Lyanna. Spare nothing. Let me know the moment you have any lead. Lyanna nodded, her expression resolute. Consider it done, Avalon. As Lyanna departed, Sirius stepped forward. You should take it easy, Avalon. We'll get him and make him pay for this, he said, placing a reassuring hand on Avalon's shoulders. Avalon let out a deep breath, his voice filled with determination. Yeah, the Obsidian Order dared to target us. We'll make sure they regret it. I'll be staying at the estate for the time being. By the way, where's your son? I think it's about time I see him, Sirius inquired, tapping Avalon's shoulders gently. He's in the mansion, Avalon replied. All right then, I'm off. We'll get him, Avalon. Don't worry, Sirius assured him, his gaze unwavering. Avalon's gratitude was evident as he nodded. Thank you. With those words, Sirius left, leaving Avalon to his thoughts. Meanwhile, Nathan's slightly portly form mirrored the weight of the situation as he walked alongside the group, his expression etched with concern. His muttered declaration cut through the tension. This is going to cost a lot of money, he grumbled, his mind already whirring with calculations. Hey, you brilliant reader. Je breve I am loud. Half your support keeps my creativity flowing like melted cheese on a pizza. Je breve, a care to toss a virtual slice my way. De breve I am loves, Chapter 20, News. In a dimly lit room filled with an array of intricate tools and ingredients, a man meticulously went about his work. His focus was unbreakable, his hands moving with a practiced grace as he mixed, measured, and combined various elements. This man was the paragon of the Alvirian family in Sector 4, one of the Tier 1 families in the human domain, Thorn Alvirian. He possesses a fiery red hair which cascades over his forehead, framing his countenance in a wild and untamed manner. Partially obscuring his gaze, his hair seems to enhance the intensity of his sapphire eyes, which pierce through the veil of uncertainty with a sharp, discerning brilliance. While the Ravensteins forged their legacy on the battlefield, the Alvirians have sculpted their dominion through the arcane and enigmatic art of alchemy. Within their secretive enclaves and well-guarded laboratories, they manipulate the very essence of elements to craft potions of unimaginable power. These elixirs, both wondrous and perilous, have become the lifeblood of the realm, a silent force that bolsters warriors, bestowing upon them advantages that could tip the scales of any conflict. As the Ravensteins marshal their strength for battle, the Alvirians exert their influence in the markets, their grip on the alchemical trade firm and unyielding. As Thorn worked diligently, his concentration unwavering, a woman entered the room. She observed him from a distance, a silent presence that refrained from disrupting his meticulous process. 4 hours passed in an almost meditative silence, the woman's patience evident as she patiently waited for his attention. Finally, with the finishing touches of his potion complete, the man glanced up and noticed the woman standing there. His brows furrowed in mild surprise, and he cleared his throat before speaking. What do you want? The woman's voice was respectful and succinct as she reported, the Ravensteins have declared war on the Obsidian Order. The man's expression shifted. This is going to be troublesome, he murmured. Those madmen have the potential to cause a lot of destruction if left unchecked. His words hung in the air and woman nodded in understanding. The man then gestured for her to leave, his attention returning to his tools and potions. With a respectful bow, the woman turned and exited the room, leaving Thorn to his contemplations. In a chamber bathed in the fiery glow of a freshly forged metal, a man sat in solemn contemplation. His raven, black hair framed his face, casting a stark contrast against his tanned complexion. Muscles, firm and unyielding, coiled beneath his skin like steel cables, a testament to his strength and endurance. He was a figure of formidable presence, his very aura exuding an air of command. This man is the paragon of the Emberforge family in Sector 2, one of the Tier 1 of the human domain, Gavrik Emberforge. The Emberforge family are deeply rooted in craftsmanship and innovation. Their skilled artisans and crafters forge intricate and enchanting creations. With meticulous attention to detail, the Emberforge produces artifacts that are as beautiful as they are functional, from enchanted weaponry to intricate trinkets that weave magic into the fabric of daily life. They are the main reason for humanity's technological advancements. Before him, the centerpiece of his attention, rested a piece of metal that glowed with an otherworldly intensity. If one could take a closer look, they would notice that this metal was Daramite cornium, a metal that is 10 times harder than diamond. His eyes fixated upon the metal as if seeking to unravel its mysteries. There was a depth to his stare, a search for understanding that went beyond the physical realm. A presence entered the chamber, bowing respectfully to the man who sat before the awe-inspiring metal. As the newcomer relayed a message, the man's gaze reluctantly shifted from the metal to settle upon the messenger. An aura of authority enveloped him, and a chilling silence hung in the air, a testament to the power he wielded and the weight of his attention. The message delivered, the man excused the messenger with a barely perceptible nod. His expression remained unchanged, a mask of quiet contemplation that betrayed no emotion. Once more, his focus returned to the burning metal, his thoughts a labyrinth of possibilities and plans that only he could fathom. Across the sprawling expanse of the human domain, whispers of uncertainty and concern swept through the distinguished families like a chilling wind. The news of the Ravenstein family's declaration of war against the Obsidian Order reverberated through family halls, opulent chambers, and secluded estates alike, leaving an indelible mark of trepidation in its wake. Atticus made his way to the garden where his Anastasia and Freya were drinking tea. It had been a week since Ariel died. There, amidst the delicate symphony of rustling leaves and fragrant blooms, he spotted them. Atticus approached and greeted them. "Good morning, Mom." "Grandma," he offered, a blend of warmth threading his words. Anastasia's lips curved into a fond smile as she looked up from her cup of tea. "Ah, honey, what are you doing here?" she asked. Freya also looked at Atticus, wondering why he was here. He was always in his room doing who knows what. He never comes out on his own, unless Anastasia forces him. He settled into a seat beside them. He cleared his throat and spoke. "Mom, I can't wait a year. Please, let me learn how to fight now." He had thought about it and decided that getting strength couldn't wait. Life is full of uncertainties. The stronger you are, the better your chances, Atticus thought. Anastasia's gaze held his, and a moment of contemplative silence hung in the air. Then, to Atticus's surprise, a smile graced her features as she nodded. "All right, I agree." His eyebrows furrowed in astonishment. You do?" Anastasia's eyes twinkled with a newfound resolve. "Yes, I've realized that in this world, anyone can be vulnerable, no matter how much protection surrounds them. It's your own strength that truly matters." She reached out, her hand encompassing his. "Promise me, though, that you'll be careful. Take it step by step." Atticus beamed with gratitude. "Thank you, Mom." "I promise." He kissed her and Freya on their cheeks and left the garden. As Atticus departed, Anastasia's gaze shifted to Freya, the unspoken weight of their shared sorrow lingering in the air. "How are you, Freya?" she asked. Freya's expression softened, her voice carrying the echoes of past grief. "Seeing your child die before you must be the most unbearable pain a parent could endure." Summer understanding passed between them, and then suddenly Freya's aura surged forth, an aura of undeniable strength of a grandmaster rank. "The Obsidian Order will be eradicated from this world, no matter what it takes," she muttered. Chapter 21, Master. As Atticus was making his way back to his room, lost in his thoughts, he noticed a man approaching him. The man had a burly frame, white hair, and was dressed in an impeccably clean attire. He stopped in front of Atticus, his sharp gaze sizing him up. "Oh, you must be Atticus. You look weak," the man remarked. "He's strong." Atticus felt a sense of vulnerability in him from seeing the man, as if no matter what he does, he wouldn't be able to survive if the man were to decide to take any action against him. "What do you expect from a 5-year-old? Atticus retorted. "Is he expecting me to be a super baby or something?" He continued, "Well, I'm going to start training soon." He's strong. This could be an ideal chance to acquire a mentor, he mused inwardly. Initially, he had hoped that Avalon would be the one to train him, especially after Anastasia had agreed that he could start training at the age of 6. However, with Ariel's death, he knew that Avalon wouldn't be able to do it. The man's lips curled into a half-smile. "Oh, good. And who will be training you?" "I'm planning on joining the regular morning training with the guards," Atticus explained, hoping the man will fall for it. The man's eyes twinkled with amusement. "How about becoming my student?" Jackpot, he thought inwardly, but outwardly he raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing the man more intently. "I don't know you," he remarked. The man chuckled. "Fair enough. Allow me to introduce myself then. I am Sirius Ravenstein, the head of the Raven Vanguard." Atticus had learned a lot during his lessons. He had already gained insight into the structure of the Ravenstein family. He feigned a brief pause, appearing to contemplate before finally nodding and responding, "Okay." Sirius laughed heartily. "I was expecting a bit more surprise. Well, you look strong, so I assumed you were someone important," Atticus replied in a matter-of-fact tone. "Oh, smart lad. Even though I asked you to be my student, you're still going to have to prove you have what it takes," said Sirius, his tone carrying a hint of challenge. Without hesitation, Atticus infused mana into his arm, and with a powerful strike, he hit the wall beside him. The sound of crumbling stone filled the air as a grin formed on Atticus's face. "Is that enough for you?" he quipped. He had been experimenting with his mana, and he discovered that it could be used to augment any body part. All he had to do was draw mana from his mana core into his hand and punch. It took him a while, but he was able to eventually do it. A stunned silence hung for a moment, and then Sirius burst into laughter, genuine amusement in his expression. He couldn't help but think, of course his son is a monster too. Growing up together in the Ravenstein estate, Avalon, Sirius, Lyanna, and Nathan formed a close-knit quartet, and they were known as the 4 stars of Ravenstein. Sirius had always recognized Avalon's monstrous talent. Even as youngsters, Avalon's innate strength set him apart from others. However, he couldn't have foreseen that his son would turn out to be even more of a prodigy than he was. He's awakened at the age of 5, and he can already augment his body with mana, a feat that people twice his age struggle to achieve. He's an extraordinary talent. Amidst his laughter, Sirius composed himself and nodded, his eyes gleaming with newfound respect. "Okay, Atticus, you've made your point. So, when do we start?" Atticus asked, having expected this reaction. He had been exceedingly cautious about what he divulged, uncertain about the norms of this new world. Anastasia regularly examined his mana core in search of any alterations, yet his skill conceal aided him in safeguarding his progress. Atticus, of course, didn't trust this man, but the fact that he was the head of the Raven Vanguard made revealing that he was an awakened easier. He was well aware that Sirius was bound to the main family by a strict mana contract. A mana contract was directly linked to one's mana core, and breaking the contract would result in immediate death. Now without warning, Sirius moved swiftly and struck Atticus in the stomach. The force of the blow sent Atticus skidding down the hallway, crashing into the far wall. Atticus coughed, struggling to regain his breath. Rule number 1, Sirius mused, a playful glint in his eyes. Never let your guard down. Arya emerged from the shadows, her expression cold and threatening. What are you doing? Sirius grinned, unfazed by her hostility. What do you think, training my new student? Arya's gaze could have frozen fire. If you harm him, Atticus raised his arm weakly to stop her. Arya, it's fine. I agreed to this. Arya's eyes softened as she helped Atticus stand, concern etched across her features. Young Master Sirius walked away, his voice trailing behind him. Come to the training grounds by 6 tomorrow. Atticus limped back toward his room, Arya's support helping him along the way. When they finally reached his room, Arya turned to him and couldn't help but ask, Young Master, why are you going to such lengths to gain strength? I've noticed you absorbing mana every day. You should be glad I didn't inform Lady Anastasia. If she hears about this, she will make sure you never leave her side again. Initially, Arya believed that Atticus might have been subconsciously absorbing mana, but as he grew older, and the intensity of his actions increased, such as sitting down cross-legged during his training, it became clear to her that her young master was quite unusual. She had put in considerable effort to ascertain how he possessed this knowledge, yet eventually, she abandoned the pursuit, since it wasn't detrimental. Stalker, Atticus chuckled, teasing her. Initially, he wasn't aware that Arya was always watching him. He found that out later. Of course, he panicked when he realized, but he quickly calmed down when he noticed that Arya didn't do anything or report him to Anastasia. Since he couldn't do anything about the situation, he decided to continue training as if nothing had happened. Arya blushed furiously. I was just protecting you. Atticus laughed heartily. Thank you, Arya, for watching over me and for not telling Mom. Arya's heart warmed at his gratitude. Of course, young master. As Atticus settled onto his bed, he looked up at Arya. I need strength because it's the only way I can survive. Arya's eyes gleamed with determination. I'll protect you. Atticus met her gaze, his voice firm. Wasn't someone protecting Ariel too? Yet he still died. In this world, only your strength matters, Arya. Arya's expression softened, a mixture of determination and understanding in her eyes. She nodded slowly. All right, young master. Then I'll be by your side as you search for that strength. Chapter 22. Hellish Training. The following day, under the clear sky, Atticus stood within the training grounds, his anticipation mixing with the crisp morning air. The Ravenstein training grounds sprawled across a vast expanse of land, nestled within the heart of the family estate. The grounds themselves were meticulously designed to accommodate a variety of training exercises. At the center of the grounds, a large open space was designated for sparring matches and combat drills. Here, warriors engaged in controlled combat, exchanging strikes and techniques under the watchful eyes of experienced mentors. Nearby, a collection of training dummies stood in formation, each constructed with sturdy materials that could withstand the impact of powerful blows. Warriors would practice their strikes, honing their precision and strength. The dummies bore the marks of countless hits, serving as a testament to the dedication and skill of those who had trained there. The advanced training facilities are reserved for only a select few, so guards and other warriors of the Ravenstein family use this grounds to train and hone their skills. Before long, Sirius walked onto the grounds. As he approached, he started speaking. Listen up, kid, Sirius began. We're going to start with some ground rules. Rule number 1, my words are law. Rule number 2, you'll be here before 6 a.m. every day and wait until I arrive. Rule number 3, no using the advanced training facilities until I say so. Got it? Understood. Atticus answered immediately. Now, we're starting with light training drills. And since you're awakened, no mana usage allowed. Let's get moving. The following hours were a grueling test of Atticus' stamina and endurance. He was pushed to the limits, running, sprinting, and performing drills that seemed to never end. Even though his awakened abilities provided passive enhancements to his physical stats, the training was nothing short of brutal. At one point, he collapsed to the ground, his chest heaving as he gasped for breath. Sirius allowed him a brief respite of 2 minutes, a small window of recovery before Atticus was once again thrust into the demanding regimen. Push-ups, squats, and a variety of exercises that pushed his body to its breaking point followed. The sun climbed higher in the sky, casting long shadows across the training grounds. The next day, Sirius crafted a rigorous daily training regime for Atticus, designed to mold him into a formidable warrior. Each day began at dawn, with the crisp morning air serving as a backdrop to their intense sessions. The training encompassed a holistic approach, focusing on both physical prowess and mental fortitude. Physical conditioning. Atticus engaged in intense physical exercises to enhance his strength, speed and endurance. These sessions included weightlifting, sprinting, agility drills, and cardiovascular workouts. Mana control. A crucial component of Atticus's training was mastering mana manipulation. Sirius guided him through intricate exercises to harness mana for both offensive and defensive purposes. Atticus learned to channel his energy efficiently. Meditation and focus. The training day concluded with meditation and mental exercises. Atticus delved into mindfulness techniques, honing his ability to maintain focus even in the heat of battle. These practices cultivated mental resilience and clarity, vital attributes for a warrior. Sirius's training regime demanded unwavering dedication and discipline. Each day, Atticus was pushed to his limits, compelled to surpass his previous achievements. This continued every day until 4 months passed. Atticus found himself standing in front of Sirius once more, his body covered in sweat, but his expression calm. The hellish days of training had transformed him, honing his physique and mental fortitude. He had adapted remarkably, his awakened potential allowing him to endure the grueling routine with determination. As he stood there, he reflected, "Thank the heavens I awakened. Without it, enduring this hellish training would have been impossible." Even without actively using mana, an awakened was inherently more powerful than an average person. That makes them have more adaptability. Sirius, approving nod, acknowledged Atticus' progress. "Good job, kid. You've come a long way. Now, it's time for the next phase. Today, I'm going to introduce you to our magic system." Atticus was finally going to learn about the Elder Alf's magic system. Not == character profile. Username: Atticus Ravenstein. Age: 5. Gender: male. Race: human. Attributes: strength 15, agility 17, endurance 16, vitality 14, intelligence 9, charm 11, level novice plus talent, mythical bloodline, locked abilities, innate skills, conceal grade, mythical, the ability to conceal your powers from anyone regardless of rank. You may choose what level you want to be shown. Chapter 23, Magic System. Sirius fixed his gaze fixed on Atticus with a serious intensity. "Listen closely, kid. Our magic system follows a clear progression, moving through various stages of power." He began to explain, his voice steady. "The journey begins with novice, the initial stage of awakening, and moves on to intermediate, advanced, expert, master, grandmaster, and then paragon, the pinnacle of strength. Most children naturally become novices around the age of 10, but the tiered families often hasten this process by exposing their children to high mana density environments, causing them to awaken earlier." Atticus nodded, absorbing the information. "So, being a novice is just the starting point?" "Exactly," Sirius confirmed. "To progress to higher stages, one must simply absorb mana into their mana core. However, not everyone possesses the same ability to absorb mana. This is where talent comes into play." Sirius continued, "Talent is categorized into 5 grades: dormant, unlocked, adept, empowered, and transcendent. The higher your talent, the more mana your body can hold, and consequently, how far you can climb the power ladder." He illustrated the concept further. For instance, those with dormant talent will remain novices throughout their lives, while someone with unlocked talent can reach the intermediate level and no further. Adept talent can take you up to the expert level, empowered to grandmaster, and transcendent to the pinnacle of power, the paragon level. Atticus furrowed his brow in thought. "And what about mythical grade talent?" Sirius' eyes showed slight shock, but he quickly recovered. "Mythical grade talent is a rare, almost legendary phenomenon. It's basically a myth." "Where did you hear it from?" "Mom told me stories about people with mythical grade talent." Atticus lied with a straight face. Okay. It hasn't been seen in a few centuries though." "I doubt it even exists," Sirius stated. Atticus absorbed the information, his mind racing with the possibilities. "So my talent will determine how far I can go in the magical hierarchy." "Yes, but remember," Sirius emphasized, "while talent sets the limits, your determination, hard work, and discipline play a significant role in how far you can push those limits. And always bear in mind the responsibility that comes with power." Atticus nodded, a newfound determination gleaming in his eyes. "I understand." Sirius offered a small smile. "Since you awakened early, we can assume you have a high talent. You can ask Anastasia to take you to check later." "All right," Atticus replied, but in his mind he thought, "I don't need her to check. I'm glad I have a system to tell me. Who knows what would happen if word ever got out that I had mythical grade talent." "I trust Mom, but you never know what could happen." "Now let's talk about another aspect of power, Atticus. There are those born with a heritage that grants them unique bloodlines, enhancing their strength and abilities. Your bloodline type is determined by your lineage, tracing back through your family's history." He took a moment to let that sink in before elaborating further. "For instance, our Ravenstein family has a distinctive bloodline that allows us to manipulate the elements. Your father has a bloodline that grants him mastery over fire, Lord Magnus controls the forces of lightning. Ariel, who we tragically lost, possessed dominion over darkness, and I harnessed the power of air. Atticus listened intently, his curiosity piqued. So bloodlines determine the specific abilities we have. Exactly, Sirius confirmed. But here's the intriguing part, bloodlines can sometimes manifest unexpectedly. You might encounter individuals from ordinary families, both parents devoid of any bloodline, yet their offspring could possess the ability to control fire, for example. It's a phenomenon we don't fully comprehend, but one hypothesis is that ancestral bloodlines could resurface through generations. Atticus nodded, absorbing the complexities of bloodlines. So, it's not solely about your immediate family, but your ancestry as well. Indeed, Sirius agreed with a nod. Now let's discuss when bloodlines awaken. It typically happens when an individual reaches the intermediate rank in power. By then, the potential of your lineage begins to unlock. Leaning in, he continued, there are 5 distinct stages to this power, but I'll only explain 3 for now. In the first stage, Sirius elaborated, you'll find that you can only wield your bloodline's powers within your immediate touch. Imagine an earth manipulator, who can only control the element when their physical form is in contact with it. The power remains confined, an extension of your being but limited to your touch alone. It's the starting point, the foundation upon which the rest of your mastery will be built. His words flowed like a river, carrying Atticus deeper into the revelation. Then comes stage 2, Sirius continued, where your control extends beyond your body's confines. A fire elementalist, for instance, gains the ability to project flames beyond their fingertips. However, the control wanes as soon as the power leaves your body, a fleeting burst of your bloodline's potential. Atticus's gaze held a glint of anticipation, as if the journey had just begun. And then, in the third stage, he explained, your bloodline's reach stretches to encompass a range. Here, you're no longer tethered by proximity. You wield your bloodline with finesse, bending the elements to your will within that defined radius. It's a leap forward, granting you the freedom to shape your power as you see fit. It's important to note that this primarily applies to individuals with elemental bloodlines. In our world, bloodlines come in diverse forms, each with its unique potential and levels of progression. Among the tiered families, various bloodlines exist, each with its distinct path of development and mastery. He paused for a moment before continuing. Now that you have a solid grasp of our power system, Atticus, let's move on to a practical aspect, fighting. Given your ability to coat and enhance your body with mana, we'll skip the basics and delve right into it. A spark of determination flickered in Atticus' eyes. I'm ready. Good, Sirius said with a nod. Atticus selected one of the wooden swords lined up neatly on a rack. He turned to face Sirius, who stood with a composed expression, his aura radiating a sense of readiness. Sirius motioned for Atticus to begin. Attack. Show me what you've got. Atticus lunged forward with an ardent swing of the wooden sword. His movement was riddled with inexperience. The wooden blade cut through the air with a determined whoosh, aimed at Sirius' form. Sirius remained unfazed by the sudden assault. With fluid grace, he lifted his own wooden sword, its edge meeting Atticus' strike in a perfectly timed parry. In a seamless motion, Sirius redirected his counterattack, striking Atticus lightly on the head with the flat of his blade. The impact was enough to make Atticus drop his weapon, his hand instinctively reaching to cradle the spot of impact. His head throbbed and he winced in response. Fuck, that hurt, Atticus grasped. Again. Sirius' command echoed with unwavering authority, cutting through the training ground. His voice carried a tone that demanded perseverance and relentlessness. Atticus gritted his teeth, his determination unfaltering despite the slight sting. He retrieved the fallen wooden sword and steadied himself. With a renewed fire in his eyes, he launched into another attack. With each precise strike and skillful counter, Atticus seamlessly applied the lessons ingrained, seamlessly weaving them into the fabric of battle. His mind was a wellspring of tactical insight, his heightened intelligence stat propelling his every move. Upon encountering his intelligence stat for the first time, Atticus had been intrigued by the potential it held. Curiosity swirled within him, a longing to unravel the depths of its significance. As he delved into the complexities of his newfound abilities, a gradual realization began to dawn. The revelation came not in a moment of grand epiphany, but through the gradual assimilation of knowledge. Atticus started to absorb intricate concepts effortlessly, deciphering complex subjects with an ease that left him awestruck. The jigsaw pieces of understanding fell into place, and he realized that the answer was right there, embedded within the system's explanation. It determines the ability to learn, reason, and analyze information. The system's explanation echoed in his mind, resonating with clarity. Atticus understood that his intelligence stat was a key to unlocking the realm of comprehension, an open door to rapid absorption and assimilation of knowledge. Sparring with Sirius, and the process of learning from his mistakes assumed a new light. The challenges that once seemed formidable now felt like child's play, for Atticus's elevated intelligence stat imbued him with a mental prowess that elevated his learning curve. Every interaction with Sirius became a canvas for refining his techniques, an opportunity to fine-tune his strategies and implement them with precision. As the hours passed, Atticus felt his body grow weary, his muscles aching from the rigorous practice. But he pushed through, driven by his determination to improve. Sweat beaded on his forehead, and his breath grew heavy, yet he persisted. By the end of the grueling training session, Atticus stood before Sirius, his chest heaving as he caught his breath. "You're improving," Sirius acknowledged, a hint of a smile tugging at his lips. "But remember, this is just the beginning. Your journey to power has just started." Atticus nodded, his determination unwavering. He then turned and left the training ground. This was the start of a journey that would shape Atticus into an entity revered by all. Chapter 24. After 2 years. The clash of swords echoed through the training ground as Atticus and Sirius engaged in an intense sparring session. Atticus moved with precision and speed, his every movement calculated and strategic. He flowed seamlessly between offensive strikes and defensive maneuvers, his body fueled by the mana he had mastered over the past 2 years. He switched between augmenting his leg with mana for a burst of speed to his arms for a powerful strike. Their swords danced in a deadly rhythm, a symphony of wood meeting wood. Atticus's transformation over the past 2 years was nothing short of astounding. His once untrained body had grown into a formidable weapon, honed by relentless training. Atticus' mana control of the past and now are like heaven and earth. As the battle raged on, Atticus's mind raced. He recalled the days of grueling drills. He had pushed himself to the limits and beyond, driven by his desire to become stronger and survive. A lot had happened in 2 years. Ember had decided to get stronger, driven by the loss of Ariel. She awakened a few months after Ariel's death. She too had been training with a personal trainer in the Ravenstein Advanced Training Facilities. Calder chose to join her so she won't feel alone, but left a year ago to the Ravenstein's camp. When a Ravenstein reaches 10, they get sent to the Raven camp for a period of 3 years, where they meet other Ravenstein's children, learn to survive and prepare for the academy at the age of 15. After the declaration of war against the Obsidian Order, a lot had happened. The Ravenstein were relentless in their pursuit of revenge. Bases in Sector 4 were reduced to ruins, with lots of collateral damage. The very ground seemed to tremble under the weight of their fury. After witnessing the magnitude of the Ravenstein's swift and powerful response, the Alvirian family that controlled Sector 4 attempted to exert pressure on them to curb their actions. However, their efforts took a terrible turn when the Ravenstein's response escalated to a point of madness, even resorting to veiled threats of war. The display of a furious Magnus, accompanied by an army of lightning-laden clouds, proved to be a formidable deterrent, effectively silencing any further attempts at negotiation. Although the Alvirian family members also had a paragon rank, his expertise does not lay in fighting. Back to the present, Atticus moved with agility, his body synchronized with the flow of mana coursing through his veins. Enhanced legs carried him swiftly toward Sirius, who stood unwavering with his wooden sword. In a seamless motion, Atticus dodged a powerful overhead strike aimed at him, his instincts and mana-fueled reflexes guiding his every move. With a calculated swing, Atticus unleashed a strike toward Sirius's throat, his arms empowered by the very essence that coursed within him. Sirius smiled, and in a blink of an eye, he vanished from Atticus's field of vision, only to reappear behind him with uncanny speed. The impact of the wooden sword against the back of Atticus's head was swift and jarring. A triumphant smile adorned Sirius's face as he scolded, "Are you trying to kill me, brat?" Atticus's retort was swift, his frustration evident. "You cheated. You said you were going to adjust your strength to my level." With a playful sigh, Sirius conceded, all right, you win this round. You can use the advanced training room now." Atticus's eyes lit up, a victorious grin spreading across his face. "Finally. Listen, Atticus, I'm leaving the estate soon. I've got some things to take care of. This might be our last lesson," Sirius said. "Oh, I guess I'll see you later then." "Thank you for teaching me," Atticus said with a small bow. "Haha, I'll be back before you know it. Get ready for another intense training session," Sirius said with a chuckle. Atticus' mouth twitched before dashing out of the training ground. "Take your time, old man," Sirius muttered under his breath. Annoying little kid, but a hint of amusement tugged at the corner of his lips. He watched Atticus's energetic departure, a mixture of fondness and exasperation evident in his gaze. As Atticus vanished from his sight, Sirius's thoughts took a more contemplative turn. "He's a monster," Sirius thought to himself, his mind racing back to the day he had taken Atticus under his wing. The decision had been a whim, an idle notion to pass the time. Never had he anticipated that Atticus would be an individual of such extraordinary potential. Even after he found out he was awakened at 5, he attributed that to his high talent. Sirius had witnessed Atticus's rapid growth firsthand, his progress exceeding all expectations. He couldn't help but marvel at the raw power that lay dormant within the young boy, waiting to be unleashed. The realization that Atticus was a true prodigy filled Sirius with a sense of anticipation. As he gazed at the training ground, his thoughts lingered on the future. He found himself eagerly awaiting the day when Atticus' potential would fully bloom. Hey there, seeker of literary pleasures. Tu breathe I am Lao. Half they say good stories are as satisfying as a slice of pizza on a Friday night. Well, your presence here is my own kind of comfort food. Tu breathe I am Laos. How about a virtual pizza night to inspire my writing? Tu breathe I am Lao. Chapter 25, Breakthrough. After the training session, Atticus made his way to his room. Sitting down cross-legged on his bed, he allowed his thoughts to drift. It's been a hellish 2 years, he mused, his voice barely above a whisper. It wasn't easy, but I'm glad I finally learned how to fight. During the hellish training, Atticus had initially dreaded getting hurt. Despite growing up in this new world, his mindset was still rooted in his earthly origins. However, this problem was gradually fixed as the training progressed. Although he hadn't experienced any real life-and-death battles and didn't know how he'd react, it was still a significant leap forward. Atticus's thoughts shifted inward, fixating on the power that had been welling up within him. I feel I'm very close to a breakthrough. I'll finally be able to awaken my bloodline, he thought, excited to awaken his bloodline. With a resolute exhale, Atticus closed his eyes, entering a state of meditative focus. He began absorbing mana, his concentration turning inward as he allowed the ambient energy to flow into his core. Time seemed to stretch as he remained in that trance-like state, the sensation of mana coursing through him both invigorating and soothing. After several hours, Atticus felt a sudden surge of power coursing through his veins, a feeling that was both exhilarating and overwhelming. He could sense a transformation occurring within his mana core, a sensation of expansion and growth that was almost palpable, and he felt a slight connection to the elements. Wait, I feel a connection to all the elements. Is it my bloodline? Atticus thought, slightly surprised. His mind raced as he contemplated the newfound connection he felt to the elements. It was as if a door had opened, granting him access to powers that were once distant and unreachable. With a sense of excitement, he closed his eyes and focused on this connection, channeling his thoughts towards each element in turn. After a few minutes, he raised his arms, and a small flame materialized on his arm, dancing with a life of its own. A delighted smile tugged at his lips as he continued to concentrate. With a gentle effort of will, he conjured a bead of water into existence. It laid on his hand. Encouraged by his success, he directed his focus towards the element of air, causing a gentle breeze to sweep through the room. I can feel a slight connection to light and darkness, but it seems I can't control them yet. As he wanted to call his status to check what changed, the air suddenly grew heavy with an unpleasant odor. Atticus's eyes widened as he detected the source. Beads of dark, viscous substance oozing from his pores. Startled and slightly alarmed, Atticus quickly rose from the bed, but he misjudged his newfound power and stumbled, landing on the floor with an undignified thud. He grimaced and rubbed his sore backside, feeling slightly embarrassed. It'll take some time to get used to this strength, he muttered, anticipation coloring his words. Realizing the need for a bath, he made his way to the bathroom, leaving a bewildered Arya behind. Did he just control 3 elements? Arya muttered. As Atticus stood under the soothing flow of water, he felt the fatigue of his training wash away, replaced by a renewed sense of vitality. After his bath, he stood before a full-length mirror, his gaze fixed on his reflection. He couldn't help but admire the changes that had taken place, both externally and internally. His compact muscles, taut and well-defined for his age, hint at the physical prowess that lies within him. Remarkably, the contours of his abdomen reveal a hint of definition, forming the foundation of what would eventually become a chiseled set of 6 back abs. With a sense of anticipation, he took a deep breath and thought. Status. A holographic display materialized before him. Character profile. Username: Atticus Ravenstein. Age: 7. Gender: male. Race: human. Attributes: strength, 30. Agility, 33. Endurance, 35. Vitality, 30. Intelligence, 11. Charm, 14. Level. Intermediate talent: mythical bloodline, primordial elemental bloodline. Level 1. Fire, 0.8% air, 1% water, 0.6% earth, 0.7% abilities. Innate skills: conceal grade, mythical, the ability to conceal your powers from anyone regardless of rank. You may choose what level you want to be shown. As Atticus's gaze remained fixed on his stats, a sense of amazement and reflection swept over him. A small chuckle escaped his lips as he mused to himself. Damn, I've come a long way from those initial one. To think I would get reincarnated into a magic world and learn magic, he thought, his mind momentarily drifting back to his life on Earth and Mother, which brought a slight sad expression to his face. The thought of manipulating elements still felt somewhat surreal, like an enchanting dream he was living. The sense of surrealism gradually giving way to a steely resolve. No matter how surreal it may feel, he thought, his gaze becoming resolute, I'm going to make the most of this opportunity. I'll keep pushing myself to become even stronger and find that stupid man. After a few seconds of self-reflection, his gaze drifted to his new bloodline. Primordial elemental bloodline. Sounds OP he mused. He then focused on it. The primordial elemental bloodline is a rare and potent lineage that bestows an unparalleled mastery over the very elements that shape the world, granting its bearer the power to control all aspects of fire, water, air, earth, and even the more esoteric forces like lightning, ice, light, darkness, etc. Note that the user must reach a certain level of strength to be able to use these esoteric forces. Chapter 26. Going Out. The next day, Atticus strode into the advanced training facility in the Raventine estate, the doors parting smoothly as he approached. His steps led him to a particular room, where the entrance slid open to reveal a training scene in progress. Before him, Ember was engaged in an intense sparring session with a robot, their movements a dance of skill and finesse. Ember's spear gleamed in the simulated arena's light. With a swift and calculated thrust, she lunged at the robot, aiming to pierce its defenses. However, the robot sidestepped her attack with fluid grace. In a swift response, it swiftly retaliated, its sword glinting as it aimed a deft strike towards Ember's head. She deftly leaned to the side, the blade of the sword grazing the air where her head had been mere moments before. Without missing a beat, Ember closed the distance between herself and the robot. With a swift pivot, Ember shifted her stance, her spear sweeping upward from below. The lethal tip of the weapon aimed skyward. It evaded Ember's thrust with a nimble twist of its body. Momentum carried it out of the spear's path, and with a sudden burst of energy, it executed a high kick aimed squarely at Ember's side. Ember used her spear as a shield. She angled the weapon with precision, using it as a barrier against the powerful kick. The clash of force resonated in the arena, but Ember's grip remained unyielding, and with a masterful twist, she harnessed the kinetic energy of the kick, redirected the force, and drove the spear's point forward with pinpoint accuracy. The weapon pierced the robot defenses, ending the battle. Atticus watched with keen interest, and after the battle ended, he clapped, prompting Ember to notice his arrival. Just as Ember was approaching, "Ember, what's up?" Atticus called out, a smile on his face. Ember's lips curved into a faint smile. She replied with a simple, barely audible "Hey." "You have gotten stronger." Atticus observed that her aura had improved. After Ember had awakened her core, she trained every day to improve her strength. She currently emitted a novice rank aura, a testament to her talent. Ember simply nods quietly in acknowledgement. "How about we take a break and do something fun? I was thinking we could head out of the estate and just hang out for a change," Atticus suggested. He knew Ember had been pushing herself hard after Ariel's death, and he wanted her to take a little break and relax. Moreover, he was genuinely eager to explore the world beyond the estate's confines. Anastasia's refused to grant him permission to go out, so he saw this as an opportunity to accomplish two things at once. Ember paused for a moment, then replied with a simple "Okay. I was thinking we could explore the city a bit. What do you think?" Atticus suggested. Ember's eyes flickered with a mix of surprise and curiosity before she nodded and softly responded, "Okay. Good, we'll leave tomorrow," Atticus replied, his mind already set on the plan as he turned to walk away. Under the moonlit sky, Anastasia's brows was furrowed. Atticus had just told her that he wanted to go out of the estate with Ember. Concern etched across her face. She gave him her usual firm no. Anastasia had been avoiding having Atticus participate in social events and other activities. Even though she had given him an artifact to hide his monocore, she still believed it was important to be cautious and careful about his exposure. Although he was now at an age where it was common for children from prominent families to awaken, she still wanted to be safe. "Ember has been training tirelessly since, you know when. She deserves a break," Atticus implored, his voice carrying a tone of genuine concern. "There's no way she can say no to this." Anastasia's resistance softened, her features showing traces of reluctant agreement, but only after giving a list of conditions. Conditions, laden with precaution, spilled forth from her lips that night. The next day, Atticus and Ember stood before the mansion's grand entrance. Their faces held contrasting expressions. Atticus wore a bemused look, his eyes widening incredulously at the sight of the excessive number of guards Anastasia had enlisted as escorts, each with at least a master rank aura. His inner thoughts echoed with a wry chuckle, "Damn, what an overprotective woman." Ember's countenance remained an enigmatic mask, her features betraying nothing. Her inscrutable expression gave away no hint of her thoughts or emotions. Without further ado, they entered the sleek hover car and left. Chapter 27. The Human Domain. As they were moving away from the estate, Atticus couldn't help but recall what he learned about the structure of the human domain from Aaron during one of his lessons. The human domain was divided into 10 distinct sectors, each designated by a number reflecting its proximity to Sector 1, which houses the prestigious Academy, and the Central Human Alliance. Each sectors, apart from Sector 1 which was like a neutral ground, are under the control of influential Tier 1 families. Families are categorized into tiers based on their power and prowess. Tier 1 families stand at the pinnacle, boasting a singular paragon rank individual within their ranks. Tier 2 families require at least one Grandmaster rank member, while Tier 3, at least a Master rank. These sectors, vast in expanse and spanning thousands of kilometers, each hold their own unique influence. Amid this intricate hierarchy, a formidable mercenary faction emerges, offering their services across the expansive sectors. The faction was led by 2 paragons. The overseers of the human domain is the Human Alliance. Comprising all the paragons of humanity, the Council serves as the ultimate authority. Attaining paragon rank status grants automatic access to this esteemed assembly. The Sentinel Guardians was headed by a paragon rank entity who directly answers to the Council. It is they who ensure the enforcement of law and order across the human domain. The Human Alliance Council, aside from wielding significant political power, is also the hub of crucial decisions that influence the entirety of the human domain. This includes not only civilian matters, but also the control of the domain's military forces, ensuring a united defense against threats. The Ravenstein family controls Sector 3, situated between Sectors 1, 2, and 4. It shares borders with Sector 1 in the northeast, Sector 2 in the southwest, and Sector 4 in the southeast. Atticus and Ember were seated within a remarkable marvel of technology, a hover car. Its exterior was adorned with intricate, incarved runes, each contributing to the car's ability to effortlessly hover above the ground. The very essence of magic and science converged within these runes, allowing the vehicle to defy gravity itself. A trio of accompanying hover vehicles encircled them, forming a protective entourage. The entourage moved in synchronized harmony, the vehicles seamlessly gliding through the air at an impressive speed. As they departed from the confines of the Ravenstein estate, perched atop a sizable hill, Atticus' eyes were drawn to the breathtaking sight that unfolded before him. From this elevated vantage point, the city sprawled beneath like a canvas of wonder. The magnificent urban landscape stretched out before him, a harmonious blend of diverse architectural styles. Hover cars weaved through the air in graceful patterns, forming a mesmerizing dance of modern technology. Their sleek forms added a touch of futurism to the scene. Tall, elegant buildings adorned the streets, each a masterpiece of design, creating a skyline that seemed to reach for the heavens. Atticus's gaze traversed the enchanting cityscape, revealing a striking fusion of elements. The air carried whispers of fantasy magic, evident in the ethereal embellishments that adorned some of the structures. Hints of medieval charm added a touch of timelessness, creating a unique and captivating blend of eras. The urban lifestyle pulsed with vitality, evident in the hustle and bustle of people going about their day. Markets thrived and plazas bustled with activity, painting a vibrant picture of community and progress. Inside the comfort of the hover car, Atticus's gaze wandered out of the window, his eyes scanning the lively scene beyond. The bustling city unfolded before him, a tapestry of daily life woven with vibrant threads of activity. People moved with purpose, some hurrying, others leisurely exploring the stalls that adorned the streets. The hum of commerce filled the air as transactions took place, and the atmosphere thrived with the energy of a vibrant marketplace. The hover car Atticus and Ember occupied, along with the accompanying trio, drew the attention of the passing crowd. Among the multitude, a couple's interaction was particularly funny. The wife playfully slapped her husband on the head, her frustration evident. "Didn't you promise me I'd get that life?" the wife chided. Her husband, scratching his head, responded, "What did you do that for?" "You will, honey. I just invested in something, it'll go big soon." Another slap followed as the woman exclaimed, "That's a Ponzi scheme, you fool." Turning his attention away from the street, Atticus was met with Ember's inquisitive gaze. "Where are we going?" she asked. Her question hung in the air, prompting a slightly embarrassed response from him. "I don't know," he admitted, his cheeks tinged with embarrassment. Ember's continued look prompted him to shift his gaze elsewhere, and a silent understanding passed between them. The drive continued, and as they navigated through the city, Atticus's eyes caught sight of an inviting building adorned with an arcade sign. Eagerly, he instructed the driver to head in that direction. As they arrived at the arcade, their presence turned heads, drawing whispers and curious glances from the crowd. Stepping out of the hover car, Atticus exuded a striking handsomeness. While Ember's beauty was truly enchanting, coupled with their signature white hair, they were breathtaking. Conversations swirled in the background as people recognized them. "Look, they're from the Ravenstein family," someone remarked. A girl added, "He looks so handsome." This will take some getting used to," Atticus thought. He found it quite unusual to be treated almost like a celebrity, even though he was essentially a stranger to those people. His distinctive white hair certainly attracted a lot of attention, and the heavy security detail accompanying him only added to it. Remaining unfazed, Atticus and Ember maintained their composed expressions, unperturbed by the attention. With a sense of purpose, they continued their stride toward the arcade, eager to explore the arcade. Chapter 28 Arcade. Stepping through the entrance of the arcade building, Atticus and Ember found themselves greeted by a rather unexpected sight. The spacious hall was surprisingly vacant. Their gazes swept across the surroundings, settling on a clerk stationed behind the front desk. The presence of the two visitors elicited an internal realization from the clerk. Ravensteins, she thought. She swiftly composed herself, replacing her surprise with a respectful demeanor. With a formal and courteous greeting, she addressed them. "Good morning, young master, my lady. How may I assist you today?" Atticus met the clerk's gaze with an expression that revealed little, his demeanor enigmatic. "We'd like to play a game." "We'd like our privacy, please," he replied evenly. "He's handsome. Too bad he's just a kid," she thought, her professionalism remaining intact. Outwardly, she maintained her composed countenance, replying with practiced grace. "Certainly, young master. I'll give you the best VIP room. How many hours would you like to book it for?" "5 should be enough," Atticus responded succinctly. With a subtle nod, the clerk continued her role seamlessly. "That'll be 500 credits for both of you, young master." One of the guards approached the front desk and promptly settled the payment. The clerk led Atticus and Ember towards the second floor. As they entered, they saw a collection of sleek pods arranged next to each other. They saw row upon row of gaming pods stretched out like a tantalizing array of opportunities for adventure. Following the direction of the clerk's gesture, they made their way through the maze of pods. Soon, the clerk led them to a secluded corner, where they saw an elegant door. "Right this way," the clerk offered. Then she guided them to a VIP room. At the entrance of the VIP room, 2 out of the guards who had been following Atticus and Ember stood guard, standing sentinel to ensure their privacy. The game pods within the VIP room were more opulent than those they had seen outside. They were a marvel of both design and enchantment. As Atticus and Ember approached them, their eyes were drawn to the intricate patterns of runes etched onto the sleek surfaces. These ancient symbols pulsed with an otherworldly energy, promising a journey beyond the ordinary. Combining the art of runic crafting with advanced mechanics, the game pods formed a bridge between reality and imagination. Designed for comfort, the plush seats seemed to mold to their bodies, creating a sense of cocooned luxury. Soft, ethereal light emitted by the embedded runes bathed the surroundings, infusing the space with a soothing ambience. As they settled into their seats, Atticus and Ember donned the headsets. The runes seamlessly merged with cutting-edge technology, establishing a direct link between their minds and the virtual world. And there's more coming today. If like this novel, please leave a review. I need them to grow. Thank you. Chapter 29 Incident. Hours passed, and Atticus and Ember enjoyed a variety of games. They soon decided that it was time to leave. As they stepped outside the arcade, a distant commotion caught their attention. In an alley adjacent to the arcade, a group of men surrounded a weak-looking individual, threatening him. Atticus glanced at the scene, his expression unreadable. He began to turn away, but a forceful voice shattered the moment. "Stop this instant! How dare you harm an innocent man?" The words echoed from a young girl, about Atticus' age, who strode forward accompanied by a group of guards, each bearing the mark of a master rank. The men tried to explain why they were threatening the man, but she didn't listen. She commanded her guards to chase the offenders from the premises. Atticus watched everything and was about to turn away, but the girl suddenly called out, "You! Why didn't you help him?" While walking towards him, Atticus turned to face the girl. She was a striking 7-year-old with fiery red hair, possesses a captivating beauty that draws attention. Her vibrant locks cascade like a cascade of flames, framing her delicate features. Despite her tender age, her presence commands notice. Standing at a height just shy of 4 feet, she exudes a youthful charm that is as enchanting as it is endearing. She's obviously from a prominent family, but pretty naive, he mused while replying in a neutral tone. "Who are you?" Although Atticus was always nice to his family and friends, he had always been indifferent towards others, even in his past life. With equal determination, she retorted, "My identity is irrelevant. What matters is why you didn't help him. There are other people here, why are you pointing only me out?" Atticus countered. He wasn't the only one who had noticed the commotion, yet her attention seemed to be focused solely on him. The situation felt unusual, making him wonder if there was a specific reason she singled him out. Or was it because I had guards? He realized. Because you have the ability to intervene. All you had to do was command your guards to help him. But I saw you watching emotionlessly. The girl retorted. I guess you're right, I do have the power to help him. But why should I? Atticus quipped. Because it was the right thing to do, the girl stated, her tone conveying confidence and conviction. Atticus's response remained icy. Because it's the right thing to do is not a reason. Atticus strongly disliked those who acted without logic, merely following popular beliefs blindly. He saw it as foolishness when people expected everyone to adopt their views just because they believed in something. Ember was already getting annoyed with the situation. She stared at the girl with a face screaming, "Shut up and leave us alone." The girl's voice faltered as she began to explain. "It is. Mom said that you should always help Atticus's." Abrupt interruption cut her off. "I don't care about your beliefs or upbringing. Your convictions are your own. Do not impose them on me," he said while staring directly into her eyes. She suddenly felt chills and started backing away. "How dare you!" One of her guards who saw this got angry and was about to strike Atticus, but a sudden gust of action punctuated the air. Arya, Atticus's steadfast guardian, materialized with uncanny swiftness, delivering a swift, lethal kick to the guard's neck. The impact was decisive and unforgiving. The guard didn't even move. With his neck bent, he simply crumpled to the ground, lifeless and motionless, sending shock waves through the scene. The onlookers who had gathered to witness the unfolding spectacle scattered in all directions like startled chickens. Amidst the commotion, murmurs of "It's the Ravensteins" rippled through the air. The girl's fear was palpable as she stumbled back, pointing at Arya in a mixture of disbelief and terror. Her guard suddenly stood in front of her, ready to shield her from harm. "Leave them, Arya." "We're leaving." Atticus quickly stopped Arya, who was about to attack them. "Okay, young master." Arya's agreement came swiftly. She then melded back into his shadow. Atticus and Ember calmly departed from the scene, leaving behind a frightened girl and her guards. After they left, one of the guards quickly rushed to her side and asked, "Young miss, are you okay?" He asked worriedly. "If Lord learns about what happened here, we won't live till the next day." She took a moment to steady her breath before speaking, her voice edged with anger. "Who was that boy?" The guard responded cautiously. "I'm not entirely certain, young miss, but judging by the lady's strength, he might be an important member of the Ravenstein family. It would be wise not to provoke them any further." "He dared." Her frustration was evident, followed by a pathetic attempt at justification. "If it weren't for the need to keep my presence in Sector 3 a secret, I would have taught him a lesson." "Humph." With a resigned sigh, the guard suggested, "Young miss, it's time to return. We shouldn't delay any further." He was master rank, but he was unable to follow Arya's movement. "I can't win," he thought gravely. But her irritation lingered, fueled by her belief in doing right. Her mother had instilled in her the importance of helping those in need. Atticus's words echoed in her mind, reigniting her anger. Accustomed to being treated like a princess, this was her first encounter with such disregard. She struggled to accept the situation, her resentment simmering. In a soft, almost imperceptible voice, she made a solemn promise. "I'll pay you back the next time we meet." With that, they stored the dead body in a storage space and they departed. "I'll just say a magic beast killed him." Life as a guard is never easy, sighed the guard thought. Chapter 30. Meeting Magnus. After the incident, Atticus and Ember made their way back to their estate. As they stepped into the mansion, Ember turned her gaze toward Atticus and offered a quiet, heartfelt thanks before swiftly disappearing, leaving Atticus with a warm smile in response. Atticus headed toward his room, his mind a swirl of thoughts. He reflected on what happened earlier when Arya killed the guard. "This is the world I live in now. Killing is definitely a normal occurrence here," he thought, his inner resolve firming. "I really hope I'd be able to do it when the time comes." Entering his room, Atticus decided to absorb mana and increase his strength. However, his plans were abruptly interrupted by an unexpected visitor, Magnus Ravenstein. The weight of Magnus's presence was palpable, causing Atticus to instinctively stand and pay his respects. What the hell is he doing here? His thoughts swirling. Magnus hadn't attended the funeral, opting to watch from afar, so he hadn't met him yet. Atticus had seen some of his pictures on the mansion walls, but he really didn't think his presence would be so overwhelming. "I guess he's a powerhouse for a reason." Magnus looked at Atticus with an appraising eye. "Ah, my youngest grandson. Not bad," he commented with a faint hint of approval. Atticus bowed respectfully. "It's an honor to finally meet you, grandfather." "He can still talk calmly in my presence?" Magnus thought, a little surprised. "Good. We Ravensteins abhor weakness. Set your sights on the top. Strength is our most prized virtue. Remember that." "I understand." Magnus nodded, satisfied with his grandson's behavior. Then suddenly, he turned to leave. "Is that all? This is the first time you're meeting your grandson since his birth. No way in hell I'm going to let you go like that." Atticus, with an innocent expression, quickly said, "Grandfather, you haven't given me any birthday gifts since I was born." A subtle twitch flitted across Magnus's visage. "Vesper," he called out, and a man materialized before him, immediately bowing. "Master," Vesper greeted with respect. "Damn, there are lots of people emerging from the shadows within this family," Atticus mused. "Tell Avalon that when he reaches the age of 9, he is to be allowed to choose a weapon from the vault," Magnus decreed. Vesper's response, laced with respect, was prompt. "As you wish, master." Then, Just as quickly as he appeared, Vesper vanished into the shadows. "See you later, kid," Magnus uttered before making his exit. As Magnus left, Atticus let out a heavy exhale. He had been initially scared that Magnus would discover his actual level, and he felt relieved that he hadn't been found out. To conceal his early awakening, Anastasia had requested that Atticus refrain from leveling up until he turned 7, when it was normal to awaken. If Magnus were to discover that he was actually an intermediate, he dreaded how Anastasia might react. He was glad his conceal skill was able to hide it. After a few seconds of relief, he couldn't hide his excitement anymore. Jackpot. The Ravenstein vault must surely hold something valuable, he thought aloud. Eagerly, he proceeded to absorb mana, his anticipation for turning 9 palpable. After a few hours, Atticus decided it was about time he trained in the advanced training facility in the Ravenstein estate. As he walked into the training room, he came across a room with pristine walls and polished floors, all of which were a pure white in color. In one corner, a platform jutted out, its surface entirely adorned with intricate runes, far exceeding the amount present throughout the training room itself. Stepping forward, Atticus walked towards the wall, mounted control panel, beside the platform. He browsed through the training facility's diverse range of options, from altering terrains to battling against robots. Atticus learned that the facility offers the option to select historical data from individuals who had previously trained in a room and willingly left their data behind. This chosen data can then be utilized to engage in battles against a robot programmed to mimic the selected individual's skills and techniques. He also learned that there was a safety feature. If it determined a potential fatal injury, the robot would halt instantly. And from what he saw, there was a lot of data to choose from. As Atticus scrolled through the data, he found Magnus's information. With a few precise touches, he selected the setting that featured a young version of Magnus at the age of 8. As his selection registered, the platform began to emit a soft glow. Almost magically, liquid metal emerged from the array of runes, coalescing into the form of a humanoid figure resembling the chosen profile of Magnus. Once the transformation was complete, Atticus altered the room's settings, transforming it into a dojo-like environment. The once white training room transformed into a stage-like setting. The 8-year-old Magnus walked into stage, brandishing a wooden spear and taking a stance. Atticus grabbed a wooden sword from the rack at the side, and also took a stance. "I'll use 50%." Atticus focused his mana, channeling about 50% of it into his legs, to enhance his speed. With a burst of energy, he dashed forward like a blur, closing the distance between him and the robot. The robot was taken by surprise, unable to respond in time. With swift precision, he aimed for its neck, striking it with a well-calculated blow. The impact was powerful, and the robot's neck area crumpled under the force of Atticus' strike. An AI voice resonated through the room. "Congratulations, you won." Atticus stood there, surprised by how weak it was. Perhaps he awakened late, or was simply weak at that age, he surmised. Adjusting the settings, Atticus then selected a different configuration, opting for a more specific option, an intermediate plus Magnus. The robot that had been defeated promptly rose to its feet and returned to the designated platform. Once again, the platform hummed to life, and a fresh surge of liquid metal flowed out of it. This new infusion melded seamlessly with the robot, reshaping it into a form that mirrored a 14-year-old Magnus. As the transformation was complete, crackling lightning danced around its form. Then it walked towards the stage. "Good, you look strong," Atticus commented. He assumed his stance once more, imbued his legs with 50% mana, and dashed forward. The robot suddenly vanished from his sight, and he felt a powerful impact as the robot's leg struck his face, sending him flying across the stage. Once again, an AI voice resonated through the room. "He lost." Chapter 31. Ice Witch. The first light of day filtered through the windows, gently illuminating the figure of a slumbering girl nestled on the bed. The abrupt intrusion of an alarm woke Ember from her sleep, compelling her to rise. With an almost mechanical precision, she stood, stretched her limbs, and proceeded to the bathroom to initiate her morning routine. Every action was executed devoid of emotion, a carefully orchestrated dance of habit. After getting ready, she went to the dining room, where her family awaited. A quiet breakfast ensued, a mere prelude to the relentless demands of her upcoming day. After Ariel died, Ember's existence became a symphony of discipline and endurance. She spends practically everyday training. The regimen she subjected herself to was a merciless gauntlet. Runs through unforgiving terrain, strength training that tested her very limits, and combat drills that honed her skills to lethal precision. The grueling routine was etched into her very being, a testament to her unyielding resolve. Through every agonizing repetition, a singular mantra echoed in her mind, driving her forward. "I have to get stronger." Amidst the sweat and strain, Ember's thoughts sometimes drifted to a memory, a fleeting echo of a young boy's promise. "You're never alone." The memory would tug at her lips, coaxing a wistful smile, even in the midst of hardship. As night descended, Ember returned from her arduous training to once again share a meal with her family. Stepping into the dining room, her gaze swept over the familiar faces already seated, noticing that Avalon wasn't in attendance. With a casual hey, she acknowledged Atticus's greeting. Anastasia, ever perceptive, "How was your day, honey?" inquired about her day, concern etching her features. Ember's response was an unchanging "it was fine," the mask of composure firmly in place, but Anastasia's worried gaze lingered. Freya chimed in, "Are you getting ready to go to camp, honey?" "If you're not ready," Ember's voice cut through the question, "I'm ready." Freya and Anastasia exchanged glances, their shared concern evident as they faced the enigma before them. Ember's quiet demeanor and withdrawn nature had become a growing source of worry for both of them. Her once guarded disposition had intensified since Ariel's passing, causing her to retreat further into her own world, isolating herself from those around her. Anastasia's brow furrowed, reflecting her inner turmoil, as she struggled to find a way to bridge the gap that Ember's silence had created. Freya, too, shared in the uncertainty, her usually assertive stance softened by the realization that Ember's pain ran deep and remained hidden beneath the surface. After the meal, Ember retreated once more, her destination clear, the training grounds that held both her sanctuary and her crucible. As the day's end approached, Ember's unrelenting pursuit of strength continued, an unbreakable rhythm in the symphony of her existence. The next day, a procession of gleaming hovercars surged through the landscape, their sleek forms slicing through the air. If one would look closer, you would see that they were heading outside Sector 3. They were currently close to the border, in an area devoid of life, a barren land. Within one of these vehicles, "I still don't get why we're running. We're not afraid of those white-haired bastards," a man occupying the passenger seat said. He had black hair framed the face that seemed carved by the hands of experience. He glanced at his surroundings, his gaze flickering over the landscape outside the window, lost in contemplation. A voice broke the silence, originating from the driver's seat. "That's not the point. Master Alvis decided we should lay low for a bit. We would lose a lot of resources if we fight those madmen," he explained. "We wouldn't even be in this mess if Ron hadn't killed that white-haired monkey." He retorted, "I'd advise you to watch what you say," the driver cautioned, his tone steady and authoritative. His retort was immediate, his voice laced with pride. "I'm not scared of out of nowhere." A towering ice wall, 10 meters wide and 2 meters thick, materialized before the lead hover car. The driver's urgent shout broke the silence, guiding his car to a narrow escape just in time. The other hover cars followed suit, evading the icy barrier with split-second precision. A sense of relief hung in the air, but the respite was short-lived. Ice spikes suddenly materialized above, piercing through the engines of the hover cars. Mere moments away from detonation, swift reactions saved the stronger occupants, but the weaker ones met a different fate, their vehicles becoming their icy tombs. The survivors, hearts pounding, emerged from their vehicles, greeted by a scene of devastation. A woman's voice sliced through the tension, each word dripping with a chilling weight. "Don't tell me you lot challenged the Ravensteins and now decided to run when things got rough." The voice seemed to emanate from the very shadows, a spectral whisper that sent shivers through the men. Gazing upward, their eyes met a figure that ignited fierce flames within their chests. The Ice Witch. One man's voice quaked with dread, a name that encapsulated their collective terror. Lyanna's descent was a study in elegance, her landing a stark juxtaposition to the chaos that had just unfolded. With an unwavering gaze, she fixed her attention on the trembling men, her words a riddle that held their fate. "Hard way or easy way? Please choose the hard way." "It's been a while since I've tortured someone," her voice, laced with a disconcerting calmness, echoed like a siren's call. A collective cry erupted as the men's primal instincts overtook reason. "Run!" Their voices melded into a cacophony of panic, and they fled utilizing their most powerful movement techniques. Lyanna's lips curled into a chilling smirk, her voice a haunting whisper as she uttered a single word that carried an undeniable weight. "Domain." A whispered incantation, and a surge of energy painted the sky with an icy hue. A frigid cocoon, vast and all-encompassing, unfurled, ensnaring the men within. In the blink of an eye, the world transformed into a frozen abyss, a wasteland that defied all notions of warmth and life. Those ensnared felt the bitter bite of cold, a cruel reminder that mastery over fire or ice offered no immunity in the face of Lyanna's might. The terrain, flat and featureless, stretched endlessly, a canvas of desolation that mirrored the depths of their predicament. Lyanna's visage remained unflinching, her lips curling into a chilling smile. A procession of attacks, each one a manifestation of the men's desperation, hurtled towards her. Yet her stance remained unchanged, an eerie calmness enveloping her. With a casual gesture, an ice shield sprang to life, intercepting the onslaught with ease. The attacks dissipated, their impact a mere flicker against her formidable defenses. Ice spikes, sharp and unyielding, erupted from the ground, entwining the men's legs in a frozen embrace. One by one, they fell, their struggles in vain as they succumbed to the relentless grip of ice. Lyanna raised the only survivor's chin, and he met Lyanna's gaze. Her touch was a chilling caress, her words a whispered command that sent shivers through his very being. Resist if you can. Dozens of master-rank individuals, each a symbol of prowess and respect anywhere they go, met their untimely end without a chance to retaliate. Such was the power of Lyanna Ravenstein, the head of the Silent Nexus. Chapter 32, Bloodline. In the confines of a meeting room, Lyanna, Avalon, and Sirius were currently engaged in a serious meeting. We've been exhaustively combing every lade, but we can't find any trace of Ronad, Lyanna reported, her words measured and direct. He's gone into hiding. Avalon's normally composed facade cracked. His hands clenched into fists, and with a fierce intensity, he struck the table, the resounding thud punctuating his frustration. That sneaky bastard, he seethed. Sirius quickly tried to calm him down. Avalon, take a breath, he advised. He can't hide forever. We'll get him eventually. Lyanna also added her voice to Sirius's reassurance. He's right, Avalon. You should rest. You haven't gotten any breaks since the incident. Spend some time with your family, she urged. Avalon had been working tirelessly since Ariel's death. He has been spending less time with his family, missing breakfasts and dinners. While Lyanna may derive a certain satisfaction from inflicting torment and witnessing the anguish of others, she remains capable of expressing empathy, particularly when it concerns individuals she holds dear. It hurts her to see Avalon like this. Avalon's response was tinged with a stubborn determination, his resolve unwavering. I'm fine, he retorted, his voice firm. Just find him. Pushing his chair back with a sharp scrape against the floor, Avalon rose to his feet. Tension in the room seemed to escalate with his departure, the weight of his emotions lingering in the air like an unspoken plea. Without another word, he strode out of the room, leaving his colleagues behind. In the wake of his exit, the room seemed to exhale, the silence returning in earnest. Lyanna exchanged a meaningful glance with Sirius, a silent acknowledgement of the challenges that lay ahead. We have to do something. He's blaming himself for Ariel's death, Sarua stated. Worried that Avalon will ruin himself. The only thing we can do now is locate Ronad. Hopefully he'll get back to normal, then Lyanna replied resolutely. Then she seemed to recall something and asked, how is your training with his kid going? Sirius smiled and replied, we might have another monster on our hands. After enduring multiple defeats at the hands of the robot, Atticus decided to enhance his strength by training his bloodline powers. Since he didn't want anyone to know that he had awakened his bloodline at 7. I'll check the library, he decided. After Anastasia granted Atticus permission to train, she allowed him access to various resources, including the Ravenstein's library. Upon entering the library, Atticus was greeted by a vast expanse of towering shelves, each laden with books. His gaze settled on a solitary table, adorned with a small, inconspicuous platform. He approached and gingerly placed his hand upon it. In response, the platform materialized the collection of books he sought, those related to bloodlines. Hours passed as he immersed himself in the book's pages. Atticus eventually pieced together a comprehensive regimen tailored to his unique abilities, which he meticulously followed. Meditation and elemental connection. Atticus will begin each day with focused meditation, attuning his mind to the elements. He'll visualize himself surrounded by each element: earth, water, fire, air, immersing his consciousness in their essence. Elemental visualization. During meditation, he will hone his ability to vividly visualize the elements. He'll mentally summon flames, felt water droplets, sense the earth's stability, and experience the rush of wind. This mental exercise will help strengthen his connection to each element. Physical training with elemental affinity. To manifest elemental powers physically, he will incorporate them into his exercise routine. For instance, practicing fire-enhanced punches, water-infused movements, earth-strengthened stances, and wind-accelerated sprints. Environmental immersion. Atticus will use the training facility to simulate locations abundant in specific elements to enhance his connection. He would endure extreme temperatures, immerse himself in natural water bodies, withstand strong winds, and meditate surrounded by rocks and minerals, pushing his limits. This immersive experience will amplify his elemental attunement and increase his bloodline powers. Chapter 33, Training. Atticus was seated comfortably inside the training room, his presence serene and focused. The room itself seemed to transform around him, each direction representing a different element. In front of him, a fiery expanse of lava sprawled, its molten glow casting an ethereal light. To his left, a river flowed with crystalline water, its constant movement a testament to its fluidity. On his right, an earthy terrain stretched, rich and textured, connecting him to the grounded essence of the world. And behind him, a seemingly weightless expanse filled with gusts of wind enveloped him. In a state of deep meditation, Atticus was attuned to each of these elemental realms. He immersed himself in their essence, focusing on each one in harmony. This practice was part of his meticulously crafted training routine, a method he had designed to push the boundaries of his own abilities. Atticus understood that his bloodline was intricately tied to his rank. The higher his rank, the more potent his bloodline abilities would be. However, he also needed to work on the speed and skill with which he could use these powers. After a while, Atticus stood up ready for the next phase of his training. Let's do fire first. He channeled his concentration toward the fire element. Within his upturned palm, a small flame flickered into existence, casting dancing shadows across his features. With his mind as his guide, he manipulated the flame, shaping it into various forms and sizes. His concentration unwavering, he guided the fire around his body, tracing a path from his left palm up his neck and down to his right hand. A faint smile played on his lips. It seems what I've learned is true, he mused quietly. As long as my will is in control, the fire won't harm me. With the awakening of his bloodline abilities, Atticus had discovered an extraordinary boon, a substantial resistance against the natural elements. Yet, it was resistance, not complete immunity. The searing touch of fire would still inflict pain upon him. Moreover, the elemental manifestations conjured by others could still affect him, as they carried the wills of their creators. Also, this resistance against the natural elements only applied to elements of volatility, the likes of lightning, fire and ice. If he controlled a massive rock, its weight and impact would still bear the potential to harm him, a stark reminder of the limits of his newfound powers. After a while, he moved his focus onto the water element. He focused and a bead of water formed on his hand. He changed the shape, changing its form while he guided it over his body. Then he moved to earth. Atticus extended his senses to the terrain around him. With a touch, he manipulated the earth. Finally, Atticus turned his attention to the air element. He formed mini tornadoes and moved it around on his palm. After a few hours of training each elements in turn, he stood up. It's time for the next stage, he muttered. With a deliberate step onto the earthen terrain, Atticus felt an immediate connection. As he concentrated, a subtle shift occurred, as if the ground itself acknowledged his command. Slowly at first, the earth beneath him began to stir. It rumbled gently, creating slight undulations that mirrored his intentions. Atticus was orchestrating this phenomenon, his control over the element growing more pronounced with every passing moment. He felt as though he was melding with the terrain, becoming an extension of the earth's power. As he became more accustomed to the sensation, he decided to try the fire element next. Atticus tried using the fire element for short bursts of speed. He made flames appear at his feet and used them to push off like bursts, but he made the bursts too strong and ended up falling face first on the ground. Oops, need smaller bursts, he muttered while standing up. He rose swiftly, inhaling deeply as he concentrated on harnessing the fire element within his legs once more. With controlled precision, he conjured shorter bursts of fiery energy that propelled him skyward. After a few attempts, he managed to get used to it. Then he elevated the heels of his feet, shifting his weight onto his toes. Employing the fiery propulsion once again, he surged forward with newfound speed. He executed a series of swift lateral dashes before coming to a halt, gradually mastering his control. After a while, he was able to familiarize himself with it. Then he focused on air. As he manipulated the air, a subtle shimmer enveloped his form. As he moved, he instinctively adjusted the density and flow of the surrounding atmosphere, creating an almost imperceptible cushion of air that minimized resistance against his movements. With each step he took, the air friction technique propelled him forward with uncanny swiftness. He effortlessly sliced through the resistance that would hinder others, allowing him to reach speeds that bordered on the extraordinary. The sensation was exhilarating, akin to gliding through an invisible current that carried him forward with an almost magical efficiency. As Atticus sprinted, his feet barely touched the ground before he propelled himself into another stride. The wind whispered in his ears, accompanying him on his lightning-fast journey. Yet, despite the breakneck speed, his control was masterful, allowing him to maneuver with precision and grace. It seems controlling the air is easier for me, he muttered. Controlling the other elements was harder than air. Shifting his focus to the element of water, during his research, he had discovered that water was versatile. In its early stages, it was primarily employed for minor healing purposes, with its more formidable combat applications unlocked at higher mastery levels. But even the simplest healing tasks wasn't easy. For the time being, I can only alleviate my fatigue, Atticus thought to himself. He closed his eyes and focused his attention on the water molecules within his body and the surrounding environment. He drew upon the latent energy of water, coaxing it to flow through his veins in a revitalizing surge. Chapter 34. Visit. Inside a sleek limousine-like hover car, a family of 4 occupied the seats at the back. The man possessed vibrant red hair and intense eyes, while the woman exuded beauty with a demeanor that screamed of her desire for control. Seated with them were 2 children, a boy and a girl. Leela, sit up properly. We're visiting another Tier 1 family. Don't tarnish our reputation, and behave more like Dell, the woman directed. Yes, Mom, Leela replied with a sigh, complying by adjusting her seating position. Why am I even here? She wondered, gazing out of the window. Observing Lila's improved posture, Luna's smile of approval surfaced. You'd have been better off staying at home, Del teased, his chest swelling with pride in response to their mother's acknowledgement. Lila chose to ignore him, directing her gaze elsewhere, which visibly irked her brother. We've been attempting to negotiate with those madmen to cease their rampage. Our Alvirian family has suffered significant losses due to their actions. This plan has to yield results, Luna. Eleanor voiced his concerns, locking eyes with his wife. Don't worry, dear. The plan will succeed, Luna said reassuringly, making Eleanor give a stern look toward his son. I expect nothing short of success. Eleanor's firm statement intensified the atmosphere. Beads of sweat formed on Del's forehead as the weight of the situation pressed down on him. Yes, father. His response carried the weight of responsibility, his voice tinged with the pressure of living up to his father's expectations. I'm tired of this family. Lila's thoughts resonated with exhaustion, captured in a weary sigh. After several hours, the family arrived at the Ravenstein estate. Their entrance was unhindered, as the emblem of the Alvirian family adorned their escort, and prior notice of their visit had been conveyed to the Ravensteins. Upon reaching the mansion's entrance, the family disembarked from the car with their guards. Their gazes fell upon Bauman, who inclined his head respectfully and addressed them. Welcome to the Ravenstein estate. The master has been awaiting your arrival. Eleanor acknowledged his words with a nod, prompting Bauman to continue. Please follow me. With Bauman as their guide, they made their way into the estate. Del and Lila were directed to a separate area, while the adults were led into a room where Avalon and Anastasia sat side by side on a table. This room was reserved for welcoming guests of equal status. Holding such meetings in the throne room would be considered impolite, a fact other families would not take kindly to. As they entered, the couple took their seats. A maid entered the room, bearing a tray of tea, which was placed before them. Seated in the room, tense energy crackled between Avalon and Eleanor as they locked eyes, their auras manifesting. Anastasia, seemingly unfazed, maintained her detached composure. However, Luna intervened, placing a calming hand on her husband's shoulder. He regained his composure and cleared his throat, breaking the silence. Will you cease your rampage within our domain? He went straight to the point. The Alvirians had been exerting pressure on the Ravenstein family to halt their rampage in Sector 4. The Ravensteins, however, remained resolute in their refusal, asserting that they wouldn't stop until they uncovered the identity of Ariel's murderer. The ongoing rampage had inflicted considerable financial losses upon the Alvirian family, and they had come here with a plan to convince them. Not until we uncover my brother's killer. Avalon's response was immediate. A palpable intensity filled the room as their aura surged once more. We will blacklist you if you persist, Eleanor declared. The Alvirians wielded substantial influence within the potions market. Choosing not to engage with them in trade would undoubtedly harm the Ravensteins. However, this decision wouldn't be without its consequences for the Alvirians themselves. Effectively, it would amount to declaring the Ravensteins as enemies, a situation that might escalate into a full-blown war. Eleanor was well aware of this, but they had a plan. Just before Avalon's anger could escalate, Eleanor continued, unless you adhere to our terms. They laid out a massive threat to make us consider their proposal. Smart, but what exactly are they plotting? Anastasia picked up on their plan and couldn't help but sense that there was more to the Alvirians' proposal than meet the eye. Avalon's fury simmered, and he posed a question in a more composed tone. And what might those conditions be? Eleanor's tone grew pointed. You have a son, right? The room grew colder at his words. Anastasia interrupted with a chilling tone. Leave him out of this. Unleashing her master rank aura. Luna also intervened, releasing her own master rank aura. Calm down. We mean no harm, she said. Eleanor pressed on. Let's arrange a spar between your son and mine. The loser must heed the winner's terms. What do you say? Anastasia had always been fiercely protective of Atticus, taking great care to shield him from the eyes of everyone until he reached the age when it was normal to awaken. This approach had led many in the human domain to assume that Atticus lacked talent or was weak. However, Eleanor's strategy hinged on this very perception, as he held unwavering faith in his son's abilities. Avalon briefly glanced at Anastasia, who subtly shook her head, conveying her dissent. Refusing would mean accepting that their son was weak, a blow to the Ravenstein family's reputation, especially considering the Alvirian family's non-warrior background. Yet, he perceived the practicality in this proposition. This could provide an opportunity to handle the Alvirian family more effectively. Besides, Sirius has been training him, and he mentioned that he has talent, he thought. Let's hear what he thinks. Avalon turned to Anastasia and suggested, eliciting a frosty look from her. I'll be sleeping on the couch for a while, he thought inwardly with a small sigh. He then summoned the maid, instructing her to fetch Atticus. This action prompted Eleanor and Luna to exchange glances and smiles. Chapter 35. Spar. Meanwhile, Atticus was making his way back from his training session. A month had passed since he started his bloodline training, and notable progress had been achieved. While controlling multiple elements simultaneously still posed a challenge, he had grown more adept at using his bloodline powers. Strolling through the garden, his attention was drawn to a pair of red-haired youngsters. "We've got visitors?" he thought. Aside from the funeral, this was the first time Atticus had witnessed visitors at the estate. Despite his curiosity, he chose to dismiss them and continued on his way. However, before he could leave, the boy noticed him and called out, "Hey!" While approaching, Atticus observed a hint of mischievousness in his demeanor, a subtlety that he was able to detect. "He's obviously planning something. Just take a look at that smug look," Atticus thought, sensing something amiss. He turned to face him as the boy closed the distance. As the boy reached him, Atticus greeted in a nonchalant manner, "Hi." The response seemed to irk the boy, but he held back his anger. "Father said not to cause any trouble before I fight him." He was mindful of his father's instructions to avoid any disturbances. He proceeded to introduce himself. "Hello. I am Del Alvirian. It's nice to meet you." Meanwhile, Atticus glanced at a girl nearby who stared at him in shock. Her thoughts raced. What the hell is he doing here? Shit. I can't let this foolish brother of mine know I met him before. Swiftly recovering, she put on a fake smile and addressed Atticus. "Hi, I'm Leela." Atticus observed the situation with a neutral gaze. The Alvirian family? They must be here because of the destruction we've caused in Sector 4. And it seems she's pretending not to know me, he deduced. Since Anastasia had granted Atticus permission to train, she ceased her practice of filtering the information he could access. And there was no way he could forget a face. He recognized her from the arcade incident. He also noticed the subtle shift in her expression upon seeing him. While Atticus was lost in thought, Del smirked inwardly. Is he too scared that he can't talk? After a moment, Atticus finally broke the silence, responding with a simple "Atticus." Del's facial expression twitched, but before he could retort, Atticus cut in, his tone slightly curt. "Do you need me for anything?" Atticus had always been someone who hated trivial stuff, especially when it wasn't related to his family. He knew Del was planning something he just knew would be stupid, and he had no intention of pretending to be nice and wasting his time. Just as Del's frustration threatened to boil over, a maid intervened, effectively halting the escalating interaction. "Young Master Avalon requests your presence," she announced with a deferential bow. The unexpected summons caught Atticus off guard. "Why would Dad need me?" he pondered. Turning his attention back to the Alvirian siblings, "I suppose I'll catch up with you later," he uttered. With a brief, intense stare at Leela that made her nervous, he departed. Remaining behind, Del muttered in annoyance, "That guy. I'll make sure to give him a good beating during the spar." Meanwhile, Leela sighed in relief that her cover hadn't been blown. She shook her head in response to her brother's frustration. Didn't this fool see how strong he looked? The rumors about his weakness were obviously wrong, she thought. Well, at least this visit won't be entirely uneventful. A subtle smile played on her lips, revealing her anticipation for what lay ahead. Upon entering the meeting room, Atticus spotted Avalon and Anastasia seated on one side of the table, with another couple seated across from them. Damn, the tension is intense. Atticus could feel the intense pressure in the room. He ignored them and simply approached smiling Anastasia. "Honey, just know that if you don't want to do it, no one will force you," Anastasia reassured him, her concern evident. She was clearly unhappy with the situation, especially since Avalon had involved Atticus in it. If Atticus decided to decline, Anastasia was prepared to stand by him. "We should at least ask him first, honey," Avalon interjected, earning himself a cold look from Anastasia. "What do you need me for, Dad?" Atticus asked. He was curious about what was happening. "We need you to spar with someone and win," Avalon stated, his gaze fixed on Atticus. He was hoping that Atticus would agree to their request. "Honey, you don't have," Anastasia's worried voice sounded, but Atticus interrupted her. "Sure, I'll do it," he replied. He had always wanted to see how his strength compared to his fellow peers. Up until now, his combat experiences were limited to battles against Sirius and the training robot. So that's why that boy was smiling. "This will be interesting," he mused inwardly. Hearing this, Eleanor and Luna smiled. They had been slightly irked by the fact that Atticus hadn't even glanced at them when he entered, and they were also surprised by his appearance. "He doesn't look weak." Eleanor exchanged glances with his wife, and Luna simply smiled, giving him an assuring look. "It should be fine. It's been a year since Del awakened at 7, and he's almost halfway through the novice rank," Eleanor thought. Although Atticus wasn't wearing the artifact anymore, he was using conceal to appear as novice rank. The usual age for awakening among individuals from Tier 1 families was 7. Although many attempt to awaken earlier, there have been cases of children suffering negative consequences from awakening too early. No family would want to jeopardize the potential of a genius just to gain a 1-year advantage over other families. "I heard he just turned 7. He probably just awakened," he surmised. "Good. Shall we establish a mono-contract then?" Eleanor requested. With their status as Tier 1 families, their word held significant weight. Eleanor, however, chose to proceed cautiously. He decided to formalize the agreement with a mana contract. Avalon frowned slightly as he sensed a tinge of condescension in their attitude towards Atticus. "All right," he agreed, which prompted Eleanor to promptly produce a prepared mana contract. "They are well prepared," Avalon noted, observing Eleanor's actions with a discerning gaze. Eleanor's smile in response didn't escape his attention. "Stopping the war in Sector 4 isn't their only goal. They probably also want something else," he deduced. While their primary goal was to stop the Ravenstein family's disruptive activities, Eleanor recognized the potential for additional gains. The Ravensteins wielded significant influence over Sector 3, and for the Alvirians to conduct business there, they were required to pay taxes to the Ravensteins. Eleanor's intention was to leverage this situation, negotiating for a tax exemption in Sector 3 in exchange for addressing the destruction the Ravensteins had caused in their own sector. "With this, we can completely take over the potions market in Sector 3. Avalon was fully aware of the potential loopholes in the contract, yet he placed his complete trust in his son's talent. With the contract signed, they proceeded to the training grounds for the spar. And then hello everyone. How are you enjoying the story so far? I would love it if you could drop comments and reviews sharing your thoughts. Thank you so much for reading." Chapter 36, Fighting. Atticus and Del walked onto the stage, each holding a wooden sword in their hands. The training ground was packed with onlookers, all eyes fixed on them. Some guards and maids had chosen to watch the spar. This was the first time they would see their young master fight. Avalon and Anastasia hadn't had the opportunity to witness Atticus's prowess. Following Ariel's passing, Avalon became consumed by his responsibilities, and Anastasia had to assume control over estate affairs. Eleanor's stern expression, directed at Del, made beads of sweat form on his forehead. He shifted his gaze towards Atticus. "I awakened a year before him. This should be a piece of cake. I'll teach him a lesson for disregarding me like that," Hot, gripping his sword tightly and assuming a stance. "Would you look at that?" Atticus thought as he observed Del. "He must think this will be an easy win." Atticus also assumed a stance. "Let's see what his level is first," he decided. "Remember, you can use mana to empower only your bodies and not your weapons," the judge reminded Atticus and Del, both of whom nodded in understanding. With their readiness evident, the judge declared, "Begin." Del empowered his legs with mana and dashed at Atticus, while Atticus stood there seemingly unfazed. "He's too weak to even react," Del thought, smiling as he observed Atticus remaining still. With confidence, Del swung his sword in a motion, fully expecting victory. However, to his surprise, Atticus swiftly raised his own sword and effectively blocked his strike. Del's eyes widened in surprise as Atticus deflected his strike with remarkable speed. "It must be a fluke," he thought. He quickly regained his composure and launched another attack. He feigned a powerful overhead strike, hoping to catch Atticus off guard. However, Atticus saw through the feint and skillfully parried the attack. Undeterred, Del unleashed yet another strike at Atticus, but he sidestepped gracefully and countered with a swift kick to Del's chest, sending him stumbling back. "What?" Del's surprise was palpable. He had trained every day after his awakening, and was known as a genius in the Alvirian family. He didn't think a boy 1 year younger than him, who had just awakened, could push him back. "Shit," he thought while shooting a quick glance to Eleanor, who had a frown on his face. He felt the weight of his father's stare and knew he had to get serious. "No, I can't lose to him," Del resolved. Del knew he couldn't underestimate Atticus any longer. He decided to use the move he learned after months of training. He tapped into his well of mana once more, this time channeling it not just into his legs, but into his entire body. His body began to emit a faint, ethereal glow as the mana infused his strikes with extra power. Atticus sensed the shift in Del's energy. "He's starting to take this seriously, huh?" He focused on his own stance and positioning, ready to adapt to whatever Del had planned next. As Del lunged forward again, his strikes were swifter and carried more force, but Atticus simply employed more mana in his hands and parried the strikes with precision. Del continued attacking, determined to win, but Atticus remained unfazed and blocked each strike easily. Sweat dripped down Del's forehead. He had been attacking relentlessly, yet he was unable to break through Atticus' defense. "He's really weak. Or am I that strong?" Atticus thought. He knew he would be stronger compared to his peers, but he didn't think it would be this pronounced. He had expected more from the other Tier 1 families. Each advance in rank brings about a significant change in the power an individual possesses. A novice, someone who has just awakened, initially had passive speed and strength roughly equivalent to an athlete on Earth. However, utilizing mana, they become much stronger. The power of an individual at an intermediate or higher rank can't even be compared to humans back on Earth. Each of Atticus's stats reflects how powerful he was, with normal novice-ranked individuals having between 10 to 25 points. Only in normal stats, of course, intelligence, perception and charm being not included. Atticus had of course believed that an intermediate would be more powerful than a novice, but he didn't think it would be so glaring. Good thing I decided not to use my bloodline, he thought. He knew the stakes involved in this spar were high, and he was ready to use his bloodline if need be. But he wanted to keep a low profile for now. Hearing about a 7-year-old intermediate would attract too much attention to him in the human domain. The training ground fell silent. The guards and maids watching were surprised that their young master was this strong at such a young age. He was fighting a person who had awakened 1 year before him. None of them knew about Atticus awakening at 1. Anastasia made sure of that. Avalon was smiling sheepishly, proud of his son's prowess, while Anastasia was looking at Atticus worriedly. Although she saw that Atticus was winning, she was still alert and ready to step in if anything happened. Shit, Dad will kill me. Del knew the stakes. His father had been planning this spar for months, and he was about to lose. I guess it's time to end this, Atticus thought. He noticed the change in Del's attacks. He's panicking. Swiftly, he deflected a strike aimed at his left side. Closing the distance with remarkable speed, Atticus left Del unable to match his pace. With a surge of mana, he delivered a forceful blow to Del's stomach. The impact was so powerful that it sent Del hurtling to the opposite edge of the stage, resulting in him spitting out saliva as he struggled to regain his composure. No, I can't lose. Del struggled to stand up, but then he felt something against his neck. He looked up and saw Atticus standing over him, a sword at his neck. Winner, young Master Atticus. The judge quickly declared. No, I can still fight, Del declared. He then looked at Eleanor. Dad, I consent, but he was interrupted. Don't besmirch our family name anymore, Del. Eleanor's voice boomed, making Del flinch. Eleanor then turned to look at Avalon. We lost. We'll honor the contract. If you'll excuse us, we have matters to attend to in our sector. Avalon smirked. Sure. Bauman, see them out, he instructed. No need, Eleanor said, turning to leave without caring about his son on the floor. Luna frowned and gestured for one of their guards to help Del up. Then she followed Eleanor, with Leela behind her, wearing a small smile. This wasn't too bad, she thought. But I'll make sure to get back at you the next time we meet, Humph, she said to herself, shooting an intense stare at Atticus before leaving. As soon as the spar was done, Anastasia quickly dashed onto the stage and started closely examining Atticus. Are you okay, honey? Does it hurt anywhere? Atticus smiled. I'm okay, Mom. Although he wouldn't admit it, he loved seeing Anastasia care for him like this. This isn't too bad. And I need golden tickets. Eth Laut currency, section Eth Laut trade at Year 3. Chapter 37. 9 years old. In the heart of a spacious training arena, the air crackled with electricity as two determined figures clashed in a rigorous contest. The first combatant, with a 14-year-old frame, seemed almost to blur with speed as streaks of lightning enveloped his form, rendering his movements a blur of motion. Across from him stood a figure defying conventional expectations, a 9-year-old whose command over his surroundings belied his age. With a keen mastery over the elements, the younger participant displayed a symphony of power. The very air seemed to heed his call, propelling him to match the lightning fast assaults of his adversary. Fire danced in his wake, lending ferocity to his strikes, while the earth beneath him became a canvas of manipulation, causing the ground to ripple and shift, destabilizing his opponent. Each action flowed seamlessly into the next. This remarkable contender was none other than Atticus, whose unwavering dedication had propelled him through 2 years of arduous training. The echoes of their clash reverberated through Atticus's mind, summoning memories of his initial encounters with this formidable foe. Back then, defeat had been his constant companion, his every effort to subdue the implacable adversary thwarted. Each technique in his repertoire had fallen short, leaving him battered and humbled. Yet, despite the trials and tribulations, Atticus remained resolute. Each day dawned with unyielding discipline. The first rays of sunlight saw him rise, embarking on a ritual of mana, absorption and bloodline training. These preparations paved the way for his relentless clashes against the intermediate plus Magnus. Amidst the intensity, Atticus sought moments of respite, spending some time with Anastasia to quell her concerns. Ember had gone to the Raven camp when she turned 10. The estate got a little lonely after that, but Atticus used that opportunity to focus solely on his training. The ongoing war with the Ravensteins meant that the mundane activities like Guileless and parties were put on hold, much to his relief. The absence of such events allowed Atticus to immerse himself fully in honing his skills and strengthening his abilities, channeling his focus into becoming the best he could be. With an electric surge enveloping his 14-year-old frame, the robot surged forward like a bolt of lightning, his speed bordering on the surreal. Atticus, unfazed, augmented his body with mana and boosted his speed with the air, enhancing his own agility to a mesmerizing blur. As the robot strike hurtled toward him, Atticus's body became an extension of the elements. He deftly parried the attack with a fluid grace, the two combatants locked in a dance of calculated precision. In a seamless response, Atticus's own blow followed. The robot attempted to block, but Atticus suddenly propelled his hands with fire in an unexpected direction. The robot, caught off guard by this cunning redirection, found himself unable to intercept the impending strike. The moment hung suspended in time, a heartbeat where surprise met consequence. Atticus's decisive strike found its mark, severing the connection between body and head. The battle's crescendo was reached as the robot's form crumpled to the ground. Atticus finally won against the 14-year-old Magnus. All the hard work finally paid off, Atticus exhaled, his breath still labored from the battle. It's been a while since I checked. I wonder how much I've progressed, Atticus mumbled before calling out. Status. Character, profile, name, Atticus Ravenstein. Age, 9. Gender, male. Race, human. Attributes, strength, 40. Agility, 45. Endurance, 50. Vitality, 49. Intelligence, 15. Charm, 16. Level, intermediate. New talent, mythical bloodline, primordial elemental bloodline. Level 1 fire, 75.2% air, 77% water, 72.6% earth, 74.7% abilities. Innate skills, conceal grade, mythical, the ability to conceal your level from anyone regardless of rank. You may choose what level you want to be shown. Looking good, Atticus said with a smile as he observed his improved stats. I feel like I'm halfway into the intermediate rank, he thought. Even while training his bloodline and sparring against the 14-year-old Magnus, Atticus didn't neglect his mana absorption. He diligently absorbed mana every day, breaking through one sub-level after another, and he was now on the cusp of reaching the intermediate plus rank. After concluding a sparring session, Atticus began making his way back to his room. As he stepped out into the corridor, his gaze fell upon a familiar figure, Avalon. The sight of his father was a rarity, due to Avalon's involvement with the Obsidian Order and his relentless pursuit of Ariel's killer. Avalon's voice broke through the momentary silence, warm and affectionate. Hey kiddo. Atticus responded, his voice carrying a blend of surprise and warmth. Hey Dad, it's been a while. A small smile touched Avalon's lips as he affectionately ruffled Atticus' hair, a bittersweet undertone in his expression. After a brief pause, Avalon's hand shifted to scratch his own hair, a gesture of mild awkwardness as he began. Look, I know, I haven't been around much these past years. Anything I say would probably sound like an excuse. So how about I just make it up to you? Atticus' heart skipped a beat, a sense of anticipation bubbling within him. Inwardly, he couldn't help but hope for something exciting. He didn't really care that Avalon was distant. Although he cared for him, Atticus knew he was going through a lot. His brother was killed. It was to be expected. But he's obviously not going to say no to free stuff. His enthusiasm shone through as he inquired, his smile widening. What do you have in mind? The corner of Avalon's mouth twitched. Since your grandfather promised you a weapon, I've decided to add an art to it. Atticus' eyes lit up with joy. An art. Art were techniques documented in books. These books hold all the knowledge you need to master a certain skill. Touching one of these books initiates a unique process, where the information encapsulated within the pages is effortlessly transmitted to the reader's mind. However, while the transfer of knowledge is instantaneous, mastery demands dedication, time and hard work, and there was a limit. A novice rank could only learn a total of 1 art, while an intermediate rank could learn a total of 3. I forgive you completely, Dad. Escaping his lips. Playfully, he added, perhaps you should be distant more often. Avalon's response was a mix of affection and amusement as he ruffled Atticus' hair once more, his mouth twitching with a touch of fondness. He'll get you your things. Chapter 38. Treasure. Side by side, Atticus and Avalon descended into the mansion's hidden underground basement. As they made their way down, Atticus's thoughts echoed, of course there's a secret basement. Their footsteps echoed through the dimly lit corridor until they reached an unassuming wall. Avalon's smile hinted at the surprise to come, prompting Atticus's curiosity. With a touch of his right arm and a surge of mana, the wall illuminated. It recognizes my mana signature. No one else can open this apart from me or your grandfather, Avalon explained. As the wall's glow subsided, the wall parted, revealing an elevate platform engraved with runes. The platform is a teleport. It will transport you to our family vault's realm, Avalon continued. The concept left Atticus in awe. I should read more about this stuff, he thought. Avalon's voice turned firm as he issued a directive. Only you can enter. Choose a weapon and an art, no more. To which Atticus nodded. Then he stepped on the platform, and a radiant gleam encompassed him immediately, swallowing his form. Avalon's worried voice lingered in the air. I hope he doesn't try to get those weapons. The transition was both swift and surreal. Atticus found himself within an expansive hall, shelves laden with books, and an array of weapons on display. Jackpot, Atticus said with a grin. Without wasting a single moment, Atticus ventured further into the hall. As Atticus explored the vast hall, his gaze lingered on the weapons displayed. He couldn't help but recall the classification of arts and weapons. Weapons were simply classified according to their grade, ranging from novice rank to paragon rank. On the other hand, arts were classified based on their potential. An art with a dormant potential could only provide a novice rank output strength, while one with a transcended potential had the potential to eventually exhibit paragon rank strength. Of course, achieving such levels required rigorous training. Moving through the hall, nothing managed to seize his interest. Undeterred, he continued moving. His steps carried him further, until he arrived at an elevated platform that displayed an ensemble of 5 weapons: a glaive, a gauntlet, a spear, a katana, and a staff, each possessing a superior quality that set them apart from the rest. A sign caught his attention, proclaiming in simple yet profound terms, "If the weapon chooses you, then it's yours." "This is it," Atticus said with a grin. "The treasure out there are probably crap. The real gems are right here," he mused to himself. However, Atticus couldn't help but notice the ominous undertone. "What if it doesn't choose you?" He voiced his concern aloud. A brief silence followed before he added, "Then again, this is reality. I half expected a ghostly guardian or something." Dad would have said if this was dangerous, Atticus reassured himself. He believed that his father would have warned him if there was a risk to his life. With that in mind, Atticus opted for the katana. The touch of his hand against the katana set into motion an ethereal transformation, transporting his consciousness into it. Atticus found himself on a platform, surrounded by darkness, and in front of him was a man, expressionless. He was adorned in traditional Japanese attire, which seemed to billow as if caught in an invisible breeze, emanating an aura of unwavering purpose. A katana rested at his side, its sheathed presence an embodiment of mastery. Atticus' attire mirrored that of his enigmatic counterpart, with a katana also at his side. What the heck is going on? Atticus couldn't help but wonder. But before he had time to gather his thought, in a fluid motion, the man descended into a stance, hands poised upon the katana's hilt. The whispered utterance of "Transcendence, Godspeed Grace," marked the commencement of a sequence that defied Atticus' perception. Time itself seemed to fragment, reality giving way to a choreography of transcendent elegance. For Atticus, there was no sensation of pain, no visceral awareness of his fate. Instead, a serene detachment enveloped him, his own beheading observed with an otherworldly clarity. A final thought formed within his mind before all dissolved into the void. "Ah, I just got beheaded." Gasping for breath, Atticus regained his consciousness once more before the katana, his hand instinctively moving to his neck as an incredulous thought echoed in his mind. "Did I just die?" The abruptness of his defeat gnawed at him. Clutching for meaning in the aftermath, he muttered, "Fuck. I didn't even see him move." Collecting his shattered composure, Atticus grappled to regain his bearings. It wouldn't have been displayed so grandly like this if it wasn't difficult to get. As if seeking solace in his own resolve, he took a steadying breath, acknowledging the arduous path that lay ahead. "Okay," he steeled himself, "looks like I'm in no danger of dying. I'm getting the sword no matter how long it takes." With resolute conviction, Atticus initiated the ritual anew, his fingers touching the katana's hilt. Once more, his consciousness plunged into the enigmatic realm. Inside, Atticus quickly unsheathed his katana, surging his body with mana and manipulating the very air to amplify his speed, preparing himself for whatever will come his way. Yet, the echoes of his previous attempt repeated itself, the man's movements a symphony of mastery that eluded Atticus's grasp. Atticus was beheaded once again. Chapter 39. The Katana. Within the heart of an expansive hall adorned with a myriad of treasures, a serene tranquility hung in the air, wrapping the scene in an aura of ancient wisdom and untold potential. This idyllic calm, however, was shattered without warning. Like a discordant note in an otherwise harmonious melody, the rhythmic actions of a young boy abruptly fractured the peaceful ambience. With every touch of the katana, a few seconds passed before an urgent gasp for air escaped his lips, a frenetic touch to his neck, a hauntingly familiar ritual. After a few precious moments of respite, he would whisper with resolve, one more time, his hand gravitating to the hilt of the katana that stood sentinel before him. Yet the dance remained unaltered, a ceaseless cycle playing out as if trapped within the relentless coils of fate itself. Inside the katana's realm, Atticus finally reached a breakthrough. He managed to block the man's initial strike. To achieve this, he channeled his mana to fortify his body, employ air to enhance his speed, fire to propel his arms into swift action, and earth to steady his stance, allowing him to stand his ground against the formidable assault. "Haha, finally!" Atticus burst out with exhilaration. Before this, Atticus had struggled to wield all 4 elements simultaneously. He could, for at most 2, but all 4. It was impossible. However, the constant brush with death had pushed him to the brink, triggering an instinctive response that allowed him to command all 4 elements at once for a split second. The man seemed to show an expression for the first time. Then, there was no then. Atticus was swiftly beheaded and his consciousness expelled from the katana. Clutching his neck and gasping for breath, Atticus muttered in frustration, "Damn it. I thought I passed some kind of test or something. Looks like I have to defeat him. And then, an unending cycle of demise and mounting exasperation unfolded. The man's relentless onslaught resulted in Atticus repeatedly losing his head. Yet within this seemingly hopeless repetition, a transformation took root. Gradually, Atticus's perception sharpened, and the enigma of the man's techniques began to unravel. With each successive beheading, Atticus gained insight. Micro-expressions within the man's movements became apparent. The tense flex of muscles, the subtle repositioning of balance, a prelude to the fatal strike. After enduring the chilling embrace of death time and again, a moment of clarity blossomed within Atticus's mind as his head fell. Amidst the abyss of defeat, he thought, I see. If Atticus had examined his status at this very moment, he would have spotted a new stat added to the list. Atticus stood before the katana, his chest rising and falling with deep breaths as he sought to regain composure. As the echoes of his breaths gradually settled, a determined whisper escaped his lips, one last time. With resolute resolve, he extended his hand to touch the hilt of the katana, and his consciousness was once again drawn into its enigmatic realm. Upon entering the ethereal realm, Atticus's hand instinctively found its place upon the katana's hilt on his waist, his stance an exact replica of the man's. A serene smile graced the man's features as he stood, clearly excited about what Atticus was trying to do. With a whispered command, transcendent, Godspeed grace, Atticus's intent ignited. Like a lightning bolt, he surged forward at supersonic speed. In the blink of an eye, he materialized behind the man, the katana's deadly arc leaving no room for defense. The man's head fell lifeless. With a practiced fluidity, Atticus sheathed the katana, his movements imbued with a sense of cool elegance. In a seamless transition, the realm suddenly shifted into a serene dojo, an aura of tranquility enveloping the scene. A venerable figure, adorned with white hair that whispered of ageless wisdom, presided over the tableau. Atticus's awareness expanded, confirming that he had returned to his familiar attire. Boy, come. Have a seat, the man's voice resonated, the timbre of experience and sagacity carrying through the stillness. A moment's contemplation, well, it's not like I can escape, if he decides to do anything to me, Atticus concluded. With resolute steps, he approached the table and took a seat. The man appeared to appreciate Atticus's decisiveness. Haha, I already like you, young one. I'm certain you're brimming with questions. Atticus replied nonchalantly, not really, just one. The man's curiosity was piqued. Oh, pray tell, what might that be? I passed the test right. So, can I have the weapon? Atticus inquired. The man's surprise was fleeting before he erupted into laughter, his amusement evident. Haha, what an intriguing lad you are, he exclaimed. Composing himself, he continued, yes, you've indeed passed the test, and it is now yours to claim. Atticus's face lit up, a radiant smile betraying his elation at finally obtaining the sword he sought. You're a Ravenstein, right, senior? What are you doing in a sword? He inquired, his tone becoming more respectful. Atticus was curious about a lot of things, but he wanted to confirm if the katana was guarantee first before anything. The man smiled. You're right, young one. My name is Cedric Ravenstein, and this thing you call a sword is a life weapon. Life weapon? Atticus asked. These are no ordinary tools of combat, but companions that evolve alongside their wielders. His eyes seemed to glint with a spark of ancient reverence as he unraveled the essence of these extraordinary artifacts. They bear no arbitrary grades or limitations, the man elucidated, his voice resonating with a sense of profound truth. Instead, their power is intrinsically tied to the growth and potential of their users. A life weapon doesn't merely halt its progress at a predefined threshold, it journeys alongside its wielder, ascending in strength as its bond with the user deepens. Atticus's mind whirred with understanding as the implications of this revelation unfolded. Absolute jackpot, he thought, conceptified conventional norms, transcending the boundaries of rank and classification. Even if one were to attain the paragon rank, the man affirmed, the life weapon would continue to grow, unwavering in its commitment to match the heights reached by its master. Atticus was elated. He now had a sword that can grow with him. It was a huge gain. The man appeared to perceive Atticus's excitement, and a smile played on his lips. Listen, young one, the man's voice resonated. I shall fade away now. Once I depart, you shall return to your body, and the sword shall forge a bond with you. Its usage will become second nature. I'll leave the rest as a surprise. Yes, elder, Atticus responded with fervor. As swiftly as he had appeared, the man vanished. The surroundings seemed to blur and shift, and Atticus found himself back within his physical form. In an instant, the katana soared into his grasp, and an undeniable connection coursed through him. A tingling sensation danced within his mind, as if foreign memories were weaving their way into his consciousness. Chapter 40. Perception. Following the peculiar sensation in his mind, Atticus realized that the newfound information consisted of memories from the previous wielders of the sword. The trove of knowledge was vast, yet he discerned that, for the time being, he could access only the initial skill transcendent, Godspeed Grace. I can sense the katana's emotions. Is excited? With the bond established, Atticus could perceive the sword's sentiments. It resembled a young child, its emotions simple and straightforward. Atticus drew the katana from its sheath and swung it a few times. He could sense the sword's growing excitement with each movement. All right, take it easy. I'll use you properly later, I promise, Atticus reassured. The katana's initial excitement subsided, giving way to a tinge of sadness. Atticus could only offer a wry smile. Seems like I'll be babysitting for a bit, he remarked with a chuckle. I should check what changed. Atticus felt something change within him when he was fighting the man inside the katana. It felt like his perception changed, granting him the ability to discern even the most minute details. Time appeared to stretch, allowing him to perceive subtle changes as if the world around him had slowed down. Status, he called out, and an holographic screen materialized in front of him. Character profile, name, Atticus Ravenstein, age, 9, gender, male, race, human, attributes, strength, 40, agility, 45, endurance, 50, vitality, 49, intelligence, 20, perception, 5, new, charm, 16, level, intermediate talent, mythical bloodline, primordial elemental bloodline, level 1, fire, 79.4% air, 82% water, 76.7% earth, 77.7%. Abilities, innate skills, conceal grade, mythical, the ability to conceal your level from anyone regardless of rank. You may choose what level you want to be shown. Life weapon skills, transcendence, Godspeed Grace, perception, huh? So that's what changed, he mused to himself. Curious about this newfound ability, he concentrated on it. Perception. This attribute represents the sensory acuity and keen awareness of user's environment. A higher perception attribute enhances the ability to notice subtle details, detect hidden elements, and accurately interpret sensory information. That explains a lot, Atticus pondered. He initially found it intriguing that his perception stat was just awakening. While every human possessed a basic level of perception, he realized that this attribute delved much deeper than he initially thought. It was as if a hidden well of awareness had been tapped into, unveiling a heightened realm of sensory insights he had never before experienced. Previously, it had merely granted him a basic level of awareness and alertness. However, with its recent transformation, his perception had evolved, granting him unmatched awareness of his surroundings. And, it seems it was because my intelligence reached a certain threshold. Atticus also noticed that his intelligence had increased significantly. He had always known that his intelligence was far above that of normal people. He could comprehend extremely complex problems and process information at an extraordinarily fast rate, which was very abnormal for his age. Ever since he found out about it, had tried many methods to increase his intelligence stat, but progress had been painfully slow. And now, breaking into the 20s had unlocked a new stat for him. Atticus had never been in such desperate situation before. It was a first for him. It was during the fight that he pushed his intelligence stats to the limit, causing it to increase significantly. Now, Atticus possessed an innate ability to discern even the most subtle changes in his environment. It was as if his senses had been fine-tuned to an extraordinary degree, allowing him to detect minute details and shifts that would otherwise go unnoticed. I can't wait to try this move on the robot, he said, laughing. His laughter subsided as he suddenly remembered Evelyn. I better pick the art and leave. Dad must be waiting. He left the platform and began walking around the hall in search of his second art. As he walked through the hall, he thought, I should opt for a defensive art this time. With the katana's numerous attack skills waiting to be unlocked, he chose to address his lack in defensive abilities. He continued his search with this goal in mind. After searching for a while, he settled on one. Arcane Barrier Potential. Transcendent, this art harnesses the power of one's mana to form an impenetrable defensive barrier. It allows the user to block incoming threats, utilizing the strength and resilience of their mana to shield themselves from harm. The strength of the barrier is directly related to the amount that the user's mana source can provide. Satisfied with his choice, he touched the art, and had the knowledge transferred to his mind. He experienced the same peculiar feeling in his mind. After a few seconds, the book turned to dust. Atticus then retraced his steps, returning to the platform. As he stood there, his body became enveloped in light, and he disappeared. Back in the basement, Atticus reappeared to find Evelyn gazing at him. A mixture of surprise and astonishment etched on his face. You got it? How? Avalon's incredulous question hung in the air. Atticus, a smile played on his lips as he realized what Avalon was talking about. He responded, I was lucky. Ha 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 ha. Avalon's laughter rang out, a proud and familiar sound that resonated within the confines of the room. That's my son, he chuckled warmly. Then a sudden seriousness colored his expression as he fixed his gaze upon Atticus. Son, don't tell anyone about that sword. No one. His words carried a weighty caution, underscoring the importance of secrecy. Atticus maintained a serious countenance as he nodded. With their shared moment in the basement drawing to a close, they departed, leaving the dimly lit confines behind. Atop the grand expanse of Ravenstein's mansion, a solitary figure held a position of contemplation. A shock of white hair crowned his head, while a scar etched a rugged path across his face, a testament to battles long fought. Yet, an enchanting anomaly played out before any watchful gaze. This man, Magus Ravenstein, seemingly defied gravity itself. Suspended above the ground, his form exuded an aura of otherworldly power. In the midst of his ethereal meditation, Magus Ravenstein's eyes flickered open. A knowing smile graced his features, an expression that spoke of anticipation realized. He got one. His triumphant declaration echoed, a manifestation of long-awaited success. Chapter 41. Caldor. Following the parting of ways with Avalon, Atticus wasted no time. He made a beeline for the training facility, eager to put his newfound power to the test. The katana, vibrating with palpable excitement. He entered the training room, and quickly selected the dieta of the 14-year-old Magnus. The platform lit up, and after a few seconds, the robot formed, with lightning crackling around its form. He quickly changed the room settings to a dojo and walked to one end, the robot the other end. During the beheadings, after Atticus unlocked his heightened perception, he gained the ability to discern how the man manipulated mana within his body. It was easy as the man made no effort to conceal it. The man released mana from his core in controlled bursts. Atticus had made an initial, ill-fated attempt to replicate it upon witnessing it, resulting in one of his fatal mistakes where his body had erupted due to the uncontrolled mana pressure. This painful lesson left him acutely aware that, if done carelessly, it could lead to catastrophic consequences due to the unmanaged pressure in mana. He completely devoted his focus to the man's movements and how he moved his mana. It took him some time to grasp, but he eventually painstakingly deciphered the precise pattern of the mana bursts. In addition to the pattern, he discovered that executing this technique safely required adopting a specific body posture. With his eyes focused on the robot, Atticus took a stance. With a firm grip on the sword hilt and his right knee bent forward, Atticus released his mana from his core in controlled bursts, adhering to the rhythm of two short, one long, one short and one long. With a muttered command, transcendent, Godspeed Grace, Atticus moved with a velocity that surpassed the robot's imagination. In an instant, Atticus materialized behind the robot, who remained unaware of the severed connection between his neck and body. Unaware of the impending peril, it attempted to pivot and launch an attack at Atticus. However, before it could execute his move, its head abruptly disconnected from its body, causing its intended strike to falter, and its life to be extinguished. Atticus's inner thoughts raced. I didn't anticipate it being this strong. Just 20% of my mana, and I hadn't even manipulated the air to boost my speed. His exhilaration was palpable. The katana's vibrant vibrations added to his elation, causing a smile to grace Atticus's face. I guess I should give you a name, Atticus murmured, and the katana responded with a joyous vibration. Naming isn't my strong suit. How about we go with Katara? Atticus suggested. However, the vibrations of the katana seemed to cease, almost as if it were expressing its disapproval of the chosen name. All right, we're going with that for now. I'm pretty exhausted. It's time for some rest, Atticus chuckled, noticing the subtle change in Katara's vibrations, as if reflecting a hint of sadness. Then, he left the training facility and headed to his room. After a few hours of sleep, Atticus awoke and made his way to the dining area. As he entered, his eyes fell upon a familiar face he hadn't seen in a while. I suppose it's about time he returned. Atticus, Caldor's voice rang out, and he stood up, extending his arms for a warm embrace. I've missed you. A small smile curved Atticus's lips as he embraced Caldor. I see you're still as cheerful as ever. It's hard not to be cheerful when you're around, Caldor grinned, giving Atticus a playful punch on the shoulder. Atticus chuckled. Well, someone has to keep things lively. Caldor chuckled in agreement before gesturing to the empty seat beside him. Come sit. It's been too long. How have you been? Atticus took a seat and sighed, a mixture of exhaustion and contentment in his expression. Busy, to say the least. Training, learning, and dealing with all sorts of challenges. But I can't complain. It's all been worth it. Anastasia and Freya simply stared at them, clearly happy they were getting along so well. Ember was always distant, but they were happy Caldor didn't change much. So how was camp? Atticus asked. Caldor's expression lit up as he recounted his experiences. It was tough. Intense competition, rigorous training, but it looks like it paid off. You seem much stronger, Atticus interjected with a genuine smile, sensing the formidable aura radiating from Caldor. He's advanced to intermediate rank, Atticus realized. Anastasia chimed in, a teasing glint in her eyes. Caldor here has been quite the topic of discussion lately. Seems like you've been making quite the waves. Caldor scratched his head bashfully. Well, I guess so, haha. "How's Ember?" Atticus asked. A shadow crossed Caldor's face as he sighed, his voice carrying a touch of concern. "Ember has been distant. She's been keeping to herself, avoiding interaction with others. No friends, no socializing, just focused on training." Anastasia's gaze grew somber, and she exchanged a glance with Freya. Ember's isolation wasn't news to them, but hearing it spoken aloud brought a sense of heaviness to the room. Atticus, too, sensed the gravity of the situation. He knew that Ember had been through a lot, and her withdrawal was likely a reflection of her inner struggles. Caldor noticed this, and quickly changed the topic. "So are you ready to go to camp next year?" "I should manage," Atticus said with a chuckle. Caldor playfully raised an eyebrow. "Confident, aren't we?" Anastasia's smile returned, but a flicker of sadness passed through her eyes as she glanced at the empty head seat at the table. She couldn't help but think, if only he could forgive himself. As the evening wound down, they each retired to their respective rooms. The next day, Atticus and Caldor could be seen facing each other in the training ground, each with wooden swords on their hands. "I've gotten way stronger, Atticus. You think you could keep up?" Caldor said with a smirk. "We'll see," Atticus replied calmly. Caldor's cheerful demeanor faded as his focus sharpened into that of a skilled fighter. "It still freaks me out anytime I see Caldor like this," Atticus thought, his mind wandering back to the first time he had sparred with Caldor. That abrupt transformation had caught him off guard, akin to witnessing a naive child instantly transform into a battle-hardened veteran. With a sudden burst of movement, they lunged towards each other, their swords colliding in a flurry of strikes and parries. Caldor was surprised by how strong Atticus was. The power in Atticus' strikes were equal if not more than his. He couldn't perceive Atticus's rank, as not everyone possessed Atticus's perception ability at such a low rank. While they might eventually be able to perceive it as they advanced, an intermediate rank person couldn't accurately tell the rank of an individual. The only way they could know was if the person openly released their aura. As their swords clashed, Atticus focused on the wind, granting himself an unexpected burst of speed. Caldor, caught off guard by Atticus's sudden acceleration, struggled to react in time. Atticus seizes the advantage and deftly maneuvers his wooden sword, pressing it against Caldor's neck. Caldor paused, his surprise turning into a grin. "Well played, Atticus. You got me there, you little monster. When did you awaken your bloodline?" "Not too long ago," Atticus replied casually, maintaining a poker face. He was determined to keep the actual timing a secret, aware that such information could make him vulnerable at this early stage of his growth. "Damn, a 9-year-old intermediate rank. And you awakened a useful element too." "I simply awakened the water element. I can only heal a little bit currently." "Water element can be pretty versatile too," Atticus replied, trying to be reassuring. "Healing is important, Caldor. It can save lives in critical moments." Yeah, I know. But it'll be cool to be able to increase my speed or blast something to oblivion," Caldor retorted sulkily. "Well, life isn't fair. Besides, I awaken 4 elements, hee, Atticus said with a chuckle. Atticus thought hard about whether he should reveal this information or not, but he eventually decided to. "It'll be a major handicap if I can't use my bloodline freely. Besides, there have been cases of people having multiple elemental powers before, but not all 4. Hopefully it won't be that bad." Caldor stood there dumbfounded for. "Show me now." Atticus then manipulated the elements simultaneously, leaving Caldor staring with his mouth open. "Life really isn't fair," Caldor said absent-mindedly, his mind racing with questions about how this was possible. Chapter 42. Raven Camp. At the front of the estate, Atticus stood surrounded by his loved ones, their emotions filled with a mixture of sadness and reluctance to see him leave. Anastasia, tearful, held Atticus close. "Honey, make sure you eat well, okay? Be careful. Have you carried your things? Do you need anything?" Atticus smiled gently, his voice soothing. "I'm fine, Mom," he reassured. "You would think I'm going to war or something," he thought to himself. He felt happy to have people who cared about him. Anastasia sniffled, wiping her tears. "Okay." Evelyn stepped forward, ruffling Atticus's hair, and said with a smile, "You're my son, Atticus. Make sure you show them who's boss." Atticus looked at his father, a confident smile on his face. "Yes, Dad." Evelyn nodded and stepped back. Freya approached, embracing him tightly. "Be safe, honey." "Thanks, Grandma," Atticus said, hugging her tightly. Caldor, his emotions getting the best of him, stepped forward, hugging Atticus tightly. "Atticus, I'll miss you." Atticus chuckled, returning the hug while patting his back. "Me too, big guy." Caldor raised an eyebrow playfully. "You're calling me big? Have you seen those muscles?" "Haha," Atticus chuckled. Atticus had grown noticeably taller for his age, standing at about 1.6 meters. His muscles, though not overly large, are characterized by a sense of compact strength rather than exaggerated bulk. His once straight white hair has transformed into a spiky mane, lending him an air of both fierceness and vitality. At his waist a katana, securely strapped. He bid his final farewells, and stepped into the hover car. With high security measures in place he departed. "Eat well, hun, aye." Anastasia called out with a loving wave as the hover car began to move away. As Atticus departed, Anastasia expressed her worries. I hope he'll be okay. Rowan's kid is attending the camp this year, right? You mean the one who awakened the transcendent talent? Freya responded with curiosity. Yes, that's the one, Anastasia confirmed with a nod. You needn't worry about that boy. Trust me on this. Avalon reassured them. Only Avalon and Magnus possessed knowledge about the life weapons. In their past, they had expended every effort to obtain one of these weapons but had been unsuccessful. The life weapons administered tests based on the challenger's age and power, and 9 years old was considered the ideal age to attempt. By the time Caldor and Ember had turned 9, they too had attempted, but without success. Besides, he awakened 4 elements, Avalon said with pride. After Atticus had told Caldor that he awakened 4 elements, he had also disclosed this information to the rest of the family. They were completely stunned by the revelation, urging him to demonstrate immediately. Anastasia's voice held a mixture of agreement and worry. You're right. While Avalon felt immense pride in his son's accomplishments, Anastasia couldn't help but worry even more about him. You checked his talent last year? You said it was transcendent, didn't you? So there shouldn't be a problem, Freya inquired. Yeah, Anastasia confirmed. Anastasia had tested Atticus's talent the previous year, and had been taken aback when the glass orb used for talent assessment shattered. This orb could gauge a person's talent from dormant to transcendent, making its shattering a truly bewildering event. Anastasia had wisely chosen to keep this a secret, and had simply reported that Atticus possessed transcendent talent. The testing of a child's talent was strictly confidential, as publicly announcing a child's potential rank was considered foolish and potentially dangerous. This was especially true in the midst of the ongoing conflict against the Obsidian Order. If they were to learn of the birth of a transcendent rank, they would undoubtedly view it as a significant threat and take drastic measures to eliminate the problem before he had a chance to grow in power. Thus, secrecy was of paramount importance in these matters. I hope he'll be okay. Anastasia's worry continued to linger in her thoughts. Atticus sat inside the hover car, his gaze fixed on the passing scenery outside. It had been a short 1 year for Atticus. During that time, he had worked diligently, dedicating himself to training and honing his strength. It all paid off last week when he finally had a breakthrough. Status, he thought, and a holographic display materialized in front of him. Character profile. Name: Atticus Ravenstein. Age: 10. Gender: male. Race: human. Attributes: strength, 51. Agility, 55. Endurance, 59. Vitality, 57. Intelligence, 21. Perception, 7. Charm, 18. Level, intermediate plus. Talent: mythical. Bloodline: primordial elemental. Bloodline: level 2. Fire, 1.1% air, 2% water, 1% earth, 1% abilities. Innate skills: conceal. Grade: mythical. The ability to conceal your level from anyone regardless of rank. You may choose what level you want to be shown. Life weapon skills: Transcendent Slash, Godspeed. Grace: normal skills, Arcane Barrier. Potential: Transcendent. Current Mastery, Intermediate plus. Atticus's recent achievements were nothing short of remarkable. He had not only advanced by 1 sub-level in his training, but also witnessed his bloodline ascending 1 level higher. If the human domain were to catch wind of the fact that the Ravensteins had a prodigious talent capable of wielding all 4 elements and achieving an intermediate plus rank at the age of 10, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves through the domain. With each increase in his perception stat, it felt as though the world around him was constantly shifting. He knew that without his high intelligence, processing such a vast amount of information at once would have been impossible. Presently, even with the hover car's speed, if he concentrated, it would appear to be moving in slow motion to him. Enough, I still need to increase my strength more. Atticus also found out about the camp during this past year. Every Ravenstein, no matter if you're from the main family or branch, had to attend for 3 years. He tried to ask Caldor for more information, but he found out that they were forbidden from discussing the camp with anyone who hadn't attended it yet. This rule was in place to avoid favoritism and was enforced through monocontracts. The only thing he was allowed to tell me was that it was highly competitive, Atticus reflected. The Ravensteins were known for their prowess and competitive nature. They only respected the strong. The weak were basically treated like trash in the family, and the camp emphasized this even more. Just imagine a bunch of 10-year-olds who have been told from a young age that they are talented, and that the strong should be respected by the weak, all placed together under one roof. It'll be a disaster, he thought. Well, there's only one way to avoid useless distractions. Show your strength from the beginning and dominate any fool who tries to start something, he decided. As the journey continued, Atticus eventually arrived at a spacious clearing. A vast expanse of flat grassland stretched out before him. Dominating the scene was a colossal flying ship, its imposing presence commanding attention. Towering above the gathered crowd of approximately 20 children, the ship emanated an aura of grandeur. From within the vehicle, Arya materialized, her expression gentle. "This is as far as I go, young master," she stated. It was a rule that the Ravenstein children attending the camp were required to make the journey alone. No guards were allowed, as the very essence of the camp was to encourage the youths to step out of their comfort zones, and having a guard would be counterproductive to that goal. However, the safety of the attendees was assured, or else Anastasia wouldn't have allowed Atticus to go. All those involved in running the camp were bound by a strict mana contract, ensuring the well-being of the young participants. Atticus met her eyes, sensing the sadness within them. He hugged her, and spoke softly, "Thank you for protecting me until now, Arya. I'll return before you know it, don't worry." Arya, taken aback by the sudden hug, returned it with a warm smile and replied, "Stay safe." With those words, Atticus disembarked from the car. Stepping out of the vehicle, Atticus exuded an air of unflinching confidence, his gaze undeterred by the curious stares that bore into him. This was his first public appearance within the family. For many, Atticus remained an enigma. Amidst the buzz of hushed conversations, snippets of dialogue floated through the air. "His parents must be high in the family hierarchy," murmured one voice. "Yeah, probably the son of a leader of an important branch or something," chimed in another. Given that it was Atticus's first appearance, many of the attendees didn't recognize him. However, the sizable escort he had brought with him, and the way he looked led them to assume that he might be from a significant branch family within the Ravensteins. "He's kind of cute," a softer voice interjected, followed by a playful retort, "He's your cousin, you dimwit." Yet amidst the observations, a note of approval sounded, "He looks strong." A perceptive young girl stood out, her red eyes assessing Atticus intently. She had been taught to always trust her instincts. "He is strong." Not all voices held the same sentiment, and a burly 10-year-old boy couldn't resist a derisive snort. Disdain dripped from his words as he sneered. "Humph, I'm sure he's a weakling," he smugly informed his friend standing beside him. "Are you sure about that, Nate?" questioned his companion, uncertainty coloring his tone. He was Nate's polar opposite, possessing a slender figure and sporting square-shaped glasses on his face. "He looks strong. Besides, he's obviously from a high-ranking family. You better be careful." "You don't have to be scared, Lucas. I'll show him who's boss." Nate, determined to prove a point, began walking toward Atticus. Yet, as he neared, a chilling stare from Atticus halted Nate in his tracks. A tangible shiver ran down his spine, and, almost as if compelled, he turned on his heel, retreating to his friend without uttering a word. Watching the unexpected turn of events, Lucas chuckled, breaking the tension. "Well, I guess he isn't too bad after all," he commented, amusement dancing in his eyes. "Humph, he's not as weak as I thought. I just decided to pity him," Nate replied, a bead of sweat forming on his forehead. "Shit, I didn't think he'd run away if I released a little of my aura," Atticus thought, frustration coursing through him. His intention had been to provoke a confrontation, hoping to find a willing scapegoat to deter others from bothering him. However, he had miscalculated the potency of his aura following his recent breakthrough. "I'm sure I'll get my chance again," he reassured himself. As Atticus was lost in thought, the ship's door opened, beckoning them to enter. And, "Hello, have you enjoyed reading? If so, please consider leaving reviews and power stones. Your feedback is appreciated. Thank you." Chapter 43, Test. While Atticus was lost in thought, the imposing cargo doors of the ship creaked open, inviting them inside. As they all entered, the doors closed behind them, and the ship promptly took off. After walking for a few moments, Atticus and the others entered a spacious hall within the ship. The hall he entered was a grand expanse of gleaming metal and sophisticated technology, illuminated by soft ambient lights that glowed like distant stars. The walls seemed to curve seamlessly, creating an illusion of boundless space. Elegant arches adorned the ceiling, stretching gracefully overhead and meeting at the center in an intricate design. "Damn, this is amazing," Atticus thought in awe. He then redirected his attention to the front of the hall, where a raised podium stood. After a minute of anticipation, a figure emerged and made his way to the podium, a man with the typical distinctive white hair, radiating the unmistakable aura of a master rank. His rugged appearance exuded toughness, and he was clad in all black attire that bore a resemblance to military clothing, which only served to emphasize his authoritative and commanding presence. The crowd began to murmur at the revelation, but a display of the master rank's aura silenced their voices. The man's authoritative voice resonated throughout the hall as he introduced himself. "Welcome to the Raven camp. I am Elias, one of the instructors at the camp." He paused for a moment and then continued, "As you're aware, this is where every 10-year-old in the Ravenstein family spends their next 3 years. The camp's primary purpose is to train and prepare you for the academy. More detailed information will be provided later, but for now, we shall commence with a test that will determine your treatment in the camp." As Elias lifted his hands, approximately 20 bags levitated and landed gracefully in the hands of each children. He continued, in each of the bags, you'll find a compass and a bracelet-like device. I strongly recommend that you put on the bracelet immediately. They followed the instructions and promptly put on the bracelets. Atticus felt a connection form between himself and the bracelet. An artifact, huh? I wonder what it does, he pondered. What you've just put on is an artifact. For now, all you need to know is that it will teleport you back here if it senses that your life is in danger. It possesses numerous other functions, but you'll learn those at a later time, Elias explained. Elias's words sent ripples of panic through many of the children. Their life in danger? What sort of test do they want to administer? Elias couldn't help but notice the widespread panic among the children, but he had no intention of addressing their concerns. Weaklings are not needed in the family. He also noticed some of the children remained composed, even after they found out their life might be in danger. He noted their faces, and his gaze suddenly stopped at Atticus. He kept staring at him, as if trying to unveil his secret. He's the one. This should be interesting, Elias thought with a smile. Undeterred, Elias pressed on. The compass will guide you to your destination. I strongly recommend you take this seriously. Ranks will be assigned based on who reaches the destination first. Atticus's mind raced, thinking of different possibilities at a fast rate. A test? A compass? His mind churned with possibilities. It's a race. But how would they add until a realization struck him? Wait, where are we standing? As if in response to his thoughts, Elias's voice boomed once again, announcing the initiation of the test. Without warning, the floor beneath them gave way, and Atticus and the others fell. Panic erupted as screams echoed through the air, the sudden descent causing most of them to panic. Only Atticus and a handful of others managed to maintain their composure. They suddenly remembered the bracelet, and held on to it, as if it was their lifeline. The tension in the air eased somewhat, but it was short-lived. Elias's voice resonated once more. Oh yes, gravity isn't your only enemy. The sky above them suddenly erupted with a cacophony of screeches, and a horde of beasts with spiked dorsal fins that run along their elongated bodies descended upon them. Scathorns, Atticus identified the creatures immediately. These were magical beasts, creatures that underwent evolution and transformation through the absorption of mana. This process triggered substantial changes in the beasts' physiology, abilities, and even their appearance, enabling them to adapt and grow stronger over time. The Scathorns were formidable and menacing creatures that inhabit the skies of Elderalf. With their predatory instincts and powerful physique, they are often feared by those who traverse the open skies. A chorus of curses erupted from the group. The shrieking Scathorns suddenly swooped down, their hungry eyes locked onto the youths. Some tried to fend them off, but their efforts often met with failures, making them get teleported. Atticus's senses sharpened as he scanned the chaotic scene, assessing the situation with a clear mind. This was his first encounter with magical beasts. He had mentally prepared himself for this day, and he would be lying if he said he wasn't anticipating it. He observed some of the children as they effortlessly dealt with the attacking beasts. An aloof young girl, seemingly unfazed by the sudden threat, effortlessly retrieved an arrow from her spatial storage. With practiced precision, she imbued it with mana before releasing it with remarkable accuracy. Not bad, Atticus commented. His attention then shifted to a boy who expertly wielded daggers, their edges encased in mana. With agile maneuvers, he swiftly navigated through the air, executing precise strikes that dispatched the beasts with ease. The coordination between two friends caught his eye next. The muscular young man produced a broadsword from his spatial storage, effectively cleaving through the beast's ranks, while his companion employed blinding techniques to disorient the creatures, creating openings for his friend's attacks. Atticus was most impressed by the red-eyed girl. As the Scathorns closed in on her, her body ignited with flames. Utilizing this fiery aura, she propelled herself towards the nearest bird, incinerating it upon impact. She can already wield her bloodline this expertly? Atticus was somewhat surprised by that. An intermediate rank at 10-year-old is not something you see every day, and she was already so skilled at using her bloodline powers. However, his focus was momentarily broken as a group of Scathorns swooped down on him, menacingly threatening to attack. They were hideous, to say the least. If this had been Atticus before his training, he would have run without looking back. But years of training and fighting had steeled his mindset. He was no longer the Atticus from Earth. He was now Atticus Ravenstein. Atticus closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Here goes nothing. He opened his eyes and swiftly drew and sheathed his katana, the motion akin to a lightning bolt in its swiftness. As the beasts drew within a 5-meter radius, their bodies seemed to distort and fragment, each splitting into two distinct entities. Not as hard as I thought my first kill would be. They're only using novice-rank beasts to test us, Atticus speculated. During his lessons, Atticus had discovered that beasts use the same kind of rank classification as humans. From novice to paragon rank, he had expected his first fight with magical beasts to be filled with struggles and close calls. He wasn't expecting it to be this easy. Damn, I've gotten too strong. I'll have to look for stronger beasts later. The 5-2 were attentively observing their surroundings, trying to see who would be their competition. Their shock was palpable when they witnessed Atticus's remarkable display of strength. A unanimous thought reverberated through their minds: he's strong. Meanwhile, Nate's anxiety was palpable, his forehead beating with sweat. Internally, he couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. Thank goodness I turned back. Within the confines of the control room aboard the ship, a group of 5 men stood in front of an array of screens, closely monitoring the unfolding events. One of them, breaking the silence, spoke with a note of intrigue. Seems like there's no shortage of promising talents this year, wouldn't you say, Marcus? Marcus nodded in agreement, a trace of admiration evident in his voice. Indeed, young Miss Aurora, in particular, is exceptionally gifted. To wield her bloodline with such mastery at such a young age is truly remarkable. As their praise flowed freely, the group of men in the control room couldn't help but notice Elias's intense focus on a single screen. Curious, the others followed his line of sight, and their collective gasp of astonishment resonated through the room. On the screen, a composed young boy with spiky mane, like hair, expertly manipulated the air around him as he descended gracefully. An air of serene confidence enveloped him as he effortlessly dispatched any of the beasts that entered within a 5-meter radius with uncanny precision, severing them with remarkable skill. Elias's lips curved into a knowing smile. This camp is going to be particularly interesting this time around. And, hello, have you enjoyed reading? If so, please consider leaving reviews and Power Stones. Your feedback is appreciated. Thank you. Chapter 44. Speed. As Atticus fell rapidly, he reached for the compass inside the bag, and he manipulated the air to slow down his descent, landing coolly. The others who had flying artifacts in their possession had already brought them out, using them to slow down their descent and dodge the ski thorns. These artifacts were engraved with runes that converted the user's mana, allowing them to fly. Let's get this over with, Atticus mumbled, and in an instant he vanished from sight. Watching from above, the 5 widened their eyes in surprise. They remembered the instructor's words about rank and treatment in camp. Determined not to lose, they decided to get serious. The girl with control over fire ignited her power, propelling herself toward Atticus with a fiery burst. Meanwhile, the others, having not awakened their bloodlines, swiftly chased them with their artifact. Luke is faster. We can't lose, Nate shouted. Calm down, Nate. We'll burn through our mana too quickly at this rate. Lucas shouted back. The artifacts functioned primarily on the mana they were provided, and moving too fast would deplete it rapidly. Atticus dashed through the dense forest, his movements a blur of speed. Years of intense training had elevated his endurance to an impressive level, allowing him to maintain this pace for hours without breaking a sweat. As time passed, Atticus gradually outpaced the others, leaving them far behind in his wake. Deep within the forest, a young magical beast was hiding within a dense bush. His keen eyes fixed upon the river not far from it, it remained vigilant, waiting for prey. He had recently reached adulthood, and had ventured from its home in pursuit of his first successful hunt. Hours of fruitless efforts had left it ravenous, a gnawing hunger that now drove it to lay in ambush. Time ticked by slowly as the magical beast patiently waited. Then, as if answering its silent plea, a deer emerged from the shadows, approaching the river's edge for a drink. Heart pounding with excitement, the beast held its breath, observing every move of its unsuspecting prey. When the deer bent down to drink, the beast seized the moment and lunged forward, swift and deadly. In an instant, the hunt was a success. The deer lay still, its struggle no more. Its elation was palpable, and it prepared to feast upon its hard-earned meal. Then suddenly an unexpected darkness clouded its vision. A surreal disconnect settled upon its body, and before its disbelieving eyes, he saw a white-haired boy, gracefully sheathing a gleaming katana. The truth struck like a thunderbolt. It had been beheaded. In its final moments, the magical beast's thoughts echoed with a mix of bewilderment and frustration. You should have at least let me eat. And with that last fleeting thought, its existence faded into the unknown. Why do I feel bad? Atticus muttered to himself, his brow furrowing in confusion. He paused for a moment, pondering the unfamiliar sensation that had crept over him. Shaking his head as if to dismiss the unease, he let out a soft sigh and shrugged. Well, this is boring. I was expecting more excitement, but this is pretty easy, Atticus mused, his initial anticipation replaced by a hint of disappointment. He had hoped for a greater challenge to aid in his quest for strength, and if this was all the camp had to offer, he feared he might be wasting his time there. Atticus shrugged and kept moving, following the direction the compass was pointing to. Meanwhile, in the forest, Aurora's frustration grew. She had been hailed as a super genius ever since she awakened her transcendent talent at the age of 7. She was confident she would outshine everyone at camp. How can he be so fast? She thought, her determination turning into annoyance. She had relentlessly chased him for hours, expecting him to stop once his mana got depleted. Hastily absorbing more mana after she ran out, she resumed her pursuit, hoping to catch up. To her astonishment, he had vanished from sight, leaving no trace behind. I will not lose, I'm the genius, she affirmed to herself. In an instant, her body erupted into a swirling inferno of flames. The intensity of her magic propelled her forward, a comet of fire streaking through the air toward the unsuspecting magical beast. The beast, caught off guard, was engulfed in searing heat as Aurora's fiery form collided with it. With the same fiery determination that had propelled her, Aurora swiftly redirected her powers, launching herself away from the scene of destruction, leaving a bewildered duo who had borne witness to her astonishing display. Lucas, what are you doing? We're going to lose, Nate exclaimed, as he hurriedly chased after the departing Aurora. I'm coming, Lucas declared. Three men sat, engaged in a game of cards in front of a large gate. Who do you think will get here first? One of the men spoke. I'm not sure, but I heard that young Miss Aurora already became an intermediate rank. It'll probably be her. This generation is filled with talents. During our time, the human domain would have been in a frenzy if there was an intermediate 10-year-old. I heard the Elverians got their own super genius. A new change is coming, the third man added. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a white-haired boy emerging from the bushes. The unexpected sight left the three men astounded. Wait, are you a new trainee? One of the men inquired. Atticus, responded calmly. Yeah. The second man couldn't help his astonishment, exclaiming, How is that possible? The test just started a few hours ago. How did you get here? I ran. Before they could react, Atticus continued, I passed the test, right? Can I go in? The question hung in the air before one of them finally responded, Yes, you can. Just go straight ahead and you'd see a hall. You would have to wait for the others, so we'll address you together. Open the gates. The gate began creaking open. Without wasting any time, Atticus entered the gates, leaving the three men staring in a mix of surprise and disbelief. As Atticus stepped through the open gate, he was met with an awe-inspiring sight. Before him, a huge mountain with towering buildings built around it. Youths, all adorned with striking white hair, bustled about the area, entering and exiting the structures. It's practically a small town, he muttered. It seems the whole place is engraved with an illusion rune. I didn't see the mountain from outside. Atticus followed the instruction and approached the colossal building that stood at the forefront. Entering through its open doors, Atticus was met with a massive auditorium-like space. Rows of chairs stretched out in front of him, converging toward a central podium. He chose a seat toward the back of the auditorium and sat. With nothing to do, he closed his eyes and started absorbing mana. The density of mana in this area is high, he thought. Back aboard the flying ship, an air of astonishment still clung to the five men as they grappled with the extraordinary feat they had just witnessed. Among them, one broke the silence, his voice tinged with disbelief. He reached there in 3 hours. Yeah, to think we have another 10-year rolled intermediate rank. Why was the main family keeping this a secret? Another replied. Achieving intermediate rank at such a young age was indeed an impressive feat, which was why people were praising Aurora. The average strength of the first years was novice rank, with only a few being at novice plus. It doesn't matter, Elias asserted. We should just focus on nurturing his growth. And you know what? I think it's a good thing that Aurora has found herself a rival. It'll push her to strive even harder. I've never seen her put in this much effort before, he concluded with a knowing smile. The others nodded in understanding. They too had been worried about Aurora's growing ego. Amidst their conversation, the preoccupied countenance of one man went unnoticed. His troubled expression betrayed his inner turmoil as he grappled with conflicted thoughts, silently reasoning, I'm sorry, but I have to protect my family. Chapter 45. Rules. After what felt like an eternity of waiting, Atticus's keen senses picked up on a new presence entering the hall. His gaze shifted, and his eyes locked onto the figure that had just arrived, a girl with red eyes. As her gaze met Atticus's, it felt as though daggers were being exchanged in an unspoken confrontation. The intensity of her stare could have been enough to make anyone uneasy, but Atticus remained unruffled. He met her challenging gaze with a mere glance, which seemed to irk her even further. Frustration etched across her features. She gritted her teeth and selected a seat. What the heck is wrong with her? Atticus pondered. After a while, one by one, the others began to arrive. Shit, Lucas. We're the fourth, Nate exclaimed, frustration evident in his voice. Actually, I entered before you, so I'm the fourth, and you're the fifth, Lucas retorted, a wry smile playing on his lips. How the fuck? Nate screamed in exasperation. Lucas simply chuckled at Nate's outburst, finding some amusement in the situation. As soon as everyone was seated, a figure stepped forward, his commanding presence immediately capturing the attention of everyone present. This man exuded an aura of a grandmaster rank, his red eyes a striking contrast against his composed demeanor. A collective hush fell over the room, an instinctual reaction to the aura that accompanied his arrival. The ones previously exchanging glances and whispers All fell silent in unison, as they felt the weight of his presence settle upon them. Atticus, being used to being around figures of such strength, was unfazed. Standing tall before the imposing podium, the man began to speak in a voice that seemed to carry the weight of authority and experience. "Welcome to the Raven Camp," his words resonated. "My name is Rowan Ravenstein, and I am the highest authority in this camp," he announced, his voice carrying an air of authority. "This camp was founded with a singular purpose: to train all Ravenstein youth, teaching you how to survive and preparing you for the academy at the age of 15. He paused, allowing his words to sink in, before continuing. "The rules here are relatively lax. I'll only mention the important ones. Fights are permitted among those in the same year, but other years are not allowed to attack you. However, no use of weapons, and no lethal or crippling damage, or the consequences will be severe." The concept seemed straightforward, but a thoughtful expression crossed Atticus's face. So we can attack them?" he mused, his intelligence allowing him to grasp the subtle implication behind those words. Undeterred, Rowan pressed on. "Now, there's one major currency in this camp: Raven points. These points are essential for various activities and resources. But fear not, for your first 3 months as a first years grants you free access to all essentials. After that period, Raven points will be required. There are multiple ways for you to acquire these points. Combat challenges. At the end of every 3 months, all students from various years would assemble in the arena for a collective event. Challenges would be issued sequentially, spanning from the lowest to the highest rank. Each successful wins would result in the accumulation of points, and the loser's rank if the winner was ranked lower. Specialization performance. Each recruit are required to choose a division, be it beast, assassination, or rune and potion. Excelling in their chosen area will earn you contribution points. Training achievements. Each morning you're required to attend training. Depending on your performance, points can be given by your instructors. Ranks. The 5th rank gets 100 points, and each higher rank gets an additional plus 100 points, making it 500 points for the first rank. He allowed a moment of pause, allowing his previous words to settle among the recruits. Then he continued. "There are no mandatory classes. No one will force you to do anything here. But do note that if your Raven points hits 0, you will be expelled." The words made some recruits panic. Getting expelled from camp would bring shame to them and their families. They'd be treated even worse than trash. Rowan continued. "The bracelet artifact each of you has been provided with will be indispensable during your stay within the camp. It has many functions. Most importantly, they serve as your identification. If you check now, you would notice 2 numbers written on it at all times. The first indicates your year, and the second indicates your rank." Atticus checked his device and saw that the numbers 1 and 1 were displayed on it. He continued. "This artifact is seamlessly integrated with our central AI system, meticulously recording every Raven point you earn. You can also find out more information about the camp from the device. Not only that, but it also facilitates communication among fellow camp members and acts as a convenient method of payment for various services and resources. Note that your conventional communication artifact does not work in the camp. You can only speak to your family after 3 years of camp." His final words left a sense of unease among some of them. The prospect of not being able to communicate with their family members was unsettling. For many of them, this was their first time being away from home, and a prevailing anxiety settled in. Rowan noticed this but chose not to address it. He continued. "That'll be all for now. Follow the map in your artifacts to get to your dorm room, and make sure you attend training by 6 in the morning. As I said, no one will force you. It's more of an advice." As he spoke, he disappeared from sight. After Rowan left, Atticus promptly stood up and left. He tapped on the device on his wrist, summoning a holographic interface, and navigated to the map section. He followed the directions, which led him to a skyscraper-like building after a few minutes. Upon entering, he followed the map and moved to the elevator. It prompted him for a scan to confirm his rank, and he placed his device on the scanning device. He entered, and then it carried him to the top floor. Stepping out of the elevator, Atticus found himself in an apartment that was equipped with all the basic necessities, along with an advanced training room. The mana density in the room was significantly higher than outside. So this is what they meant by different treatment, Atticus thought to himself. Back at the estate, although the mana density was high, it wasn't as high as this. Inside an office, an atmosphere of tension hung heavy in the air. Aurora stood before Rowan, her head bowed, trembling with nervousness. Beads of sweat dotted her forehead. A voice pierced the silence. "I heard you were second," Rowan stated, his words carrying a weight that seemed to press down upon her. Aurora's timid yes escaped her lips, her body quivering with fear. In an instant, Rowan intensified his aura, causing her to slam onto the floor. "The main family has been in power for too long. Your awakening as a transcendent talent is what we need to overthrow them. And yet, here you are, losing to a child from the main family." Aurora's voice trembled as she begged, "Father, I'm so sorry. I'll defeat him next time. The oppressive aura lifted, leaving Aurora weak and shaken. The man's tone softened slightly as he delivered a final warning. Do not make us have this talk again. Aurora's response was meek, her voice barely more than a whisper as she stammered, Yes, father. With a lingering sense of apprehension, she rose unsteadily to her feet and turned to leave the office. Chapter 46, Training. The next morning, after a brief training session, Atticus headed to the training grounds. Using his device for navigation, he arrived at the training grounds 30 minutes ahead of the required time and was surprised to find Aurora already there. She cast a quick glance in his direction before looking away. What a strange girl, he thought. They stood together in silence, and a few minutes later, everyone surprisingly arrived. They must be taking this camp seriously. Who would have thought these pampered kids could be so committed? He mused. Atticus received looks from others, as everyone found out that he was the first rank. Many had expected Aurora to be the first. They exchanged whispers and glances, their expectations shifting as they awaited the instructor's arrival. Atticus simply ignored all the looks and waited for their instructor to arrive. At exactly 6 o'clock, a figure strode purposefully onto the training grounds. His presence instantly captured the attention of all the gathered children. Hello, I'm sure you all know me, but for those who may not have been paying attention, my name is Elias. I will be your early morning trainer. I expect each and every one of you to be here by 6 every morning. You can choose not to come, but coming late will result in reduction of points. A collective understanding passed through the children as he spoke. Elias's gaze swept over the group before him before he continued. Follow me, he said, and started running towards the huge mountain. As he began to run, Aurora swiftly followed suit, positioning herself just behind Elias. Atticus and the rest of the group joined in, their pace quickening as they covered the distance. In a matter of minutes, they reached the base of the mountain. Every morning you all would be required to go up this mountain, grab a flag positioned at the top, and come back down. His words seemed to alleviate some of the children's tension, the task appearing less daunting. Elias, noticing the collective sigh of relief, couldn't help but smirk before adding, but don't get too comfortable. There will be handicaps, of course. On your device, navigate to and click on monoblock. If you don't, I'll be notified on my device. Atticus and the other children followed his instructions, activating the monoblock feature on their device. As Atticus tried it, he realized that he could no longer access his mana. However, he quickly turned off the feature, regaining his ability to wield mana. This feature is risky. It appears I can turn it off, but I'd be naive to think that there's no way to bypass it. Atticus was wary. Having a device that could essentially cripple you strapped to your wrists at all times was like waving a red flag of danger. He couldn't help but contemplate the potential danger. He attempted to utilize his bloodline and realized that it remained functional. Seems like it only affects mana. At least, I'll have a means to defend myself, if the need arises, he contemplated, acknowledging the silver lining of the situation. Elias extended his arms, and a complete set of wearable weights landed in the children's hands, ankle weights, wrist weights, and a vest. Put them on. They are all set at 10 kg each for now. The intensity will be ramped up over time, he explained. Putting them on, Atticus felt the weight immediately. But this will be challenging, he thought. When he learned about the Raven camp, he had hoped it would be challenging enough for him. He'll dive headfast into whatever will increase his strength. Also, using your bloodline will get you punished. Your device will notify me if you do, he said, while looking at Atticus and Aurora. Now move. You have 2 hours to climb the mountain and come back. Do not forget the flags. As soon as Elias' command echoed across the training grounds, the children sprang into action, charging up the towering mountain. Every Ravenstein child was expected to have received combat training before turning 10. The camp chose to completely skip the basics and provided training facilities for the children to hone their abilities themselves. They simply focused on increasing the children's base strength and encouraged battles among them. To the family, a child who can't strive for strength themselves was not needed. Atticus opted for a moderate pace, mindful of conserving stamina while the weight on his wrist added resistance. As they ran, some children started strong but soon panted and slowed. With each step, the mountain's incline proved relentless, sapping their energy and straining their muscles. By the time Atticus had covered 8 kilometers, his breaths were coming in ragged gasps, his body slick with sweat. Despite the toll it was exacting on him, Atticus stubbornly pushed forward. It's been a while since I felt this level of exhaustion. While he had always trained diligently, the ability to use mana enabled him to recover during training, reducing the pronounced effects of fatigue. Without the passive enhancement that mana provides, his stats were reduced by 80%. It's a little weird that there are no beasts in this mountain range. They must have cleared the whole mountain, he thought as he kept running. After some time, varying degrees of struggle emerged among the children. Some had stopped running, unable to move. Only Atticus and a few people pressed on. Aurora trailed behind Atticus. Behind her, Nate, Lucas, and a few others struggled to maintain the pace. As Aurora pushed herself through the run, aches reverberated through her muscles, threatening to overwhelm her. The strain of the climb made it increasingly difficult to maintain consciousness. Only a singular thought echoed persistently in her mind: I must win. After an hour of determined effort, Atticus successfully reached the summit. He spotted the flags planted on the ground, swiftly choosing one before making his descent. The journey downhill proved to be less strenuous than the uphill climb. Despite his exhaustion from the initial ascent, Atticus managed to navigate his way back down, arriving at the bottom with 20 minutes to spare before the allotted time was up. Elias's smile of approval greeted Atticus as he arrived first, and after 15 minutes, Aurora managed to reach the bottom. Gasping for breath, she knelt down in exhaustion, struggling to recover. After giving them a brief moment, Elias acknowledged their efforts. Well done, Atticus. You've earned yourself 10 points for arriving first, and Aurora, you'll receive 5 points for making it here within the allotted time. Aurora gritted her teeth in frustration. Father would be mad, her thoughts filled with fear of her father's anger. Elias waited for a while for the other children. When it became apparent that none of them were showing up, he instructed Atticus and Aurora to return on their own. As they left the training grounds, Aurora suddenly turned to Atticus. I will not lose again, she said, and started walking away. But before she could go far, Atticus called out to her. Hey, what's your name? Atticus asked. This situation felt kind stupid to him. Although he always maintains a certain level of indifference towards others, to him, it was always better to make allies than enemies depending on the situation. So he decided to confront her and see why she was acting like that to him. Aurora seemed slightly taken aback by the question. After a brief moment, she responded, Aurora. Nice to meet you, Aurora. I'm Atticus, he replied with a small smile, extending his hand for a handshake. However, Aurora's reaction was far from what he expected. What are you doing? She exclaimed, surprised by the gesture. I'm introducing myself, Aurora. You seem to have some issue with me that I can't quite figure out. Mind telling me why? Atticus inquired, his gaze fixed on Aurora. Aurora turned her gaze away, flustered by his direct approach. After a pause, she admitted, I don't have an issue with you. Huh? Then why have you been glaring at me like you want to end me? It's because I want to defeat you, Aurora responded with determination. Wait, seriously? That's the reason? Atticus couldn't help but burst into laughter, finding her honesty amusing. Aurora's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, regretting her straightforwardness. It sounded okay when she thought it in her head, but saying it out loud was cringe. Atticus continued laughing for a while, before Aurora's patience reached its limit. She stormed off, shouting over her shoulder, Stop laughing. Watching her retreat, Atticus chuckled to himself. I forgot I was dealing with children, he mused before heading off in the same direction. Chapter 47. Reverse Scale. After the morning training session, Atticus headed back to his room to freshen up. He took his bath and absorbed mana for a while. Several hours later, Atticus made his way to the cafeteria for a meal. The cafeteria was one of the few places where children from different years mingled, and Atticus had a particular person in mind. He hoped to run into Ember. He couldn't help but feel concerned about her well-being. Knowing Ember, she probably won't have any friends, he thought to himself as he navigated through the bustling cafeteria. The noise of conversations and the clattering of dishes filled the air. After searching for a few seconds, he finally saw Ember, walking away from a group of boys. He furrowed his brow and strained his ears to catch fragments of their conversation. Among their words, one phrase shattered his focus and left his mind reeling. Orphan bastard. As soon as Atticus heard that, he didn't know how, but his legs started moving towards them. Atticus approached the boy from behind, his voice dripping with chilling intensity as he demanded, What did you just say? Atticus' reverse scale had always been his family. Although he wasn't one to act without thinking, when it comes to his family, he just flips. Startled by the unexpected presence behind him, the boy turned, his expression quickly morphing to disdain. Who the hell are you? He asked. Atticus's voice remained as cold as ice as he repeated his question. I said, what did you just say? Each step he took brought him closer to the boy. As the situation unfolded, people around them began to take notice and started observing the interaction. Ember, who was also on her way to leave, turned her attention to the scene and was surprised to see Atticus. Did he hear them insulting me? She worriedly thought. The boy realized who Atticus was talking about and smirked. Oh, you mean that Orpheus' sentence was abruptly cut short as Atticus's fist connected with his face. The impact sent the boy hurtling through the air, his body crashing onto a nearby table in a jarring collision. The cafeteria fell momentarily silent, a collective gasp hanging in the air as Atticus's action reverberated through the room. What are you doing? One of the boy's companions demanded. As he moved to attack Atticus, his other friend immediately held him back. You idiot, he's a first year. Do you want to get punished? Immediately, a warning from his device sounded. Warning. Attacking lower years is against the rules. Punishment will be severe if broken. Hearing the word punishment, he calmed down and stepped back. Atticus didn't even spare them a glance. He kept walking towards the boy he had punched. As he got closer, his voice cold. She never met her mother. The world took away her father when she was starting to be happy. Atticus's voice was low, almost a whisper, yet it carried enough weight to be heard by everyone watching. He continued, even after all these things happened, she didn't give up and kept training every day to get stronger. And yet you dared. He reached his destination, standing over the boy, who was lying face up, still registering the shock of what had just transpired. Atticus loomed over him and delivered another punch, his knuckles connecting with the boy's face. The impact was brutal, crushing his cheekbones, yet Atticus didn't relent. He kept delivering punch after punch, his body being able to take it. The bodies of those who had awakened underwent a qualitative change, becoming more resilient and able to endure significantly more damage without the threat of death. This was a boon for those who enjoyed inflicting pain and a curse for those on the receiving end. What could be a life-threatening injury for a normal human would be simply an injury to the awakened. The entire hall had fallen into an eerie silence, the only audible sound being the repetitive thuds of Atticus's fists connecting with the boy's face. The onlookers were completely shocked by what they were witnessing. They were shocked beyond belief. A first year beating a second year? It was unheard of. There was a reason why higher years weren't allowed to attack lower years, and this was because they were always more powerful than them. The higher years all had a year or two advantage over the lower years. A year might seem insignificant, but in the Raven camp, it meant a lot of time. The mana density in the camp was much higher than outside. They were provided with ample training facilities with state-of-the-art equipments. Also, the intense competition and the number of fights happening in the camp enables each of them to gain load of fighting experience. With all of these factors combined, 1 year was enough for someone to go from zero to hero. That was why what Atticus was doing was so unbelievable. The relentless barrage continued for a few more seconds, until a voice finally pierced through the hushed atmosphere, cutting through the tension. Stop. Ember experienced a rush of unexpected emotions: surprise, gratitude, and a touch of disbelief. It was a first for her, having someone step in to defend her. She was used to his taunts and harassment, but ignored it as she couldn't really do anything to him, because he was a second year. He had been hired specifically to harass her, but his actions had never escalated beyond words. Ember didn't really care about anything other than getting stronger. That was why she ignored it. Atticus halted his barrage of punches upon hearing Ember's voice, his anger momentarily subsiding. He rose to his feet and made his way to her, pulling her away from the scene and out of the cafeteria. After walking for a while, Atticus stopped in a quiet place and glanced at Ember, who hadn't ceased staring at him. Ember's appearance remained nearly unchanged, her face still a striking epitome of doll-like beauty, her hair elegantly tied into a ponytail, and her expression maintaining its characteristic aloofness. "Why are you taking that bullshit, Ember?" Atticus questioned. Ember looked at him. Her expression was stoic, but she was feeling a mix of surprise and gratitude inwardly. "Used to it." "Doesn't matter," she responded. Atticus frowned, clearly not satisfied with her response. "It does matter. No one should treat you like that." She glanced away, clenching her hand, her gaze distant. "I need to get stronger." "Stronger? What does that have to do with this?" Atticus pressed. Ember's eyes met his again, a determined glint in her gaze. "Revenge." Atticus sighed, understanding her perspective. "Ember, if you let pests like these go unchecked, they'll only distract you from your goals. It's better to crush them from the beginning so they won't have a chance to stand up again." He had no plan to dissuade her from seeking revenge. That would be hypocritical. Atticus had always followed the mantra, an eye for an eye, and had no intention of stopping now or asking Ember to do otherwise. But he believed that she shouldn't ignore everything else because of it. Ember nodded, her expression softening slightly. He smiled, a genuine warmth in his eyes. "And I keep saying this, you're never alone, Ember. Don't forget that." "Thank you," she muttered with a small smile. She had always regarded Atticus as a sort of older brother figure, despite her being older in age. His mature demeanor and ability to easily solve any problem with a level head had earned her respect and trust over time. After that, they chatted briefly before heading to their respective dorms to continue their training. In an office, a man stood waiting for Rowan to finish watching a video footage. After a few moments, he inquired, "What are your instructions?" "He can already take on second years easily. They've given birth to another monster," Rowan stated with a cold tone. "Who was the first in the morning training?" Rowan asked further. "He was, sir." "Increase the intensity of Aurora's training," Rowan ordered, causing some concern to show on the man's face. "But she's already strewn." Before he could finish, Rowan's aura suddenly bore down on him. "Do as I say, Finn." Rowan's voice resounded with authority. "Yes, sir," Finn replied, bowing and showing a hint of unease. "As for him, he hasn't broken any rules, so just keep an eye on him for now." He paused for a moment, contemplating something, and then continued, "It's about time he earned his keep." "Use him," Rowan instructed. "As you wish." Finn gave a knowing look, and acknowledged before leaving the office. Chapter 48. Library. Later that day, Following his rigorous training session, Atticus consulted his device to guide him towards the library. With the first years granted a week to make their specialization choices, Atticus had given the matter careful consideration and ultimately settled on the beast division. He felt that fighting magical beasts would provide him with valuable fighting experience and contribute to his overall strength. He had attempted to access information on beasts through his device, but it directed him to the library. Atticus was looking for information about the various breeds of magical beasts inhabiting the area. Although he had read books detailing magical creatures during his lessons at home, he remained cautious and sought to ensure he was well informed about any potential unfamiliar creatures in the region. The library was a vast repository of knowledge encompassing history, magical creature breeds, and more in Elderoth. Atticus entered the library, and was surprised to see it devoid of people. He noticed a woman with white hair sitting behind a counter, engrossed in a book. It's still weird to see people with white hair everywhere. It's like we're in a cult or something, he mused to himself. Approaching her, he greeted her with a neutral tone. Good morning. I'm here to look for a book about beasts in this area. The woman didn't look away from the book and replied, Section D, second floor. Atticus nodded his thanks and went towards the elevator he had noticed when he came in. He entered it, and as prompted, he scanned his device. The light turned green, and the elevator began moving to the second floor. He was greeted by a vast expanse of bookshelves stretching out in every direction. The hushed atmosphere was palpable, with soft murmurs of turning pages and the occasional sound of a chair sliding against the polished floor. People sat scattered throughout the area, engrossed in their reading, their focus unbroken even as Atticus entered. There were more people on the second floor compared to the deserted first. He kept moving, and eventually, he noticed a sign at the top of a section that says D. Then he entered, and started looking for books about beasts in the area. Atticus found a book titled Local Fauna, and began reading. Inside the book, he discovered numerous beasts commonly found in the area. Some were familiar from his previous studies, but there were also new creatures he hadn't encountered before. The book provided details about their habitats, weaknesses, and descriptions. With his sharp intellect, Atticus absorbed this information rapidly, only needing a glance to store it in his memory. After about 3 minutes, he finished reading the book and selected another one. After an hour later, and multiple books read, Atticus felt satisfied with the knowledge he had gained and decided to leave the library. As Atticus made his way out, he couldn't help but notice the lingering gazes, especially from the second-year students. With his perception, it was easy to see the numbers displayed on their device. Are they angry I beat up one of their own? He wondered. Brushing off the attention, he continued on, ignoring the curious onlookers. Once outside, he realized it was already growing late. Feeling the pangs of hunger, Atticus decided to grab a meal and retreat to his room to make up for the disrupted mealtime earlier. He headed towards the cafeteria. As Atticus stepped into the cafeteria, an eerie atmosphere settled around him, darkness and an unusual silence filling the space. His perception sharpened, already detecting the people laying in ambush. The door behind him swung shut, sealing his exit. A group of boys suddenly surrounded him. Atticus noticed that the first numbers displayed on the devices of all the boys were 1, indicating that they were first-year students. Despite the unsettling scenario, Atticus remained composed, his calm demeanor a stark contrast to the tense environment that enveloped him. A sudden voice cut through the silence, its chilling tone echoing in the space. Do you really think I would let you go after what you did? Atticus's attention focused on the source, and he recognized the boy he had beaten up earlier. Despite the visible healing, the boy's face was still wrapped with bandages. Wow, he healed quickly. Magic potions are really something. I kind of want to hurt myself to try one out, Atticus pondered, thinking about the effect of magic potions. He had been meaning to try one out, but as he had never gotten hurt, he couldn't. Atticus was not at all worried about the situation he was in. He was an intermediate plus rank. Why would he be scared of a few novices? The boy's frustration was palpable as his anger boiled over. How dare he ignore me? His shout rang out, hey, attack him. The one who brings him to his knees in front of me will get double the points. One of the first year surrounding Atticus exclaimed, add it to the contract. He gritted his teeth, muttering fucking bastards, as he added some modifications to the contract. There, I added it. Now beat him up. With those words, each of the boys received a notification that the contract had been updated. They grinned and turned their attention towards Atticus. A contract. Sounds like a way to make deals with people. As he couldn't attack me, he decided to hire first years. Huh? I really should learn more about this camp, Atticus deduced. He then calmly asked the first years, are you sure about this? Sorry about this, the points were just too good to let it pass. You might be strong, but you won't be able to handle all of us. I'd advise you not to resist, one of them replied. They were present when the convoy brought him and knew that he had a high status in the family. But they weren't worried, as whatever happened in the camp stays in the camp. No one could intervene as long as a rule wasn't being broken. While Atticus could choose to retaliate after camp, well, let's just say, they weren't thinking that far ahead. I guess they should be safe. Their devices should protect them if anything goes wrong, Atticus thought. He initially found it weird that they were allowed to fight unsupervised. Regardless of the threat of punishment, accidental deaths could occur. It was only after consulting his device that he discovered the reason behind it. The devices were fitted with potions that would be administered if they sensed the user was in danger. They also had a built-in shield that would deploy if it determined that the user's life was at risk from outside interference. As a last precaution, they would teleport the user straight to the infirmary if the shield was broken, as long as they were within the camp. The Ravenstein family had invested significant resources into the Raven camp to create a suitable environment for the growth of their youths. The camp's perimeter was fortified with high-grade illusion and protection runes to ensure security. Additionally, a Grandmaster-ranked individual was always present in the camp to maintain its defenses and await reinforcements in case of an attack. While only a Paragon-ranked individual could easily breach the camp's defenses, the surrounding area was equipped with artifacts capable of detecting such a powerful presence. This provided ample time for the Ravenstein's Paragon to arrive through the camp's portal. Chapter 49, Thorough. Without hesitation, Atticus chose to take the initiative and launched his attack. He moved with incredible speed, closing the distance to the boy who had asked for the contract. With a swift and powerful kick, Atticus struck the boy's face. It landed with a crunching sound, sending him flying through the air. The other first years, realizing the danger, quickly responded to attack him. Surround him, he's just one person. They attempted to surround Atticus, relying on their numbers to overpower him. As they attempted to close in on Atticus, one of them aimed a punch at him from behind. Atticus simply moved his head to the side, dodging it. With a quick and fluid motion, he seized the attacking fist, using his superior strength to lift the boy off his feet and slam him to the ground in front of him. The impact knocked the wind out of the boy, leaving him momentarily incapacitated. Atticus directed a powerful kick towards the boy's shoulder blade, causing painful deformation and eliciting a piercing, mind-numbing scream from his lips. The sight of Atticus' brutality sent a wave of fear through the remaining boys. Atticus's cold words sounded, "It's too late to back down now. I gave you your chance." Atticus swiftly moved towards them. His strikes were precise and devastating. He effortlessly punched one boy's chest, causing it to cave in with a sickening crunch. Another fell victim to a powerful blow to the head, sending him crashing face first into the ground. Thanks to Atticus' superior perception and stats, each movement the first years makes appears slow as a snail in Atticus's eyes. His movements bordered on the supernatural compared to theirs. With the last of the group defeated and sprawled on the ground, Atticus turned to face the instigator, his gaze cold. The boy started moving back, shivering. Although he might not want to admit it, the beating Atticus had given him before was traumatic. He, a second year, wasn't even able to react. Chillingly, Atticus asked, "What is your name?" as he walked slowly towards him. "Get away," the boy stammered, falling to the floor while trying to back away. The once defiant expression on his face had crumbled, replaced by a haunting mixture of fear and regret that danced in his eyes. "I won't repeat myself," Atticus said, getting closer to him. Atticus's deliberate steps were like the steady advance of a predator, each footfall echoing the inexorable approach of consequence. "Evan," the boy quickly replied as Atticus was getting closer, his voice shaking. "Well, Evan, do you want to know what I told Ember to do with pests?" Atticus asked. Evan shook his head furiously. "No. Please, I'm sorry. Why?" "I won't do it again," he begged. "Told her to crush them so they'll never do stupid things like this again. It looks like the beating I gave you before wasn't enough. I'll have to be more thorough this time around." Atticus's words were followed by a crunching sound. He had stepped on Evan's right leg, brutally breaking it. "Please, Asi Moami." Evan's desperate cries reverberated through the tense atmosphere, his pleas for help falling on deaf ears. Atticus, unmoved by the boy's distress, delivered another brutal blow, shattering Evan's other leg with a sickening crunch. "Don't worry, Evan, the potions here are very good. You'll be back to normal by tomorrow." Amidst the chaos of pain and torment, Atticus's cold voice cut through like a blade. The cafeteria seemed to hold its breath, gripped by a harrowing silence, broken only by the heart-wrenching sobs that echoed off the walls. After a few minutes of torture, Atticus got some food and left the scene. He decided to retreat to his room, his steps carrying him through the camp. "That wasn't as hard as I thought. I actually kind of enjoyed it. Damn, I hope I'm not going crazy." Atticus was not at all new to brutality, but despite that, this was the first time he had ever gone this far. Ever since Arya had killed that guard in front of him, he had always been trying to get himself ready for when he'd have to do the deed later. Even though he constantly told himself that he shouldn't hesitate, he knew it might be different in person. He thought it was weird that he didn't even feel a thing when torturing Evan. "It could be because I didn't kill anyone. Or maybe because I don't care about them?" he pondered. As he was heading back, his eyes caught a glimpse of Aurora struggling to walk. Her once vibrant energy seemed to have drained away, leaving her looking frail and weary. Her legs wavered beneath her steps faltering as she pushed forward. As Atticus approached her, "Need a hand?" he asked. Startled, Aurora's tired eyes widened, her body tensing as she turned around. Her legs were unable to bear her weight, and she lost her balance. Atticus quickly reached out to support her, preventing her from falling. "Thanks," Aurora managed to utter weakly, her voice barely above a whisper. Atticus nodded and led her to a nearby bench. He helped her sit down, and raised his eyebrows in a questioning gesture. Aurora averted her gaze. "I just trained too hard today." "I'm fine," she softly stated. "What is wrong with this girl?" he thought. Atticus gave her a long look, prompting Aurora to hastily speak. "I said I'm fine. You don't have to worry about me." He let out a sigh, and relented. "Okay. Do you need help getting to your room?" Aurora responded with a shake of her head, insisting no. "I'm okay." Atticus scrutinized her briefly before nodding and saying, "Okay." He turned and walked away. Once he was out of sight, Aurora pulled her knees close to her chest, bowed her head, and covered her face with her hands, tears streaming down as she quietly cried. Atticus entered his room, and couldn't help but mull over Aurora's situation. Something's definitely going on with her, but it's not exactly my concern, he thought. Atticus was focused primarily on himself and his family. He considered trustworthy friends as part of his family. Although he had always maintained an indifferent personality towards others, it doesn't mean he'll blatantly treat them coldly without any reason. But his relationship with Aurora was non-existent, far from enough to warrant involvement in her affairs. While one might argue all the Ravensteins were technically his family, Atticus sees them all as strangers. He had never met any of them before. Simply sharing the same blood wasn't enough to warrant being called his family. He settled onto his bed, determined to gather comprehensive information about the camp from his device so he wouldn't be caught off guard again. The rules and guidelines weren't particularly extensive, allowing him to absorb a lot of information quickly. In just 10 minutes, Atticus had managed to gather a substantial amount of knowledge. The training facilities here aren't as good as the ones back at the estate. The highest rank it can replicate is just Intermediate Plus. I should definitely join the Beast Division tomorrow. Atticus chose to get some rest and joined the Beast Division the following day. Chapter 50, Beast Division. The next morning, Atticus woke up early and decided to train a bit before heading to the morning training. He created a simulation of a rocky terrain and settled down in a cross-legged position. Taking a deep breath, he raised his hand and conjured fire, added air to make it spin. He then attempted to manipulate the earth, but struggled to control it, causing the earth around his arm to tremble and destabilize. After some time, he released a heavy exhale and stood up. "Looks like 3 elements are still my limit," he muttered. After breaking through to the next level, Atticus felt his bloodline not only become more potent, but also sensed a significantly stronger connection to the elements. He was now able to sense where his bloodline resided. Around his heart, there were 4 tiny brightly lit orbs in an axis. Previously, apart from the katana's realm, where he was able to instinctively control the 4 elements, Atticus struggled to manage more than 2 at the same time. However, following the breakthrough, he found himself able to control 3, albeit with some difficulty. In the initial level, Atticus could only manipulate the elements in contact with his body, whether it was touching the ground to control the earth, manifesting fire around his fist, healing with water, or reducing the air density around his body to move faster. Upon reaching the second level, this was amplified. For instance, he could conjure fire, compress it, and shoot it outward. However, once it left his body, he'd lose control of it. Though it was still capable of causing destruction, it could remain intact for up to a minute without consuming any mana. After getting dressed, he headed to the training ground for the morning session. Arriving at the training ground early once again, Atticus noticed Aurora already waiting there. Their eyes met briefly, but Aurora quickly averted her gaze. Atticus let out a sigh and greeted her with a simple "Hey." "Hey," she replied, while avoiding looking at Atticus. "How are you feeling now?" Atticus inquired. "I'm fine. I told you I only trained too hard," she answered, finally looking at him. Her expression turned serious as she added, "Forget what you saw yesterday. I'll still beat you." "Sure, I'll be expecting it," Atticus responded casually. Aurora seemed taken aback by his response and turned her head away, a hint of embarrassment showing on her face. The two of them fell into silence, waiting for the others to arrive. As they waited, the rest of the group gradually joined them. Atticus couldn't help but notice the first years he had beaten the previous day. They appeared to be fully healed, but they kept their distance from him like a plague. Elias arrived promptly at 6 a.m., just like the previous day. The routine was the same as before. They donned the weighted gear, disabled their mana, and began the arduous run up the mountain. 2 hours of intense effort later, Atticus and Aurora were the only ones who managed to reach the bottom again, earning Atticus another 10 Raven points. After freshening up in his room, Atticus used his device to navigate to the Beast Division's location for sign-up. The Beast Division building was on the east side of the camp. It was a massive structure made of dark, enchanted stone. It had towering spires that resembled the talons of a great bird. As Atticus arrived, he saw different groups in the area. They were all staring at him, and he caught a few whispers. "Look, it's him," a boy said. "He can already defeat second years." "Who is he?" "He must be from the main family," one first year said. It was only the first years that were aware that Atticus had a high status, as they were there when the convoy brought him. Disregarding them, he kept walking towards the entrance. Entering, he approached the counter and offered a polite greeting to the woman stationed there. "Good morning. I'm here to apply for the Beast Division," Atticus greeted the woman at the counter. The woman glanced up from the papers she was working on, her attention drawn to Atticus. The counter was designed to accommodate the height of the young youths. Upon noticing the number on Atticus's device on his wrist, the woman remarked first rank. She showed a surprised expression, but quickly composed herself. "You're early. Are you sure you don't want to think about it more?" she replied calmly. Atticus, with his perception, of course noticed the change, but chose to ignore it. He responded, "No, I've made up my mind." The woman nodded and provided further guidance. "Okay then. Before we assign you to a group, you have to take a written test about beasts and pass. I'd advise you to go to the library, read up, and come back." The Beast Division was the only division that doesn't require you to take classes. You only have to pass a test to show you know about beasts and how to fight them. "Can I take it now?" he asked. The woman studied him for a moment before relenting. "Sure, I suppose you can take it now. If you fail, you'll have another chance to retake it." The woman guided Atticus into a room and gestured for him to take a seat at a table. With a press of a button, a holographic screen materialized before him. Her instructions were concise. "You have 1 hour." After imparting the information, she exited the room, leaving Atticus to his task. Atticus wasted no time and immediately set to work, his focus solely on answering the questions presented on the holographic screen. They were fairly easy, simply asking basic questions. With his intelligence, it was easy for him. Atticus completed the test in just 10 minutes and promptly submitted his answers. He made his way back to the counter and informed the woman that he had finished the test. "You finished? How?" She was surprised by his speed and even questioned if he had answered well. She quickly checked the result and saw his perfect score. "Did he cheat?" "No, that's impossible. I would have caught him." With a more composed demeanor, "Congrats. Looks like you passed. You'll been assigned a team tomorrow, so you'll have to come back around 11 in the morning." "Okay. Thanks." Atticus offered his thanks and turned to leave. As Atticus made his way toward the exit, he noticed a young boy who appeared to be waiting for someone. As he approached the exit, the boy approached him and inquired, "Are you Atticus?" "Depends," Atticus replied casually. He noticed the number 3 displayed first on his device, indicating he was a third year. The boy introduced himself. "I am Orion Ravenstein." "Cool." Atticus responded nonchalantly. In his mind, he added, "Of course you're a Ravenstein. You're in camp and have white hair." "I am Sirius Ravenstein's son," Orion continued. "Oh, so that old coot had a son. I never would have guessed," Atticus remarked with a chuckle. Orion's expression turned serious as he warned, "Don't you dare speak of him like that." I apologize. It's just that I went through hell while training with him," Atticus explained. Gritting his teeth, Orion retorted, "I want you to challenge me to a duel." "Why would I do that?" Atticus furrowed his eyebrows, his patience wearing thin as he thought, "Shit, another drama. I'm getting tired of this. Father refused to train me and instead chose to train you. I'll show him I'm better than you," Orion exclaimed. "Of course drama. Listen, I don't give 2 shits about whatever complicated relationship you have with your father. Kindly leave me out of it, okay?" Atticus replied firmly. Orion gritted his teeth, forced a smile, and taunted, "Don't tell me you're scared." Yeah. Whatever," Atticus dismissed and began to walk away. "Come back here. You coward," the boy yelled after him. However, Atticus didn't stop and continued walking away, his thoughts echoing with frustration. "I'm tired of dealing with children."